Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday. Oh, that's not good. What is that? January 14th, 2026. I usually mute it. So I'm still good with the year, but I wasn't good with the computer there.
Go ahead, man.
No, I'm good. I'm
Blame
good.
me.
Hello again, everyone. Oh yeah, it's because my computer restarted. Frank came in. He started to get all technical. Hey, let me have a look-see there. Let me see what your TPS report is. Frankie, I'm trying to run a show here, all right? I don't have time for your dilly-dallying.
I can't hear you over how loud your laptop is.
It is pretty loud. Why is it so loud? What is happening?
We'll have to get to the bottom of that later. Let's keep introducing the show.
It's good. It's good to hear that Lenny Hart is doing well. The pipes are still working, and it's good to be back on this lovely, lovely Wednesday in January as we inch closer to divisional round Saturday. We have to get excited about these things, my friend. There's no MMA to speak of this weekend. Actually, there is. There's the LFA debut on Vice on Friday. We are excited about that. We had Ed Soares on Monday's program to talk about that. But my friends, we're not here to talk about Monday's show. We're not even here to talk about Tuesday's show. We're not really here to talk about Saturday or this weekend or 324, although there is a lot of news to discuss. We are here to talk about what should be a fantastic program today at 2 o'clock. Joe Pyfer, who you may have heard in the news as of last night, more on him in a moment, he will join us at 2 o'clock. 2:30, Anthony Fluffy Hernandez, who returns to action in February against Sean Strickland. 5-round main event in H-Town, Houston, Texas, to be exact. Fluffy Hernandez, who was supposed to fight in Vancouver against RDR, got injured. Still very much one of the top middleweight contenders out there, so we'll talk to him. At 3 o'clock, my old friend and yours, the great Daniel Cormier, who I have not spoken to for the first time in, I do believe, well over a decade. I did not speak to him for a full calendar year. The last time he was on the show, I think it was like around November of 24. And if I'm being honest, it felt like he mailed it in. It felt like he was, checking in from the golf course. Felt like he wasn't all that interested in partaking in the bands, which was a little heartbreaking considering the great moments that we shared together over at the Worldwide Leader. And so I felt like we need a bit of a break, but we are back for one day only. Better than ever, perhaps? Remains to be seen. He's going to join us at 3 o'clock to talk about all the comings and goings in his life, the Paramount Plus era about to commence in 10 days' time, exactly 10 days' time. A lot to talk to him about, as always, and just, kind of shoot the breeze, just kind of check in on each other. And then after that, the man in the hat, Mr. Chuck Mindenhall, one of the most prolific writers in all of sports, not just MMA, not just combat sports, but all of sports, dare I say. He will join us at 4 o'clock to perhaps talk about some news, but to also talk about Saturday's meeting between my Bills and his Broncos. Pete will join us as well. Bit of a buffer. It's gotten a little heated on the old text message thread. And I'm not talking about Threads, which is owned by Meta. I'm talking about like the text messages, like the iMessage. It's gotten a little heated. And if I'm to be unbiased, I would say it's kind of a 10-7 or at least 10-8 Helwani round in the trash talk department, but you'll see it play out in real form here on the program back end of the show. So, like I said, a fun day, a lot to get into. It might be a quiet period for the UFC, but not a quiet period for us. Banger after banger after banger. And of course, we have yet to do this week, so it is time, my friends. No time to waste. It is time for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for On the Nose.
And I am hoping that I get a hot tag here because a lot has happened since we said goodbye yesterday, less than 24 hours ago. So I'm hoping. Oh, and wouldn't you know it, right here, first up, from a mysterious Frank.
Who, me?
Perfect. Hey, how do you feel about the new Meta Apex Thoughts on Izzy versus Pyfer? Surprised by the booking? Wow, those were the two topics that I wanted to talk about at the beginning of On the Nose. And truth be told, can I break the fourth wall, guys?
You already have.
Truth be told, I perused the questions, not a single one about Izzy, not a single one about the Meta Apex, or as they're calling it, the Metapex. Disappointed in you guys. So yes, I did have to ask Mysterious Frank for the fake hot tag so I could at least start this, because I think you want me to start with this. Do you not? This is what we have to talk about. So let us first start with the news. And you know, there's multiple ways that you could talk about this news, the Izzy return news. And by the way, one of those multiple ways, the guys are there, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're here.
I'm
just honestly disgusted by the lack of integrity around On the Nose now.
No, we had to do it.
I know you did say this is what you guys want me to talk about. I feel like they would have asked, right?
Well, I feel like I know it's sort of like, you know what?
Like
It's sort of like when I hear John Cena tell me that he loved the way in which his career ended. It's like, no, John, you don't get to tell me what works. I get to tell you what works.
I know what's best for you.
Yes.
I know.
So in this case, I know what's best for the people, and they want me to talk about the Metapex, and of course, and I think I might.
It's a great point.
I think I might trademark that and the Izzy fight. Now, there's multiple angles with the Izzy fight. I want to start with that one. And one of the angles, guys, is not me telling you in the control room about 10 days ago that this fight was happening, right? You do have that proof, right? Like we have the security camera footage. Like when I told you guys this nonchalantly, old Ariel rushes to his Twitter. I even forgot. I'm so out of the breaking news game that I forgot to tweet the news. Isn't that crazy?
You told us. It's on record. We got it.
You got it? You have the footage?
Yeah.
No, we don't have
Okay.
footage, but yeah, we know.
This is not
There's
me
no
just
footage.
being like, I knew. I did tell you guys, right?
You
we
told
actually
us
knew.
this exactly.
That's why I've
We
been
know.
pushing so hard for the Muckleshoot Casino to UFC Seattle trajectory because
You did the
Izzy's gonna
thing.
be in the main event.
You did the thing that I do when I do like
Yep.
my predictions when I know, perfect.
Bingo.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, so there's multiple angles. A lot of people getting hung up over the announcement, okay? Like, who cares about the announcement? And I'll talk about it in a moment. But first, let's actually talk about the fight. Let's talk about the fight, guys. Israel Adesanya is coming back on March 28th, Jacqueline's birthday, shout out. Seattle, Washington, beautiful. I mean, who doesn't love Seattle? Former home of one Frank Lenz, right?
Who, me?
Didn't you used to live there, Frank?
Lived in Houston.
Never been Seattle?
No, my brother lives in Seattle.
Bro.
You know what?
Houston and Arizona.
Yes, I
All
lived
right.
in
We're
Houston
actually
and
crashing
Arizona.
with Frankie's brother if we go.
Oh, perfect. Climate Pledge Arena against Joe Pyfer. And, a lot of takes. There it is. 5-round main event. And look, when I heard about it some 14 or so days ago, I was like, interesting. Digested it for a couple days, told the guys, we all digested it. Seen the takes. I will be honest. Initially, I was like, okay, interesting. And then after like a day, I was like, I actually love this booking. I love this booking for multiple reasons. Number one, gets Izzy back on track. It's a fight against a guy who's respected, ranked, hits hard, climbing in his career, has won multiple in a row. It's not like the deep, deep end. It's not a number one contender fight. It's not necessarily, this guy's trying to win this fight to get to a title shot, although if Joe wins, he gets closer. It's a nice sort of comeback fight. Remember, by the time this fight happens, it will be well over a year since his last fight. His last fight was in early February of 25 in Saudi Arabia against Nasruddin Imavov, who is looking like he's going to be next. Now, he fought Caio Borralho since, but that was a big win for him. Still maintained, he got poked in the eye. He should have taken the time, and then seconds later he gets knocked out, but them's the breaks. He has to live with that decision. Love the fight for Izzy, but of course, how could you not love it for Joe Pyfer? This is the fight he's been looking for. This is the opportunity he's been looking for. It's a massive leap. I still think Izzy's one of the top guys in the world, regardless of what people may say. People want to say he's past his prime, washed. No, I don't think so. I still think he's one of the top 5, to be conservative, middleweights in the world. We don't often see these matchups in the UFC. I'm going to call it a bounce back fight for Izzy and a big opportunity for Joe Pyfer. It's not that different than BSD versus Poirier, but it is different because Izzy's a former champion and he's been out for so long. But it's that same type of thought process. Like, you look at the rankings, I know there's a discrepancy there. What is Izzy? Izzy is
I think he's 6.
6. and Pyfer is 15. That's a pretty, I think Poirier was 2 and BSD was 11. So, 9, you don't see it often, but I think it's actually creative and imaginative. I like the booking very much. Pizzi, what do you say?
Yeah, I love it. I think they're both, it's interesting from both angles because Izzy's in a situation where he hasn't been winning against the top guys in the division, and Imavov is one of those guys. Pyfer isn't quite there, so it's a perfect, like, if people think this guy's fallen off, like, how far has he gone? Well, Pyfer, on the other hand, he's failed the litmus test in the past against Hermanson. This is on a completely different level. Of course, he's won 4 fights since then. He has clear and present danger in terms of his power against Izzy. I think it's a really, really interesting fight, very worthy main event, and just really, really like the booking. There's nothing to dislike about it as far as I'm concerned. Rick?
I don't like it for Izzy in the same way that I didn't like the Nasruddin fight for Izzy.
Okay, why?
They feel too risky. Let me be very clear. I don't like it because I want to see Israel Adesanya win. I want to see him in a fight where I do think, hey, he should be more favored and going over and getting back on track. These are risky. These are dangerous. And so coupled with my not loving it for him is my respect for him, which is like, I feel like he's the last of a dying breed. I feel like he is like a true martial artist, one of the few remaining and from a bygone era to a certain degree, where he respects the game, understands how it all works. And it would have been very easy for somebody in Israel Adesanya's shoes with his status to take a different matchup or to sit around and not take the Nasruddin fight or not take the Joe Pyfer fight. But he respects the game in a way that I think very few do. And so I respect him for that. But I don't love the matchup for him. The same way I didn't love Nasruddin. And in saying that, I thought that Israel looked absolutely fantastic in that fight against Nasruddin until he didn't. I thought he had a real opportunity to win that fight in the same way that this is not like it's a foregone conclusion that Pyfer's going to come in here and blow the doors off Izzy. I like you, think Izzy is still one of the top guys. I still believe in his skill set. I think a striking battle with Joe Pyfer has a certain opportunity for him to win that fight, but it's still a risk because of the power that Pyfer carries, because of the age difference, because of the experience difference. Izzy has more miles on the tires, and this is not the typical get back on track fight. And so I don't love the matchup for Izzy because it is a risk, but I respect the hell out of Israel Adesanya for being the type of guy who takes these fights.
GC, early line right now. Joe Pyfer -130, Izzy +110.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well. I was just looking it up.
Wow. Shocked me.
It shocks me because of the names. It's Israel Adesanya versus Joe Pyfer, but you have to remember where they're at in their careers. Like the Hermanson loss has now been a couple years since. He's 1-4 in his last 5. He's been finished in his last 2. Like to Rick's point, Joe Pyfer hits hard. I would love to see Israel Adesanya bounce back and get a win here, but I do have my concerns going into it.
Joe has won 3 in a row since the Hermanson fight, and that was your classic, did he get pushed too soon? Yeah. Was he fraud checked? Is he not who he thought he was? Because prior to that, he was on a freaking tear.
He also really just gassed out horrifically.
Yeah. The 3 wins, by the way, Marc-André Barriault, Kelvin Gastelum, and then your boy, Abu Magomedov.
Yeah, you said I was having a hard time with that one, picking a winner. This one's even harder, I guess.
But here's the thing, we're talking about this we prefer Izzy to be in a gimme. He's not in a position to be in a gimme now. We know what happens here. He's lost a lot of fights. In this situation, you're going to be used to bleed a new contender into the division. That's the way it is. The opportunity for him presents itself, and he can capitalize on this, get a win over a guy who's extremely hot. I think from my point of view is I want to see competitive fights. I never want to see layups. So that for me is why this is a brilliant fight. I think the line is correct. I think it's a really, really competitive fight, and that's what we should want to see in main events rather than showcase bouts. I think when we were talking about Izzy after Imavov, correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, were we kind of saying he'd fight Sharabullah and stuff? Was that what we were kind of talking about? Yeah. I think this is a much better fight.
Oh yeah.
And I want to be clear, I'm not saying a showcase fight, but one that carries less risk. As an example, Michael Venom Page, Sean Strickland, those feel slightly more favorable matchups for Israel Adesanya and ones that he could very much call for, right? Nobody would begrudge Israel Adesanya for saying, I want those guys. Instead, he gets a guy in Nasruddin who is a very clear now #1 contender, very dangerous, and Joe Pyfer, who carries the type of power that very few in the division do, like outside of the Alex Pereiras. And so it's not about like, do I want to see Izzy get a layup and just go over? It's about he welcomes risk in a way that I don't think a lot of other people do in his position. And I hate it and love it at the same time.
You know, it's funny that you say that, PT, like the way you were phrasing that, because I saw some people be like, I wanted a bigger name for Izzy. And I think that we're saying like, this is a tough test for him, right?
Very.
This is a tough test. But ultimately, like you look at that middleweight division, pulling it up again, you know, the guys in between, Gregory Rodriguez, Paulo Costa, we'll get to him in a moment as well, Roman Dolidze, Michael Page, thought that would have been a fun one, but I feel like they're boys. Cannonier, he fought. Whitaker, he fought. RDR is coming off the loss. And I think booked, right? Doesn't RDR have a fight already?
Yeah, I think they just announced him versus Bahalio for UFC 326.
Exactly. Bahalio's above him. Izzy, Brendan Allen coming off the huge win. That could have been an interesting one. Fluffy Sean Nasser. There's really no one else in the top 15. If you actually look at it, there's really no one else. Other than a Brendan Allen fight, there's no one else. And I think this is a really, really fun matchup. I think it's a fun matchup. I think people have put Izzy in the creme de la creme, like the top, and this is not knocking Pyfer. I love the idea of Pyfer getting this chance to prove that he wasn't the guy that fought Jack Hermanson, and I love the idea of Izzy trying to get back on track. And shout out to Israel Adesanya, and yes, I know he does this all the time, and yes, we cannot play it because he put some footage on it, some UFC footage. But shout out to him right away. He's got a video. And you know what I loved about the hype video he put out? It wasn't just to hype himself up. There's actual Joe Pyfer highlight. Like he's serving as his own promoter in this case. There's a little screen grab from it. Ah, shit, here we go again. It's a great hype video.
It's really good.
It hypes up Joe. It hypes up Izzy. It makes you feel like if you're unsure, like, oh, shit, like, yes, let me see this. March 28th, Seattle. Love this. Love everything about this. What do we get from the UFC? We get an IG Live video. We get an IG Live video, and now I'll harp on this part. We get an IG Live video with a once again disconnected, disinterested Dana White who can't even speak about Israel Adesanya like I'm speaking to you. I have nothing in front of me. I have a website and a UFC rankings page and a Slack. I got nothing in front of me. Watch this video here and see how he's reading about Israel Adesanya off to the side. You're the promoter of this man. If we ever see Eddie Hearn reading about AJ or Conor Ben, shoot me, strike me down from above. You can't tell me from the heart who Izzy is. You can't tell me from the heart who this guy is. You can't give me a little bit of emotion when talking about the last style bender, one of the greatest middleweight champions of all time. Take a look at this video, and I dare you to tell me that I'm wrong.
Now, Seattle, we're coming back. We'll be back on March 28th to the Climate Pledge Arena. The main event, former middleweight champion Israel Adesanya versus Joe Pyfer. Adesanya, former two-time middleweight champ.
Reading.
16 of his 24 wins by knockout.
Look at the eyes. You'll see when he looks at the camera.
And Joe Pyfer is on a
someone
3-fight
standing
win
there.
streak. And since winning the Contender Series, all but one of his wins have come by finish.
Oh, camera now. You're looking at the camera now.
Also on the card, we have former champ Alexa Grasso facing Macy Barber. Grasso's currently ranked number 3 in the flyweight division and is the first female ever Mexican UFC champion.
Yeah, reading about that.
Number 5 ranked Macy Barber is on a 7-fight win streak.
Yeah.
She's second all time in flyweight history for wins, knockout, and win streak, only behind Valentina Shevchenko. Tickets are on sale February 6th on Ticketmaster. Ladies and gentlemen, March 28th from Seattle, Washington, and streaming on Paramount Plus. I'll see you up in Seattle. Have a good day, everybody.
Alternate universe. All right, guys. I know you've been waiting for some news, and I got some freaking news for all of you. A lot of people have been asking me. A lot of people have been coming up to me. When is the last style bender coming back? You know about him. I don't need to tell you about him. I don't need to tell you about how he burst onto the scene and how he ran through the competition and knocking out Robert Whitaker, going from the freaking stands up there to the freaking, cage inside Melbourne. What did he say? I went from the freaking nosebleeds to breaking people's noses. You remember that guy? That guy who freaking turned the UFC on its head. The guy who had an all-time great rivalry with Alex Pereira who gave us some of the greatest moments, the greatest celebrations, the greatest knockouts, the greatest promos in UFC history. We have not seen him since February of 2025. One of the most beloved fighters in UFC history. We've not seen him since his controversial loss to Nasruddin Imavov. Well, my friends, I've got good news for you. And if you're from the Seattle, Washington era, I have fantastic news for you. And by the way, I haven't even looked up his resume. It looks off the top of the dome. I'm not even talking about his records and all this stuff from the dome. He's going up against body bags. He's going up against one of the heaviest hitters in the middleweight division, a guy who is just foaming at the mouth, ready to get his opportunity. He stumbled when we gave him a big opportunity a couple of years ago against Jack Hermanson. He's getting an even bigger one. Why? Because he's won 3 in a row. He's looking rejuvenized. He's on a tear. He asked for this fight. He asked for this opportunity. This is the fight that determines whether or not Izzy is still that guy and whether or not Joe Pyfer is the guy that I thought he was. This is the fight that proves that. It's Joe freaking Pyfer, body bags himself against the last stylebender, Israel Adesanya. Tickets go on sale February 16th over at Ticketmaster.com, March 28th, Seattle, Washington, Climate Pledge Arena. We are back and we are bringing you an all-time great main event. Shut the camera off, walk out. That's all you have to do, and that's all we're asking of you. But when you sit there talking to us about this stuff as you're reading off to the side, it comes across as you sitting, with your wife, telling her about how your colonoscopy went the day before. All right? Lex Grasso. I'm sorry if I care. I'm sorry if I care about this sport. I'm sorry if I care about these fighters. I'm sorry if I care about the little things like Izzy's promos. That stuff gets me excited. I care about the posters. I care about the production. I care. I actually care. And maybe I'm less invested because I don't have the millions of dollars attached to it, but I would actually argue that I'm more invested because everything we do, live and breathe, is talking about this singular freaking promotion that doesn't seem to care, and this one promoter that used to care and used to be the best and doesn't seem to care. And so I don't care about the fact that they said there's an announcement and 12 hours later they gave us this, because this is worthy of an announcement to the announcement. I don't know what you were expecting, but this was worthy of it. It's the return of Izzy, one of the greatest fighters of all time. But golly, Lord help us if we have to sit here and, when Ade talks about Dana White, he's talking about these boxing matches with a little less flair. No. That's the same guy. That's the same freaking guy. It drives me nuts, guys. I know there are people rolling their eyes, and I know there are people saying I'm making too big of a deal. This stuff drives me nuts because we lived it. We lived through the glory days. Can we just get that back? I thought we were going to get it back for the new era. We're not getting it back. We're not getting it back, PT. We're not getting it back.
Also, remember we got an announcement to make this announcement.
I don't mind that.
Sit around all day.
I don't mind that. I actually don't mind that. I feel like Izzy is worthy of the announcement to the announcement. Not everyone is.
I mind it from the perspective that if the announcement to the announcement results in that, that's my issue.
Well,
if you're going to say something's coming, do what you did. Get me excited. Put out the promo that Izzy put out. That is the thing. And you nailed everything about, Dana White's apathy and Israel Adesanya doing better promotional work than the UFC. But, some people weren't around for that era, right? Some people don't know what they're missing out on. To me, the tragedy of it all is in this hyper profit, hyper opportunity focused era that we live in, the UFC is leaving money on the table. If you don't give a shit about your product and you don't promote the product properly, why should I? I think there are a ton of fans out there who are feeling disenfranchised or who are feeling turned off by when this is the announcement. The Dana White going live on the IG thing has become a joke. There is no passion, there is no heart behind it. And if you started turning back the clock and delivering something that people were to care about, it would be better for your bottom line. It is leaving money on the table to continue to deliver the announcements and the promotion for the UFC in this dreadful way.
It's funny, earlier in the day, and some people were saying to me that they thought it was related. I don't believe. But earlier in the day, you may recall, John Martin, CEO of PFL, put out an announcement that on March 28th, does that date sound familiar? They are going to Pittsburgh. These are the 2 title fights, just so happen to be middleweight fights as well. And some people were saying to me that they thought that this was in response to that because it's happening, on the same night. I don't think so. I don't think the UFC is operating based off of what PFL is doing. But it was kind of funny. And yes, they're number 2 and they have to work a little bit harder. But they put together a nice little video, not too different, not as good, but not too different than what Izzy did. Hype it up, pre-tape it, post it on socials. There you go. Give me that with some B-roll, with some highlights, with some footage over what we got there. What's going to be interesting about that date, and it's unfortunate for the PFL, they're going head-to-head with an Izzy fight. That is March 28th. And, I like the Johnny Eblen versus Brian Battle fight. I like Dalton Rosta against Impa Sangane, but it doesn't hold a candle to the return of Izzy. No doubt about it. But what's going to be super interesting is this is the first time in a very, very, very long time PFL and UFC are going head-to-head on the same night. And that PFL main card is going to be on ESPN2. So on television, UFC will probably be on Paramount Plus. So a bit of a Saturday night war, if you will, because obviously they were both on the same platform for so long. That was never going to happen. ESPN was not going to counter-program one entity against the other, but maybe a sign of more to come. Now, the other two, Dubai and Madrid, aren't going to be on linear because they're during the day, and those time slots are very important, especially this time of year, college basketball and all that stuff, and they're not going head-to-head with the UFC with those. But I think it's interesting that March 28th is going to have them going head-to-head. One will be on linear, one will be on Paramount Plus. We'll see how the numbers shake out. We'll see if we even get Paramount Plus numbers. But in conclusion, I love the fight. I don't necessarily mind the announcement to the announcement. I hate the fact that there was no passion behind the announcement. And I love the fact that Izzy, and I hope that more continue to do this, like we talked about with Imavov in that great promo, start announcing your own fights and start promoting your own fights. You want to wait for the UFC, great, but give us something. Give us something to get excited about. This stuff matters, in my opinion. It really does.
Like, how do you have the fighter making an incredible video package, but the billion-dollar company isn't?
Yeah.
He nearly talked me out of being excited about it. Honestly,
at one point, it sounds like you can hear someone like flipping a piece of paper over.
1,000,000%. No. I heard that too. I heard that too. Okay. A lot of people have been asking me about Kayla Harrison news, UFC 324. We saw a tweet about an hour or so ago from a reputable journalist, Leo Walker Guimarães. Kayla Harrison is out of the fight against Amanda Nunes on January 24th, UFC 324. The information was revealed firsthand by the website The Eagle Tribune, and I was able to confirm now about the cancellation. The champion had a neck injury and needed to undergo surgery. So shout out to Leo and shout out to the Eagle Tribune. The prediction is that Harrison's return will happen in around 6 months. It's not informed of whether there'll be a creation of an interim title for Amanda to fight for. I can't confirm that this news is true. Unfortunately, this fight is off, and it's devastating news for multiple reasons. It was a massive, massive fight. It was a massive, massive opportunity for both women. You know how I feel about the fight. You know how I feel about it should have been in the main event slot and all that stuff and more. Most importantly, though, we're talking neck injuries here. And so 1,000% my best, my wishes, you know how we feel about Kayla here, to her. Hopefully, 6 months sounds like a very optimistic timeline. Don't know the severity, don't know exactly what happened. Can't even confirm if there was surgery or not. I can't do that. But I can tell you, from what I'm hearing, it is in fact true. That fight is off. Now, I am hearing that Norma Dumont's team is raising their hand and saying, hey, we'll fight her on 10 days notice. Not sure if A, Amanda wants that, B, the UFC wants that. But guys, this is a devastating blow to a card that the UFC originally wanted to have headlined by Ilia Topuria versus Paddy Pimblett. We've seen some other fighters, including Islam Makhachev, say that they rang him and asked if he was available in January. And it appears as though all their plans for this big debut, while it's still a very good card on paper, also I told you about Rico Verhoeven's number being called to fight Derek Lewis, best laid plans of mice and men. Now, I will remind you, the very first show that was planned for the ESPN era actually had to be canceled. It was a pay-per-view in Anaheim, and then they moved it, the debut that is, to the Brooklyn card, and ended up being Cejudo versus TJ and all that stuff. So the ESPN debut kind of got off to a bit of a rough start as well, and I think it turned out just fine for everyone involved. They're not canceling this one, but a little bit of a stumble out of the gate, and this to me is a devastating blow because it was for me the most interesting fight on the card. Pizzi, your reaction?
Yeah, I think it's a massive casualty. Like, when we look at us last week talking about the stories that are going to reverberate through the year, Kayla Harrison was one of them. It's devastating for her. This was a huge opportunity in terms of just women's MMA in general. Like this, the winner of this fight could have laid claim to GOAT status. Nunes coming back it's a tough blow for the card. There's absolutely no doubt about it. I do think the card is strong. I do think there are fights there that can fill up a main card. I'm looking at Umar Nurmagomedov, different guys like this that could go up against Davis and Figueiredo, but that fight, the legacy of that fight cannot be replaced, and it's devastating news for Kayla, as we all predicted her to have to be female fighter of the year for 2026, and to hear a neck injury, that's very worrying for someone who's competing in grappling so long and at such a high level.
Rick, what do you think? If you're Amanda Nunes, what are you doing?
If I'm Amanda Nunes, I kind of am at the whim of the UFC, right? I kind of have to play ball with them to a certain degree. If I'm the UFC, I absolutely do not book Amanda Nunes in a new fight. You reserve that for Kayla Harrison. There are not fights for Amanda Nunes and Kayla Harrison do not have respective fights that I care about seeing them in other than each other. They are the only two. That is the only pairing that I want to see. I'm not interested in anybody else fighting Kayla Harrison. I'm not interested in anybody else fighting Amanda Nunes. Do not waste this opportunity and do some kind of silly booking.
Can I offer
an interim title? Jesus Christ!
Can I offer a counterpoint?
Sure.
Counterpoint, Amanda. You come back. You come out of retirement. You're this close to coming back. You don't know, you don't know the severity. You don't know these things, they could take longer. You have her ready to go. You're trying to keep the card, as prominent as possible. Do the Norma Dumont fight. Norma Dumont has won 6 fights in a row. She's on a tear. She deserves a look. If she wants to do it. Of course, if she doesn't want to do it, I don't begrudge her. But if I'm the UFC, at least, I'm trying to keep her on the card. Are you not?
No.
Really?
You're robbing Peter to pay Paul. The intrigue around Amanda Nunes and Kayla Harrison is there. Do not ruin it by ruining the mystery. Do not let us see Amanda Nunes again. Do not let us see a fight against Norma Dumont that nobody is calling for and nobody cares about other than Norma Dumont and her team. It does me no good promotionally to have her fight Norma Dumont. Save the bullet. Wait for when it's an opportunity to do Kayla Harrison. Understand the timeline, right? Like if you're telling me Kayla Harrison's going to be out 2 years, yeah, that's a different kind of conversation. But if I'm Amanda Nunes, I didn't come back to fight Norma Dumont. I didn't come back for that belt. I came back to fight Kayla Harrison. That's the point. And I don't care to see Amanda Nunes fight anybody else. So if I'm the UFC, I do not risk the opportunity, nor do I care about making that fight.
What do you do, GC?
Yeah, you can't book Norma Dumont versus Amanda Nunes. Like, to Rick's point, the only people that want to see that is Norma Dumont and her team. You keep Amanda Nunes on the sideline. I actually don't even know if she would ever fight again if Kayla Harrison is out for an extended period of time. Obviously, neck injuries can be very serious. I know 6 months is optimistic, but we'll see when she actually is able to come back. But yeah, you just let the other players, like Pizzi said, and Umar Nurmagomedov, excuse me, jump up to the main card and you leave Amanda Nunes off of it.
If you're urgently needing to do an interim title, do Norma Dumont versus anybody else. That's fine by me. I'm not trying to make this an anti-Norma Dumont thing. Or Norma Dumont versus whoever else, top contender, totally fine with me. It cannot be Amanda Nunes. It makes no sense.
I don't think they should do the interim either.
I hate interims anyway.
I hate the interim, and I think it's very, very clunky to have 2 interim titles on the same card, especially in your debut when there's going to be a lot of attention. I will say this. I'm actually interested in Norma Dumont versus Amanda Nunes because I want to see where Amanda's at, and I think that's a proper test when you come back. She was going for the very best. Let's say the very best is here. Let's say Norma is here. I don't mind that type of fight. And I will also say, if you're trying to get now, we all know how this works. Paramount Plus isn't sitting there going like, all right, guys, we need big fights. Like, we know the UFC is running the show and we get that, and the executives there all sort of lean towards them and let them do their thing. But if I want to get this show, off on the right foot, this relationship off on the right foot, we're going to do a lot of promos. We're going to do a lot of stuff during the NFL playoffs. I think you want Amanda Nunes there. I think you want to say the GOAT is on this card. I don't think a lot of people care about the GOAT versus who. I think they hear GOAT. They're like, all right, let me check this out. It still gives it a lot of star power. Amanda Nunes coming back out of retirement, first fight in several years, gives it some oomph, gives it some energy.
It does, but I think
I'm the UFC. The UFC's intentions are different than Amanda's intentions. Amanda has to think about her career and what motivates her, and is the risk worth the reward? All that stuff. Should you wait? If I'm the UFC, I try to keep her on, and I would be surprised if they don't try to keep her on. To be honest,
I agree that it helps the card, right? Amanda Nunes versus anybody is more interesting than not having a fight or somebody else fighting. But I think you weaken the strength of the Kayla Harrison and Amanda Nunes fight. I want the mystery around Amanda. I don't want to see her beforehand.
What if Norma
I
Dumont
don't want
pulls
to
it
know.
off?
Completely risking it, yeah. Exactly, GC. You're risking the whole fight taking place. And
that
fight
too.
is the best fight you can make in women's MMA.
Can I ask about this? May of 2015, the build for Conor McGregor versus Jose Aldo was better than anything. Around 10 or so days out, Jose Aldo gets injured. And I think we all would have said, like, hey, don't risk it, right? Don't risk it. You've got it right there. They booked Chad Mendes. The fight's even bigger. So isn't this kind of the same thing? I know it's not exactly.
He's a rising star, and he knocked out Chad Mendes, whereas like Amanda Nunes just beating Norma Dumont.
It's also not the same thing.
The build was so big that I think most people back then were being like, you're taking a massive risk by potentially ruining that promo, all that stuff, them walking in the street, that had already aired. All that stuff had already aired.
GC's referring to, like, McGregor's in a completely different phase of his
I know it's not apples to apples, obviously, but I'm just saying, like, the thought process here is don't risk that big fight. And I get that, but I feel like you need that star power and you need that story, something to grab onto for this Paramount debut.
The bigger difference is not the promotion. The bigger difference is that I would have watched Conor McGregor fight Binman, my grandmother, anybody on planet Earth at that time. He was as hot as a superstar as has ever existed. The fact that it was Jose Aldo was fantastic, but I would have watched Conor McGregor fight anybody. The same cannot be said about either Kayla Harrison or Amanda Nunes. I only want to see them fight each other. I don't care about anything else. There's no intrigue. There's no interest in those other opportunities. I'd watch Jose Aldo fight anybody at that time. I'd watch Conor McGregor fight anybody at that time. The fact that the paths crossed was a gift to us from the MMA gods. I don't want to see Amanda or Kayla versus anybody else. Unless we're talking Chris Cyborg, unless that name all of a sudden floats into the mix, that's the only.
You don't want to see Amanda back as a fighter?
No, not unless it's
really
Kayla Harrison.
If Amanda came back out of retirement, you'd be like, nah, not doing it for me?
No.
Against Norma Dumont?
No, but anyone. If she just
decided that 2 years ago,
Mendes was a serious question that McGregor had to answer at that point too. You know, like,
you're getting hung up on the Mendes. I'm just saying, if I know the UFC like I know them, they try to plug in the hole. They very rarely say, all right, we're going to save you now for 6 months. You were that close to coming back. By the way, she might be counting her money. Like, you got this big payday, this big return. Like, it's easy for us to be like, yes, sit and wait. But there's a lot more, I think, that goes into it. And I think that the UFC historically in these cases says, all right, how do we fix this now? And we'll worry about the rest down the line. Are you willing to take this? Do you want to take this? Do you want to stay on the card? If not, no big deal. We're not going to hold it against you. But I mean, like, look at John Jones versus Dan Henderson. Like, they always try to fill in the gap. They always try to save the day, historically, right? Even if the promotion has happened. So I think historically, it would suggest that they are going to try to fix this. Does it actually mean that Amanda's staying on the card? No, probably not. Probably not. But I think they'll try to at least keep her on the card.
I'm all for, that version of events that they try to. I think it's a mistake. I think you are hurting the bigger fight. I think you are hurting the one down the line.
And do they do interim with Dumont?
I don't think you need to, because I think Amanda Nunes it's almost like insulting to Amanda. She was the undisputed champion. She gave up the belt. Now you're doing an interim. I don't think you need to.
Do you do 5 rounds?
Kayla's it is the co-main. She was prepping.
There was no belt on the line.
But
there was a belt on the line.
Yeah.
Now there might
I'm
not
saying
be
she was prepping for 5 rounds.
But is Norma Dumont able to do 5 rounds?
Fuck, Norma Dumont, you want this fight, you do what we tell you to do.
I mean, that's in 10 days.
Yeah, I mean, she's asking for the fight. She's the one raising her hand. You can't ask for the fight and be like, but can I have it 3 rounds?
Oh, I didn't see she was asking for it.
Yeah.
She hopped on Twitter?
No, but, sources say.
Okay, sources.
Yeah.
Any chance Valentina goes up to 135?
On 10 days. Are you cool with that one?
No.
You guys... What?
I mean, that'd be gangster shit from Valentina.
Why is it a terrible
These are not
idea?
interesting.
What? She's lost by the slimmest of margins, and then you're like, get ready on 10 days notice for the person who's beat you twice?
If she says, I'm in, why would you say no? Who cares?
I can't be clearer that the only fight I want to see for Amanda Nunes is Kayla Harrison, and the only fight I want to see for Kayla Harrison is Amanda Nunes. There's no other option. Cyborg is the only name that if you introduce it into the mix, I'm willing to hear. There are no other
But that's not going to
names.
happen. That's not going to happen.
And that's not even real. So, no.
I mean, like, I can't even remember the Irene Aldana fight, the last one she had. It's just a blur. It's been
when you say
Aldana was going to give her a good go.
When you say the last one she had, who are you talking about?
Amanda Nunes.
I know, I'm kidding. I'm just saying that's
I like that.
She left the sport, and there wasn't anybody that I was like, man, I wish she was still around. Like, there are no challenges for her. The one that I want to see is Kayla Harrison, and I don't want to see anything else except no substitutes.
Can you believe the Paramount Plus era is beginning with 0 undisputed title fights on it?
It's tough. I mean,
It's tough.
Listen,
It's tough.
and you're getting an undisputed title fight a week later.
We're getting 2 numbered events to start off the Paramount Plus, and there's 1 undisputed title.
It wasn't designed to be that way.
Of course.
They had good intentions. I do think so. But no, I was going to say about the second one was it wasn't even the one that most people were asking for, you know?
Yeah.
Kayla versus Amanda was a fight I was very, 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 very much looking forward to. This card would have been like, I'm still fine with this card. That was the one that made it for me, and so I'm disappointed. I'm upset.
To be honest, I hope Kayla's okay. Like, most important, she's up there,
1000%.
and she's been through so much. Her body has been through so much, cutting weight. I hope this fight, and I know how much it meant to her, and I know how much it means to the UFC and Amanda. I hope this isn't a what if fight. You know what I mean? Because it was such a good fight on paper. Like, it was so rich in storylines. I hope this doesn't turn out to be like, fudge, we should have seen that fight. That's this fudge it doesn't hit. It doesn't hit. Abby, this is your fault. This is your fault,
I'll tell
Abby.
you one way that happens is if you put Amanda in there and then Norma Dumont beats her. That would definitely expedite the graveyard of that fight.
These things happen.
And you have a new star in Norma
Makes no
Dumont.
sense. Is Amanda genuine question? Is Amanda Nunes worth enough to that card and to the UFC's bottom line that you must put her in against Norma Dumont? I would say unequivocally no. I don't think that moves the needle in any significant way to make that happen.
People were not even like buzzing over Kayla and Amanda, period.
I just think the UFC historically tries to.
I'm with you.
This is your prediction. We're asking.
I'm asking.
Yes.
Is it worth the risk?
If I was Dana White, I'd call her up and say, "Do you want to stay on the card?"
I can't. You can't get there.
By the way, one side of your mouth, you're saying no one was even talking about the Kayla fight. Other side of your mouth, you're being like, "Who cares about her?" Like,
we're talking about promotion versus quality of fight. Those are two different things. The promotion. This is the co-main event. Is there any argument that people like? The proof is in the pudding.
It's the co-main event, and you were going to war that it should be the main event, and people were
100%
after you.
Yes, because that's how much respect I have for the great Amanda
Nunes.
The
quality of the fight is not commensurate with the attention people were giving it. I agree with that, but that's why I don't sacrifice it. Keep that fight intact.
Do you guys think that they do not even inquire?
No, I think they do, and I think it's a mistake. I think they're going to do what you suggested, and I think it's a massive mistake.
Are you suggesting that Amanda Nunes versus Norma Dumont is a fight fit for the Metapex? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's definitely a fight night headliner, co-main pay-per-view, 100%. Again, this is not against Norma Dumont. This is nothing. Like, it has nothing to do with Norma Dumont, and that's my point. The only two that matter are Kayla and Amanda. Norma Dumont should fight for a title whenever there's an opportunity, should get her opportunity. Nothing against Norma Dumont. It should not be against Amanda Nunes.
Well,
fight the winner when it inevitably happens.
For those that don't understand what I'm talking about, we woke up this morning to this big breaking news from the aforementioned UFC President Dana White. They have sold the naming rights to the world-famous Apex to our good friends over at Meta. Take a look.
What's up, everybody? Happy 2026. So as we go into the new year, the home of the Contender Series, the home of some fight nights, the home of Zuffa Boxing, UFC BJJ will now be called the Meta Apex. We've done a 5-year deal with Meta. So welcome to the new Meta Apex.
Okay. I had a couple questions there. Number one, happy 2026. Do we think this was a pre-tape? Do you think this is an old video that they sat on because like it feels a little late to do the happy 2026, especially since we saw you yesterday? Sounds like that's the first thing you say to someone the first time you see him. We just saw you. I have a feeling this was a later gram.
That's who's to check? New Year as well.
Yeah, I feel like they had planned to like start the year with this news, and for whatever reason they didn't get it out there because the happy 20 felt like that was like a big like my first look at everyone, this year. Number one. Number two, thought it was interesting. He went down the line, home of the Contender Series, home of some fight nights, home of Zuffa Boxing, which I thought was interesting, and home of UFC BJJ. Didn't say home of the Ultimate Fighter, by the way, which I thought was interesting. That was number two. Number three, very interesting that they sold the rights. I mean, another revenue generator for them. And I've always said, as much as I don't like watching fights of significance at the Apex, I've always said the Apex is one of the smartest things that they've ever done, PI included. I think the Apex PI combo has been huge for them and has, proven to be, a stroke of genius on their part. The other thing is that I'm just curious about, just from an AP style perspective, is it capital THE Meta Apex, or is it just Meta Apex? Is it the Meta Apex, lowercase t, or do you think the name is the Meta Apex? What do you guys think?
I'm looking at.
I kind of liked Metapex you were saying earlier.
Metapex is.
I feel like
nice
that's what
portmanteau. I like that.
I feel like that's what the hardcores who watch Ryzen at 4 a.m. are going to call it. But
the press release says the multi-purpose facility will now be known as Meta Apex. Know the as Meta Apex.
Okay.
Will they get branding on the side of the warehouse?
I think so. I hope so.
Meta branding will be integrated throughout the facility.
Wait. Can you? I didn't get this. Tell me. Does it say how many years? Does it say how much?
It does not have years and amount. I believe it does not say Ultimate Fighter, as you astutely pointed out, but the other properties you did mention. And Meta is going to be a key in the evolution. So, shout out to the Meta Apex.
When they do the Vaseline?
Metapex is so much better. Let's just go to Metapex.
The Vaseline, do you think that'll be what do they call that? Like the check-in or something?
Yeah, the checkpoint.
The threads checkpoint or something?
Oh, shout out.
I like that.
You need to be in these planning meetings.
You know what? I appreciate that.
Hopefully everyone will be wearing Meta glasses during it, including the referee.
You have to be. If you fight at the Metapex, you have to wear the glasses.
They should
Even
have
the crowd.
Everyone's freaking out about this multicam view for UFC 324. There should be fights at the Metapex. You can wear the VR goggles and watch it that way.
Is this kind of catching on, Metapex? I feel like it's a thing.
Metapex needs to be a thing.
It's
Meta Apex.
The best thing about the whole announcement, if I'm being honest.
Having to stop after Meta, the Meta Apex, it just doesn't flow.
Feel right.
It's Metapex.
The Mapex? The
Tapex?
Tapex?
No, because you need Meta in there. They're paying top dollar. How many calls on the blower about this morning, PT?
Zero.
No one's calling?
Not one fucking person.
How about Izzy Pyfer? How many on the blower?
No one on the blower for that one. Actually, no. I tell a lie. One person called me about that fight. One person.
That's significant. What about Kayla being out?
None.
Amanda Dumont?
Zero.
Slow news.
Listen, Chuck Mindenhall is going to be on the show later. If there's one person that's going to go to bat for Norman Dumont.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Also, some other news, guys. I mentioned Alexa Grasso versus Macy Barber. So that's a fun one at 125. But what about this one? Kind of out of nowhere, the return of Bohashinia. Did you guys see this? Paulo Costa against Azamat Mirzakhanov, who's on some kind of tear as of late. Paulo moving up to 205. Now, this has been reported by multiple outlets. Paulo Costa at 205 making his light heavyweight debut in the heavily reported Miami region, the Casillas Center. We know that region very well. We were just there. What do you guys think? Paulo at 205? Like it? Love it? Hate it?
I think he's going to get splattered.
Oh,
wow. Damn.
Thanks. Why?
That's my barber. Chill.
I thought Rick was going to hop on here and be like, I love it.
Yeah. Tell us why.
I do kind of love it. I feel the same way.
I do.
Wait. I want to know why he thinks he's going to get splattered.
It's the professional.
I just think this guy is a tank. He's a little tank. And it's a heavy-handed gentleman, and Costa is one too, but I just don't have the feels that it's going to go well for him. I like Mirzakhanov.
Undefeated.
The professional. Coming off that
Built
great
like a
knockout
fire
win.
hydrant.
Yeah.
It's a tough fight. I feel the same way about this fight that I do every Paulo Costa fight, though. Is I'm happy. I want to see Paulo Costa fight, but is he going to fight? Are we getting there? Is this going to really happen?
That's your Barbie you're talking about, mate. That's a bit hard. I mean, you're giving Izzy all this love, and then you're like, fuck him, you know what I mean?
Yeah, his track record's not good in terms of staying in fights.
You just said he was going to get splattered, Pizza.
Yeah.
He's not my barber.
I'm not saying he's going to get splattered. That I won't go as far as to say, but if he fights, I'll be happy. I like to see Paulo Costa perform.
You like Costa at 205?
Yeah, no problem with that. That weight cut never seemed like it was too easy for him, so
how old is Paulo Costa?
I'm okay with him going up.
Mid-30s at this point?
I'm going to guess 34.
I'm going to tell you.
He'll be anywhere from 25 to 45.
Nailed it. He'll be turning 35 that month, April of 26. I dig it. I mean, he is coming off a nice little win there against Kopylov.
Yeah, he looked good.
Interesting. He was supposed to fight Bruno Ferreira, and he withdrew on the March card, the March 7th card. And so now they're pushing him reportedly to April. I'm sorry, I don't know. I missed who reported this first, and I'd like to give them credit. Does anyone know who reported this first? Let me see. Because I don't think this one was actually officially announced.
Check Big Marcel. That's where I
he's
saw.
always got... it was first reported by La Arte Viana. So shout out to La Arte. If in fact this does come to fruition, 16-0 for Mr. Mirzakhanov, 13 knockouts. And so that's UFC 327, April 11th in Miami. By the way, all this barber talk got me thinking. PT, I don't know if you know this, other breaking news.
Did you get your beard trimmed?
PT, yesterday, for the first time in 6 years, almost 6 years to be exact, I went to the barber. It's long been discussed.
It looks great.
It's long been discussed on this program that I used to go every Tuesday to cut my hair, trim the beard. Pandemic hits. I didn't go to the barber, and then I got used to it, doing it on my own time. My kids, as of late, have been telling me, like, Dad, you're not cool. You got to fix this. You got to clean that. Just go to the damn barber. There used to be one barber back where I was living around the block that I would go to her every week. She would clean it up. We would have a grand old time. Haven't seen her in 14 years. Looked her up on Instagram. Told me she was still working. Told me where. Went yesterday. I was sitting there in the chair, PT. Heart was beating like I was about to get a colonoscopy. Second time I say that.
Really?
Yeah, you really. 2026.
It's on my mind.
Just book the colonoscopy.
I was sweating, PT. I was sweating.
I have one question.
She noticed and she said, calm down,
What?
bro.
Why?
I got you.
You've been with this woman before?
Yes. Well, I mean, you say that. Like,
You said that the way you
You've
said
been to
that.
get your beard trimmed by this woman before?
Client,
This was
relationships.
unbeknownst to me. I
family
thought
man.
this was some rando.
Oh, no.
This is a past barber.
Yes.
This changes everything.
Why? Good or
What are
bad?
you
Good or
worried
bad?
about?
Oh,
What do you mean?
It's been 14 years.
You went to her.
listen. Went to her, yes, but that was 14 years ago. I don't know if Stella lost her groove. Her name's not Stella, by the way. That was
Wait, you think she's got shaky hands now? Oh, welcome back, Ariel.
Yes. I don't know. There was a time, and I was like, you always did. I've been to 40 barbers since, because then we moved again. I was like, I can never find someone who did it quite as good as you. Then she also does this like little massage thing at the top at the end. I was like, oh, I forgot about all this. I forgot about the whole like kind of pampering that you get. Now I know why Frank goes every 2 weeks.
Damn straight.
Get that shit here.
You don't get any of that.
With the steam and the guy with the on the head. They're going to get any of that shit.
All right, you say the pampering. Did you get the, they start hot towel.
Yes.
Completely over
cold.
the face.
Eucalyptus.
Yep. Smells great. Then they remove it. Did she hit you with like the straight razor?
So she doesn't really do the straight. She doesn't believe in that, which I don't believe in it as well. But I mean,
Don't
honestly,
believe
guys,
in it.
is
Yeah, I
it?
mean,
It's
you
a
can see it.
time-honored tradition in barbering.
But
can
honestly,
physically
guys,
see it in
can
front
you
of
see a difference? Can you
Yeah,
see a difference?
absolutely.
It looks
man.
nice,
Yeah.
especially on the side. The
Yeah.
side I can tell
Cleaned it up.
it's nice and cleaned up.
Trim some
More
years off of
definition.
you.
Wait, so it's all electric.
She's got a great hand. She's got
Hang
a
on, do
great.
all you boys, like every time you go, they're doing the full steam number to you, the whole lot? Because I
Yeah,
just thought
man.
that was an Instagram thing.
Wow.
Wait, Rick's
Wait, what do
shaking
you-
his
what do
head.
you
Rick's
mean?
shaking his head.
No, I was answering PT's question. I don't get like a full steam.
you're not
towel
going to the right
situation.
spot.
Mine's steam towel.
How much is
I'm
paying for
going to
this
the-
shit?
I love my spot.
Mine's like $30, but I'm only getting the beard.
Who's to
30
check?
bucks and they do the steam. I'm paying more for that and they don't steam me at all.
I got mine yesterday. I was in the chair for 45 minutes. It was
so-
lovely.
honestly,
I started passing out. She asked me if I needed an espresso
Yo.
mid
I
shave,
started
'cause I'm
passing
just
out.
like-
I
at
started-
one point I twitched. I thought she maybe shaved me up.
I started passing out too. It was great.
It's the best.
I kind of didn't want it to end, but I was afraid because you're lying back there, eyes closed, and then there's the big reveal, and you're like, "Oh, please God, don't ruin this, please." And then I was like,
Well, what's the concern that she just would hit like a?
too short here. I look like freaking, Azamat or something. I don't know.
Wow,
I
I
don't
love for the professional.
Oh, you're gonna
Man.
do the no mustache.
I don't
beard.
know.
Oh, okay. I see
I
what
would
you're
love
saying.
to see Helwani with
love
that.
that.
I would love that.
You're forced to go dog.
You gotta do that.
I got it cleaned up here. Came home and the kids were like, "Oh, huge difference." Huge difference.
Aw,
Wife
shit.
couldn't be bothered. Wife had no idea. They couldn't be bothered. Kids were like, "Yeah, Dad, still got it." So I felt good. I felt
You ever
good.
notice
Did this
that,
actually
like-
happen, or is that a creation?
Swear
the
to
last
God.
part.
Swear to God.
Standing
The
ovation.
kids
They
are
were
like
waiting.
clapping as you come in
My-
the door. Like,
My
wow.
kids are very into 13 and 11, turning 12. Very into haircuts at this age. They're very like
got great hair, in fairness
every
to
2
that.
weeks we get a haircut. I'm like, yo, this stuff, it doesn't grow on trees. So they're into the
hair or the
haircuts.
money?
They're into the clothes. They're into looks. Like birthdays, they just want like cool jerseys or cool t-shirts. Like that's all they want. They don't want toys. They're into that stuff. And so I was trying
I was
to.
more questioning the "he still got it" part, not necessarily
Oh,
like the
I
fact
may have
they're
added that line.
Yeah,
I may
yeah.
have
See,
added
that's
that line.
the part.
again, baby.
That dad
Dad
still
is
got it.
That's
great.
the part. That's the part. I was,
Eating that chocolate cake. You know that?
Yeah, that didn't-
Anyway. I felt
Congratulations,
good.
man.
Yeah,
You did
no,
it.
thanks, guys. Shout out.
Revived your relationship with your old barber.
If you want to go check them out, should I give them a plug? Is
yeah,
that-
for sure you should.
Go to Fellow Barber in the Seaport District. Alessia is the girl's name. French lady, very, very nice. We actually spoke French the whole time, which was nice as well as getting it prepared for the Olympic Games. It was great. And even booked another appointment. How about that? Gonna go.
Wow, you got the follow-up.
I got the follow-up. I got 3 follow-ups
Jesus.
because she's booked up till mid-March.
It's the way to
Wow.
do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Every 2
Did you
weeks
tell
or
her you were
something?
nervous?
Every 3 weeks. I did tell her. I said I was very nervous. Please don't screw it up or I'm coming for you.
Yeah, what kind of pressure is that? Hey, can't wait for this. Don't fuck it up.
No, she's
Haven't
incredible.
seen you in 14 years.
I told her, you still got it. You're the GOAT. All right? So thank you very much.
Every time I go to a new barber and they do the straight edge like on the neck, I can't help but like sit there and get nervous. Stranger, never met him.
It kind of feels good.
Razor to my neck.
Yeah.
You just never know.
Do you think it's because they're
Press
going
a
to take
little-
liberties
Too
and
much
be
Sweeney
like,
Todd,
I don't
man.
really like you, or mess up and then you get cut?
Oh no, I'm talking hyper paranoia that they're just gonna like take the razor to the
And just be
jugular
done.
or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
I don't think of these things. But if you're in the New York area, downtown, go check her out. She really is incredible. Still got it from 2011. So I feel good, guys. I feel good about myself. We went really long on that first question, by the way.
Oh, that was just one.
Who the fuck is
be
we?
serious, Frank.
Oh, that was just one. All right.
Can I squeeze in a couple more? We don't have our guests,
Not
right?
yet, not yet.
Still to come, Joe Pyfer. Still to come, Fluffy Hernandez. Of course, true to form, Daniel Cormier telling me he's going to be late. I told you guys. But he'll show up. Trust me, he will be here. And Chuck Mindenhall as well. Let me squeeze in a couple. What's up, Ariel? This is from Max H. Would you try to take Armin down for $15K? How do you think you would fare? I think I would fail miserably, and I think he would like reverse me and choke me out in 2 seconds. So, Dom Bernetti. Hi, Ariel. Thoughts on UFC holding Thoughts on UFC holding an event outside for the White House? Do you think this opens the door for further outdoor venues? Well, that's a good question. Like, will they do this? I don't think so. By the way, something that's not talked about enough. June, like it does rain sometimes. What happens if it's just like a torrential downpour?
I think you know.
By the way, just for the record, you say it gets canceled? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying.
Or do they move it to
a lot
the
of things that
freaking
can happen here,
MCI
lads.
Center?
A lot of things.
My son's bar mitzvah was on June 14th last year. It rained the entire day. I remember.
Beautiful day, though.
It was a beautiful day, but you remember it rained, right?
Yeah, it rained.
What happens? We haven't even discussed that. I'm sure they're going to have like a little canopy thing, right?
Yeah, just throw some tarp.
Yeah. No big deal. Pied Piper of Newark. And to answer the question, I don't think this will prompt Dana to do more of these. I think he doesn't like the uncertainty. Pied Piper of Newark. What's up, Ariel? Hope all is well. Do you have any idea yet if Chael and some of the other ESPN guys are moving to Paramount? Keep up the great work and shout out to GC. If you want to learn to scuba dive, sometimes you got to get a little wet. What's that mean?
That's a
great point.
Words to live by. Thanks, Dana.
And then he said, hashtag scuba Connor, hashtag wet Connor.
What the fuck does that mean?
What the fuck is happening?
I don't know.
Now I see why
always
he's
get the
paranoid of his
weird-
barber.
Connor
Hashtag wet
definitely
Connor?
attracts the weirdest bunch.
Make sure you're not getting followed home tonight, GC. Go ahead.
Most of the
That's your barber.
ESPN people, as you say, were UFC people. Very, very few of them were ESPN people. And so now that the ESPN deal is done, yes, a lot of them will show up on Paramount pre-shows, post-shows. I did hear that there's some sort of like podcasty type of thing in the works, YouTube streaming type of thing. Are they coming for us? Are they coming for us, guys? What do you think? Daily show?
Hey,
But But yes, the vast majority of those names. I saw there was some New York Post article that was behind a paywall where it said like, ESPN's not keeping these guys around. Did anyone think that any of them were staying? Like, why would they stay at ESPN? There's no more UFC on ESPN.
I could have imagined a world where one person or another was like, this is a great opportunity. I could have relationships at ESPN, let me stay. But I wouldn't assume that the majority would, and it feels too easy to just travel with the UFC.
It's also like misleading.
Yeah.
I had a couple of my friends be like, they're getting rid of Anik?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, no, dude, no.
No. Yeah, it was a little silly. No, Anik is a UFC employee. He is staying. Have no fear. Josh Patrick. Hey, Ariel. With Chuck starting on MK now, what is that, Mortal Kombat? No, Morning Kombat. What does this mean for his engagement with Uncrowned? Was he not contracted with you? Will he still be writing and doing cameos?
He's out of there.
Chuck's gone. He's seeing someone else?
Yeah.
Good thing he's going to be on later so you can confront him about it.
It's a polyamorous relationship we have now with
No, it's typical.
He's already dead.
Typical Broncos fan.
Oh.
Not loyal.
Oh, here we go.
Starts.
Here
Oh,
we
it
go.
starts.
Knife in the back. Seeing other
Oh
people
my
behind your
God.
back. Doesn't give you the heads up. That's crazy.
Man,
Jesus Christ.
God
That
forbid he gets a new girlfriend and the Broncos win this week.
Yeah, I know, right?
I think I'm ringing in sick on Monday
Yeah, I was
if
gonna
they
say that.
fucking win.
What, God forbid? Is he even showing up to the post shows anymore? Is he showing up to the
damn.
crack? Is he doing the crack
Is he on the
anymore?
crack?
Who's
Yeah.
to check?
I was going to ask, is he allowed at this point?
PT,
Like, it sounds
you
like...
tell us as the EP of the crack.
This is gonna be a fucking disaster. Like this is
What?
He's already getting heated up.
No.
You should have saw him in the message thread earlier on. He is just straight away already just throwing out the reel. I could see it was just me and him texting. Chuck was just watching the messages for about 2 hours and was like, "Oh, hi lads."
I'm just saying. I didn't get a heads up. Did you get a heads up, PT?
No,
Rick?
he doesn't have to clear things with me.
I was not consulted or informed.
Chuck actually gave me a ring.
Oh, weird. On the blower?
He asked me for a referral.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, I guess...
I gave him a reference.
No. Here's Ali Frazier. GC, please blind rank these college football coaches of all time 1 to 5.
Yes.
Urban Smokehouse Meyer. Why Smokehouse?
Was he at a smokehouse when he was with the girl in Jacksonville? Something. Maybe it has something to do with that.
Gonna Google
Let's
him.
go 3. Right middle of the pack.
Kirby Smart. Is that Georgia?
Yeah, 2. Back to back.
Signetti. That's the IU guy. What's his
Signetti?
first name? Steve?
Kurt. 4, but there's potential there.
Mario Cristobal.
5, easy.
Wow. No love.
It's Miami's coach.
Yeah.
What's the resume?
Lane Kiffin.
Fuck. All I have left is 1, but he's not 1. I put him 4.
Who would you actually put?
I would go Smart 1, Urban 2, Signetti 3, Lane 4, Cristobal 5.
People love the blind rank. Like, I'm actually more interested in your actual ranking.
I actually quite enjoy the blind
Yeah, it
rank.
is
It's
fun.
become a bit of
Usually
a
want the
tradition
real
around
rank,
here.
yeah.
It is fun. I do enjoy it. Speaking of blind rank, here's one for New York Rick, unless he's tied up.
No, I'm okay. Hit me.
Here we go, New York Rick. Please blind rank these New York-based movies.
Sure.
1, 2. He didn't tell me how many. 6. No, 5.
5.
Home Alone 2.
Fuck.
It's a great one.
2.
Raging Bull.
Oh, fuck me. This is
It's from Cosmo Kramer, by the way.
3.
Big Daddy.
5.
American Psycho.
4.
Coming to America.
Oh, perfect. Nailed that. Done. 1. Easy.
Really? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's such a
It is a classic.
fantastic New York movie.
It is a classic. Good day, Ariel and team from Aussie Jack. What do you think of these 5 bold predictions? Tom Aspinall doesn't fight in 2026. False. Alex Volkanovski retires as champion in 2026. False. Kayla Harrison retires as champion in 2026. False. Well, my previous bold prediction is that she wins and then fights at the White House, and now all of that's up in the air. JDM is winless in 2026. False. Conor McGregor is knocked out at the White House card. I mean, it could happen. But the other ones I don't love. This is from Kenny. PT. I'm curious what your opinion is of my favorite Irish beer, Kilkenny. And if he's been to the top of the Crow Patrick yet. Cheers, guys.
I haven't been to the top of Crow Patrick. I might be doing it this summer. It's out by Westport there on the Wild Atlantic Way. Kilkenny is beautiful, but I only ever drink it when I'm in Kilkenny. It's a stout, but it's a different color stout. Really, really nice though. Great shout and a very, this boy knows ball. Like the show Kilkenny.
Is it as good as Irish? What is it?
Killian's Irish Red.
Yeah, Killian's Irish Red.
Killian.
Do you know what? It would be based on the Killian's model.
Yeah.
I'd say.
Oh, you've tried it.
It's not a black stout. It's kind of a red, a golden.
An amber is what I heard Killian's.
You know why I always liked that beer? Because it felt like I was drinking like a cream soda. You know.
Drinking the McGillicuddy Reeks like on an Irish mountain range.
Yeah.
Every time I take a mouthful.
Nice cold glass. Here's one from Jamal 2020. Now that Chuck is working with Luke Thomas, will Luke come under the Uncrowned umbrella? I mean, golly, I'm just learning about all of this, guys.
Does Chuck know the controversy he's caused? Like,
Wait a second. Here's inappropriately appropriate. Hey, Ariel, could you comment on how the contracts are set up for the team? As you know, Charles the Man in the Hat Mindenhall is going to be doing the Mortal Kombat podcast. Is everyone an independent contractor? Can we see GC showing up on the F1 and D1 daily glazing next? Thanks, IA. What is that?
What is that?
He's in negotiations with them as we
speak. I just had a meeting with the F1 D1 glazing show just yesterday.
Oh, my dear. We are all independent contractors. As you can see by this news, everyone can do whatever they want. So we'll get to the bottom of this one later in the program. More questions shall be answered as well. We did get a little late because we were talking about all the news that transpired over the past 24 hours, and a central figure in that big news cycle is the man that we will speak to first on today's program. He will be meeting the last style bender in the center of the octagon on the 28th of March in beautiful Seattle, Washington, the Climate Pledge Arena. What a great venue that is. Home to your Seattle Kraken. He's your friend and mine, the great Body Bags Joe Pyfer, and he's kind enough to join us to talk about this very exciting booking. There he is. What's up, Joe? How are you?
What's going on? I'm good, brother. How are you? I'm back again.
You are back. You are back with some very, very exciting news to talk about. And so first, can I ask, congratulations on getting this big fight. When did this come across your desk, so to speak? When did you find out that this is the direction the UFC wanted to go in?
So I would say probably about a month ago now. And, I initially was offered Paulo Costa, and I love that fight. It used to be one of my dream fights, but I mean, I think he pulls out of a lot of fights. I think he's a big guy, so I'm glad to see that he's going to 205. I think that's a better fit for him. But yeah, I found out about a month ago. Originally Paulo Costa, then they moved a different direction, and then they came back with the Izzy fight, and I was like, dude, absolutely, it's a win-win. There's no losing, no matter result. There's no losing in this. This is life-changing moment for me, and he's arguably, in my opinion, he's the best middleweight of all time. But arguably, aside from that, the best middleweight of all time. So to have that fight, knowing that he doesn't have that many more left, is it's an honor, man. And I like Izzy. We've met each other a couple times. So yeah, I found out about like a month ago, and they announced it.
Okay, so just a follow up or two there. The Costa fight, when was that supposed to be for?
I think like early March, late March, same deal, same date. But there was never no serious conversation about it. It was a name that was offered. I said yes. Then it was offered again. I said yes. I said yes, but I said no to the one date. It was supposed to be like the first card, January 24th. And I was like, nah, I can't do that because I just had surgery. But I was like, I like the fight. I'll do it later. I just can't do it because I had surgery in, December. So, or not December, whatever. I don't even remember when it was.
What was the surgery on?
8 weeks ago. So I had left elbow surgery. It's just like a routine cleanup. I hit pretty hard, and it starts like chipping and calcifying bones on my nerve and my joint in my left elbow. So every once a couple of years, I have to go in and get it cleaned out. So they took out 7 bone chips, and so it's just a cleanup process. But nonetheless, got to take the right time to heal and recover and whatnot. So
how's it feel now?
Good, bro. I'm back to training.
Okay.
And I feel good. No injuries. I'm ready to go.
By the way, can I just say, I'm only seeing kind of like your head here. You look jacked right now. I don't know if it's because you're not wearing a shirt or something, but why do you look so big?
It could be. I'm pretty big right now.
How big are you right now?
Like 216, 217.
Are you always 216, like this far out from a fight? Not that far. I guess it's like a little over 2 months. Are you always 216-ish?
Yeah, it depends, man. Like when I fought Kelvin, I wasn't that big because my body is super sensitive. So if I'm doing back-to-back weight cuts, it's pretty hard for me to keep the weight on. But I've been lifting and eating clean, and I'm still like kind of chiseled, so I feel good. And yeah, man, I usually hold weight pretty well. So it's just when I do the weight cuts, I try to like keep myself super lean. So I fluctuate anywhere between like 208, 220, 215. But yeah, I've been sitting pretty nicely at like 215, 216.
When you heard Izzy was the guy, what was your reaction? Like, was he even on the radar? Did you think that this was someone that they were interested in having you fight next?
No, bro. You know, to be honest, like there's many other guys that deserve this fight, probably over me. And you know, I'm number 15. They teeter-tottered with me being in the rankings after I beat a Boost, even though he was number 14 when I fought him. And well, he got bumped down to 15 just as I fought him, so then I got 15. But yeah, you know, they teeter-tottered me in and out of the rankings, and then you know, the Paulo Costa fight was like the top 15, obviously, and I was like, yeah, it's a good fight, but it really doesn't move the needle for me. Like me beating Costa or fighting Costa, you know, if I beat him, it doesn't really move the needle for my name. It doesn't really, like, you know, I just feel like it's kind of like a treading water to maintain my spot type of deal, just because of the current rank that he was and the inactivity of his, you know, last 5 years has not been that great. And then how many fights have been canceled, the missing weight. And I'm in a position where I don't want to lose a fight and I don't want to deal with pullouts. And I'm glad I didn't have that fight, because if you look at it, he had Bruno Ferreira, and that, you know, he pulled out like the next day. Now he's at 205. So, but yeah, Izzy was not on the radar. And when they said it, man, I was just grateful. You know, like I said, it could have been anybody, but it's me. It's little Joey P. And my story is, it can't be written better. All the adversity I've had, all the journey that I've been on, and, you know, the ups, the downs, the sickness, the injuries. And, you know, I finally get my chance, you know, and it's fair game. He breathes air. He has lungs. Having said that, I have a lot of respect for him. I like this dude. And, yeah, I'm just excited to go in there and compete, bro, against one of the best.
Not sure if you know this or if you even care about this stuff, but you have opened as the favorite going into this fight by a slight margin. Your reaction to that?
I don't care, bro. Like, I think a lot of people, despite their feelings for me, because I'm not the easiest guy to like, which I'm super, super prideful about. Like, I don't care if people really like me that much no more. One thing I want to be known for, bro, is that, you know, I got this opportunity and I'm absolutely bringing the heat, and I'm going to go and try to be the first one to stop him in a really bad way. You know, just on a sport, you know, competitive, you know, and I hope that we're both healthy afterwards, but I know I have those capabilities over anybody in this division to really hurt someone where they don't move. And I'm just excited to test my skills, man. So I don't really care about the odds. I think that's people sleeping on him because he's only had, you know, he's on a 3-fight losing streak, but they're to the best guys in the world and the active guys in the world. So, yeah, man, I mean, you can't look too much into the odds, bro. This is one of the best guys in the world. He was one of the longest defending middleweight champions in the world, aside from Anderson Silva. And, you know, he's the style bender. He did amazing things while he was a champion, and he carried himself like a champion. So, yeah, I don't look into the odds, but I think people know. They know what I'm going to bring to them, and that's damage. That's what I'm trying to do, cause damage.
And do you have any insight as to whether or not this was one, you know, Izzy's reached a point in his career where he could perhaps say, like, hey, UFC, I want this guy, I want that guy. He's reached that point, I think you would agree. Do you know if he asked for you or if they came to him with you? Do you have any idea on how this came about?
No, well, I mean, yeah, I got offered it from, I don't know if it was Hunter or Mick, I forget which one, but my manager called me and they were like, how does Pyfer feel about Izzy? And I was like, absolutely. Like, that's no question. Like, why would I not take that? So I said yes immediately, and he hadn't said yes yet because they hadn't talked to him. And then when they talked to him, he said yes. And he said, I think something along the lines of, like, you know, he beats me. He knows he's still got a good title run in him. Mm-hmm. And, you know, he's beating an up-and-comer. You know, I'm big, I'm powerful, and, you know, a contender, or whatever you want to call me. But, and then at the same time, you know, he also said, you know, there's something along the lines of, like, passing the torch. Like, there isn't a better guy for him to pass the torch to if, you know, he doesn't have it anymore. So, like I said, me and Izzy like each other from what I like him. we've met each other. We've had some really good conversations in person, and you know, I have nothing but respect for the guy, and I'm excited for it, man. It's honestly a relief because it's, you know, unless shit changes and he starts going a little wild, you know, then I'll match that because I don't like that shit. But yeah, man, I'm just grateful, bro. Like it's life changing. You know, this goes beyond just his name and all this. Like I get to compete against one of the best middleweights of all time. And with a win, you know, I think a win, no matter how I win, puts me in title contention for one more than the belt, you know, from 15 to 6 to, you know, one more to title. Yep. And I think that this is, you know, the UFC giving me an opportunity, as well as giving Izzy an opportunity to come back and show that he's still, you know, one of the best in the world. And I think I will treat him as he's one of the best in the world, because now he has no pressure, right? Like he has pressure of fighting a guy that's relatively a known name compared to him. But, you know, how much respect can I not give the guy for, you know, taking somebody like me who only has 120,000 followers, really doesn't have a huge name. You know, I'm respected, but I'm not like a big draw. So, you know, props to him for taking this and giving me the opportunity and being that guy that, you know, got him to be what he is now.
You mentioned meeting him in the past. Can you tell me about those chats? Was it just like friendly chatting? Did you train together? What was that like?
Nah, so I'd seen him when I fought Gerald Mearshart in Miami, and, you know, me and Sean Brady, like we had talked to him, and I was just like, yo, I know you can get it back when he fought Alex Pereira the second time. And he remembered that. So then when I saw him in International Fight Week this summer, you know, he was like, yeah, I remember what you told me, blah, 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 blah. And he you know, just kept telling me to do my thing. Just everything's super cool. And I told him I went to train together because I never thought I would get this fight, to be honest. And that didn't come to fruition. And I'm glad it didn't. But yeah, man, it's just like a respectful encounter, nothing crazy. It's not like we're best friends or anything like that. But I have I've been watching this guy before I was even in the UFC. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's cool. I've been watching everybody that I fought in the UFC before I got in. But, you know, that doesn't bother me type deal. I'm going to do what I got to do. And we're competitors. He knows what it is. I know what it is. And, you know, hopefully we keep that respect leading up to it. But, you know, we also are going out there to fucking hurt each other. So
I love this fight. I love this fight. I love it for you. I think it makes a lot of sense for him. Like both of you guys a lot, and I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if you noticed this, but I thought it was really cool. He put out like a hype video once the news came out, and what I thought was super cool.
And him.
Yes, most guys will just make it about themselves, and I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. He was showing your highlights. Like it looked like an official UFC promo, which I loved, and so I was wondering if you saw it and how you felt about it.
Yeah, I liked it. I loved it. You know, I follow Izzy, bro. I'm not going to unfollow him or anything like that. I'm going to follow him. It is what it is, but, you know, I'm going to train my absolute ass off, bro. I'm going to train as hard as I can until my body gives out on me and, you know, just seize the moment. Like, but yeah, it is cool. You know, that's respect. He understands the threat that I am for what I am good at. And, you know, I obviously know that the reason he's taking the fight too is because he sees an area he can win. I mean, if I was him and I was as skilled as he was, I would see that area of success too. If you go off my Jack fight or if you go off of a couple other fights, which I've always said, bro, I haven't had my best performances yet. I think certain styles really bring out the best in me. And I think this is one that's really going to showcase, you know, what I can do against the top tier guys. And once again, bro, I know I'm not the underdog betting, but, you know, I feel like I'm the underdog in the MMA community. Sure. You know, I'm sure a lot of people are like, why the fuck's this kid getting this opportunity, blah, blah, blah. But it is what it is, bro. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to be a vicious motherfucker. And I'm going to try to hunt him down and, but also not be a one-trick pony with the big shots. You know I have to fight a certain type of way to beat a guy like this. Like, he's too experienced. He's too savvy for the way I fought Abus Magomedov, the way I fought Jack, the way I fought fucking, who else did I fight? Who did I fight? Kelvin, where I was just fucking, you know, seek and destroy at one shot. Like, I'm not going to be able to get away with that with a guy like this. So I'm very well aware, very well prepared, and I've always envisioned fighting him one day. Just never thought it would happen, and here we are. So I'm fucking hyped, bro. I can't wait.
Well, more to that point, it's wild. I wrote it down. When Izzy beat Whitaker to become undisputed champion, he views that as a title defense because he was the interim champion, but he became undisputed champion. You were the Ring of Combat middleweight champion. You weren't even in the UFC yet. When you get your first shot on Contender Series, he's just about to fight Paulo Costa to make his second title defense, or as he would put it, his third. Like, so there was imagine back then that Joe Pyfer being told at some point you guys are going to fight each other. And the reason I bring this up is, sometimes we have seen in the past when there's that kind of discrepancy in terms of experience, the youngster, if you will, gets in the cage and maybe has too much admiration and respect for the other fighter and doesn't like go pedal to the metal. Is there any concern about that? Because clearly you do admire this guy and respect him, that you'll be in awe of him or anything like that. None of that.
No.
Okay.
Bro, like you're in there and you're trying to take my head off. Like I love and respect Izzy, but when we get in there, dog, you're trying to take something from me, and that's not going to happen. Not for free. And I'm not afraid to swing big. When I swing, I'll be swinging to fucking kill him. So, the intention wise, like, I hope we're both okay afterwards, but nah, bro, you ain't got to worry about me being gunshot, dog. I'm going after this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, that's just, I like chaos. I like the fight. I like the brawl. I like the bang. I'm not here to play pity patty and fucking have two hands on the dude, fucking pretending like we're best friends. Like, we're not best friends. I just have a healthy respect for him and everything that he's done. So I think it would be disrespectful for me to just be like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking knock him out. Look, do I believe I can knock him out? Yes, absolutely. I believe I could grapple him. I believe I can really show my full skills in this, but I'm not going to let, like, the moment's not too big for me, brother. Like I said, I said in the beginning, I like to eat pressure. I don't feel like the moments really wow me anymore. And I've had a couple good fights in the UFC where it's like being able to fight in front of the president, being on the main card. Like, I've done those things. Like, the only difference is now on the last fight. You know what I mean? And everything else is fake, bro. He's a man with a heart, lungs, breathes air. So when he's standing across me, he's 24-5 or whatever his record is, bro, but you're 0-0 against me. That's how I see it. So I won't be gun shy whatsoever, and I won't be afraid to go out there and try to take this from him.
Okay. You mentioned big fights, second main event in the UFC, and obviously the Jack Hermanson fight was much talked about. Do you view this as an opportunity to kind of right that wrong? There was so much hype around you going into... No, you don't view this as your...
Nah, bro, fuck those. Those are fake stats. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I had a fight and I lost, and I have a whole bunch of reasons, excuses, whatever you want to call them. I lost. I wasn't my best, and Jack was, and Jack won, and I've gotten shit for that, and that is what it is. Like, I lost the fight, fucking happens. But nah, I don't care about righting any wrongs. There was no wrong. I lost. He won, and despite whatever was going on, I lost. He won, and so I'm not looking at it like that. This is a new opportunity. That's yesterday, and let's go. I'm fighting Israel Adesanya March 28th, Seattle, and that's my mindset. I don't give a fuck about righting no wrongs. There is no wrongs. My life is perfect. I lost for a reason, and it's, in my mind, it's all God's plan. So you couldn't have written a better story. I've been through so much, bro, with the injuries and just the way that it took, how much it took from me in my life to actually make it to the UFC. So I'm just fortunate and blessed to be here, bro, and I'm going to make the most of this opportunity, and I don't worry about dumb shit like that.
Okay. I saw you recently training with Nicky Rod, the BJJ great. How did that come about, and is this maybe a sign of perhaps what we're going to see in this fight?
Nah, I train with Nicky Rod on the regular whenever he comes up. Me and him are pretty cool. He's a good dude, bro, and he's obviously the best grappler, one of the best grapplers in the world, and he's so kind to like help and like we go at it, bro. It's fun. Obviously he's better than me. He's one of the best in the world, but he's never shy to help me or critique me or tell me to come down and train with him. And we go dirt biking sometimes when he comes up. So like he's a real friend and a cool dude. So I'm always trying to learn, man. And anytime I can pick a guy's brain like that, I'm going to do it. I have good jiu-jitsu. I am a black belt in jiu-jitsu. And I have good wrestling, bro. I'm telling you, a lot of parts of my games are still underrated, and that's just because I'm always hunting a knockout. But I think this fight will be a lot different because I don't think that I can win doing what I've done against other people, which is trying to march people down and bomb them. There's a time and a place where I will be able to, but how I get there is going to be very important because, Izzy is a savage, and he's good at what he does. And, we're going to be well prepared, bro.
I know you said in the past that you'd like to fight on the White House card. Do you think this rules you out?
What's the date of the White House card?
June 14th.
So what, we're March, April, May, June? Absolutely not. Why wouldn't I be able to get on that? Let's go. If I don't have any injuries, bro, let's do it. That's
I mean, you get a big knockout over Izzy, that your stock would be sky high, right?
But the question is who do I fight? You know what I mean? We're gonna have to see who's available and who they could give me, because beating a guy like Izzy, there's only I gotta fight somebody in the top 5 at that point, or fight for the belt. So, which I don't think is gonna happen, because I think Khamzat and Imavov are gonna fight, and then I think Khamzat moves up, or maybe doesn't even defend it.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Imavov's gonna be champion before the end of the year.
Wow. You think they fight? Or do you think he beats him? You think they fight, or do you think he do you think he beats him, or do you think that Khamzat moves up and he just gets a vacant title fight?
Well, I'm seeing that Khamzat wants to fight, Alex Pereira on the White House card. He's been tweeting at that. So that's my speculation for why he wants to move up. I don't think he wants to cut that weight. But who knows, bro? I could be completely wrong. And if he does stay, I think he's going to be forced to fight Imavov to defend his title. He just won the belt. So if I'm wrong, he hasn't defended a belt, right?
He has not defended it. No, he beat DDP.
So I can't imagine that if they do give him the opportunity against Alex Pereira, not John Jones, against Alex Pereira, then I would assume that they would force him to vacate the middleweight belt. And then I think Imavov and whoever would fight. And whoever wins that would be it. But I don't see anybody beating Imavov, really. I don't think DDP could beat him. It's interesting, bro. So I don't really know. My whole point in saying all that is I don't know who I would fight on the White House card, but I would love to be on the White House card. I'm one of the most American motherfuckers out there. And I'm campaigning to get fucking American-made shorts, for this fight. I think that's a monumental thing for me. I want to get USA flag type shorts. I'm Team USA up in this bitch, bro.
All right. I love that. I hope they start doing more of that stuff. Last one before I let you go. So what are you thinking? What are you feeling? How do you see this playing out? What do you think happens on the 28th of March?
I think I'm just going to be a very physical guy to deal with, as far as pressure, but smart pressure, and just causing damage. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but we have, we're already looking at our game plan and, drafting people that we can have come in and try and mimic him. And, I'm going to have my homework cut out for me, man. But I think I'm going to be very effective with anything that I do, as far as a game plan, because of the damage that I can cause and because of just the intensity of the training that we do. So I'm going to be ready, and hopefully I don't get pneumonia again, so this doesn't fuck my cardio for 5 rounds. And as long as I'm healthy, bro, you will see the best version of myself, and I think I will be able to get the finish on Izzy. Whether it be a submission, whether it be a knockout, I know that both of those are there. I'm at the very least, bro, he could fucking style on me, all this shit. But if he gets caught clean with the power that I have, I always say this: if I can catch you clean, I will put you away. And if I hurt you, I will put you away. So, and the only reason I didn't fucking put away Kelvin is because I let him off the hook every time, trying to look for the one hitter quitter. So, I'm a dangerous dude, and I think I can submit him or KO him.
I can't wait. Man, you just talking about it. I can't wait. What a fun fight. Sort of came out of nowhere, but I love it. Yeah. Great city, great arena. March 28th, 2.5 months away. Cannot wait. Good luck to you, my man. Thanks for jumping on. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, bro.
All the best.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And we'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much, Joe.
All right.
The great Joe Pyfer joining us. He returns to action on March 28th against Israel Adesanya. Hopefully we get a chance to talk to Izzy before that fight. It has been a minute, as they say. We did talk to him in June at International Fight Week in Las Vegas, but he had nothing going that was post-Imavov fight. A lot has happened in the middleweight division. We'll talk to one of the top middleweights in the world, Fluffy Hernandez, in a matter of seconds. He returns on February 21st. It's all coming together. First half of the year, some interesting fights. It's all coming together, and he returns on the 21st of February in Houston against Sean Strickland. That's 4 versus number 3. I still believe in the rankings. Okay? I still believe in the rankings. I'm going to try to squeeze in a couple questions here and there as we get to guests, because we didn't get to a lot of them off the top. So I'll go back to the questions.
On the nose.
A minute here, a minute there, a question here, a question there. True Love No More says, hello, this is your neighborhood bookie here. I've come to collect funds from the betting expert himself, GC. He took the over 6 months on Poatan and Cortez to be together, and it was a huge swing and a miss. The over on True Love has led you astray, not even close. Thanks for the easy cash, GC.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. What do you want me to sit on here and say?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to break up next week.
Yeah, no.
I actually would have been a fortune teller if I had said that.
Yeah, that would have been insane. But no, not the right type of energy you want to put out. Here's Steve Buscemi. Let's talk about it for one more second because I need your take on your Bills/referee near debacle. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. The half clearly ended before the Jags hiked the ball and the referee somehow determined they spiked it in time when the whole world saw that wasn't the case. I was freaking out. Great throw. They're running. Trevor Lawrence had to run like 30 yards just to make it in time, spike the ball. We're not even set. They're not even set. And somehow they say, yeah, 1 second left when they've got a kicker who can make it 70 yards, no problem. They then miss the kick and end up losing the game by 3. Were you losing your mind in this moment? Yes, I was losing. My kids were telling me to calm down. I was like, this is bullshit. This guy's going to make the kick. I can't believe this shit. I can't believe they're trying to rob us. I can't believe it. And then, of course, as they say in the business, what do they say in the business, Frank? What do they say in the business? They say ball don't lie. And what did he do? He shanked it. That kick goes in and the game goes to OT, whole different story. It's the equivalent to Adelaide Bird scoring 50-45 for the Italian gangster when the other two judges had it 50-45 starts. Yeah, you're right. But thank God, unlike in MMA and boxing, the ball don't lie. Triple Double says, you'd be hard-pressed to find worse takes than Rick. And we get what he's doing. Every day before OTN, he decides to spew some nonsense and die on the weirdest hills because he knows people are going to call him out on OTN like me, and he loves it. Rick, we are catching on to what you are doing, bud. No rivalries anymore because there's too much money at stake. What the F does that even mean? GC had to go home and meditate after you wound him up like that. He needed a palate cleanser. Cheers.
I have stated this before. I will state it again. These are not for simple minds like yours. These takes are for people who can comprehend what I'm saying and capable of higher level thought. You sit this one out and you leave this to the rest.
Not me though, right?
No.
This guy. Yeah.
This gentleman who's...
Oh, I think this is also aimed at us, Ariel.
Huh?
No. I feel like you guys actually came around once I kind of made the point.
No. We just had to move on.
No, when you guys were like, well, it could be this. And then obviously it was not going to be any of those that you said. This is not for the uninitiated. This is not for
Okay. Very quickly before you have to get the next guest in. This is from Kenny. Aloha and Ohana.
Aloha.
Can Rick please blind rank these 5 female challenge champions? Laurel.
Wait, female?
Yeah, female challenge champions. Laurel.
Oh, Laurel.
Oh, sorry.
Number 1.
Camilla.
3.
Never heard of any of these people, by the way.
Yeah.
Evelyn.
2.
Cara Maria.
4.
Ashley Mitchell.
Again, I've nailed it.
Nailed it? Wow.
It's fucking perfect.
Wow.
Fucking perfect.
Here's Scott from Toronto. This window thing is a work. I mean, there was Monday's screen outage, moving camera action in IRL. What are you talking about? We actually confirmed they covered the Empire State. You actually think we would put up a screen with
There wasn't
a
screen outage. There was a citywide power.
Yes. It was like
Verizon's
1977.
down right now, and that could affect the window too.
Anyway, he says IRL, which takes the wind out of my whistleblowing cells. December 9th, 2024 was a new view. He says DJ, December 4th, 2024, old view. BITB December 5th, interim view. The videos are on YouTube. Just go look. I noticed this when it happened, but said nothing. Why keep selling us the window? It's clearly just a camera feed on a screen that has displayed 3 different views. And then there was Monday when the city disappeared. Anyway, look, you guys, I can't believe that this is still a thing. Like, look, I could see the smoke from the buildings. It's so crazy. It's a great view, by the way.
People are crazy, man.
Yeah. Here's Toronto Mike D. Hola El Nariz. I have a few quick comments / questions for you guys. For Ariel, the man in the hat, Chuck Mindenhall, has taken Brian Campbell's spot on Luke Thomas's show. Happy to see he won't be on his Friday show, as his rightful spot is on the crack on this day. What are your thoughts on this acquisition of Chuck? I've had 30 minutes to digest it, still taken aback. Luckily, he's booked today, so we can talk to him about it. This is for Frank Mysterio. Jamal Hill did a response to the journalism comment, and his reply was, whoop-de-doo. It may be It may be the best sound drop anyone has ever gifted you guys. You have to check it out.
Disingenuous.
Can we get whoop-de-doo, Frank?
I haven't watched it.
He did another response video.
Oh man, that one was incredible. Honestly, the response to the response to the response.
There's 3 responses.
Get the fuck out of
here. His channel can't be doing that.
Before the
bad.
holiday break,
oh, God.
Frank heard the whoop-de-doo, and Eric was like, "We got to make this a drop." We're still waiting on Frank to make
I can't tell if y'all are being serious.
I'm dead serious. Like
Frank,
I don't make jokes.
I'm going to his channel right now.
Anyway, for that Johnny Come Lately New York Rick, giving myself the Barry H. Last September, I asked you all about Gable possibly being on the White House card. The whole group said no chance. Fast forward to Rick saying he will not only be on the White House card, but will be Chab and hanging up his sweaty singlet behind him. Ricky, where were you in 2025 when I asked about it? LOL. I don't remember that, by the way. Do you remember that?
I don't, but we've changed our position. Check that thing out. By the way, I don't know if it's sweaty. I mean, he wore it like once for a promo shoot. I hope it's not sweaty. But we're all in. You know what? Kudos to you. Credit to you.
Yeah.
Going out on a limb, having a take, having a stance. You get rewarded.
Shout out.
Good for you.
Give us the time code. All right. I want to see.
Yeah. Let me see the receipts.
Yeah. All right, gents, let's move along. Still to come, the aforementioned Chuck Mindenhall. Still to come, Daniel Cormier. But let's stay with the middleweights for now. Massive fight coming up on the 21st of February. So a little less than a month, or a little more than a month, I should say, before that Joe Pyfer, Israel Adesanya fight. This one taking place at the home of the Houston Rockets, the Toyota Center. UFC returning there. They've had many a card there, including Daniel Cormier versus Alexander Gustafsson, UFC 192. It's the return of Sean Strickland against the red-hot Anthony Fluffy Hernandez, the aforementioned Anthony Hernandez, kind enough to join us right here now. There he is. Hello, Anthony. How are you?
How are you doing? I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Welcome back. Very excited about this. First, can I ask, how are you doing? Obviously, we were very excited about the Vancouver fight. Unfortunately, you had to withdraw. I'm assuming all is good, but just wanted to ask how you were doing off the top.
Yeah, I'm healthy again, so that's all that matters, you know what I mean? Now it's go out there and do what I do best and get my freaking title belt.
You were on some kind of roll, and obviously that was feeling like a potential number 1 contender fight when you had to come to the conclusion that you couldn't fight. How difficult was it to make that call?
Man, it sucked, but it's like, I don't know, my life's never been perfect, so I just fucking roll with the punches, you know what I mean? So it is what it is, but I'm healthy and I'm going to show up and show what I can do.
Can I ask what happened?
I really don't like telling people shit because like then motherfuckers just target shit, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But I'm good again, so
okay. So you're keeping, no one knows. You're keeping, and I'm not going to press on it, but you're just going to keep it to yourself and hopefully it doesn't get out.
If it gets out, it gets out. But like at the end of the day, I mean, I'm just fucking trying to make money and get the fuck out of this game.
I get it. How long do you want to stay in the game with that mentality?
I don't know. As long as my body lets me, you know what I mean? If I can't fucking train, I can't do shit, then I'll hang them up. But for now, I'm fucking hungry as hell. I got plans that I need to fucking have done. So I don't know, till the wheels fall off, basically.
What kind of plans? Can you tell us about those?
I'm trying to just go MIA, man. I'm trying to build my private ranch, have my house, have a private gym, and just fucking probably never hear from nobody again.
Right. You don't want to do media. You don't want to talk to any of us. You just want to be left alone and live your life.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. That sounds good to you. You like that. That's what you're striving for. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's my shit. You know what I mean? I'd rather be left alone, ride dirt bikes, and fucking not be fucked with.
I get it. I actually just saw an interview from like September with Aaron Rodgers, and he said like when I'm done, you know, the quarterback, he said when I'm done, like, oh, you don't know who Aaron Rodgers is?
I've heard the name, but I don't know who he is.
He's a very, very famous quarterback. He's on the Steelers, but he's probably at the end of his career. He's a Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champion. He said, when I'm done, you will never see me. You will never hear from me. I'm going to disappear. None of you will ever hear anything. You can't ask me for anything. I'm done. I am disappearing. Sounds like you have that same kind of mindset.
Pretty much, yeah.
What's so appealing about that?
It's just like, motherfuckers always want something. So if I can get the fuck away from everyone and they don't need me, it's good by me.
How close are you to getting that ranch that you talk about?
Fuck, I don't know. Probably, I don't know. I got to fuck up a lot more people, but I don't know. It's paid, my land's paid off. I just got to fucking keep putting stuff out there and then I'll slowly be out there. But I don't know.
Can I ask what motivates you more? Like some people say, you know, I want to be champion. I don't care about the money. Or is it like you need to bust up as many fools as possible to get to the wrench. That's the motivation. That's the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
I mean, like, I feel like you don't even get real money until you get a title. So for me, it's like, all right, well, I need the belt then. And then we go from there, make history, and then later, motherfuckers.
Okay. I like it. I like that mentality. Can I ask, did you even watch the Vancouver fight?
No.
Okay. When you found out that Brendan beat RDR, were you surprised?
No, he's a tough motherfucker, you know what I mean? Brandon's tough. I've fought him twice now, hurt, and he's a fucking tough son of a bitch. And I give him respect where it's due, you know what I mean? But no, man, I really don't give a fuck about fights, to be honest. Like, I feel like if I'm watching them and shit, I'm just doing fanboy shit. I really don't give a fuck. I'm trying to be the next biggest thing, and I've been saying that shit forever. So it's finally coming, and it's just like dope.
Yeah. Do you view this fight as the fight that gets you into that position that you're talking about, this Sean Strickland fight?
I think it all depends on performances and shit, you know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, fuck, I've been on a fucking crazy streak and I still haven't got a title shot, so I really don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go out there and enjoy having fun like I always do.
Have you been told, or your management been told, beat Sean Strickland, you're getting a title shot?
No, I don't think so. I don't really know. I'd have to ask Dave, to be honest. I really don't ask too many questions, man. I just kind of do what I do, make my money, and get the fuck out. Like, that's really much like my thing, man. I don't know.
I would imagine throughout this streak in your career, there have been times where your manager calls you up, Dave, and he's like, you're fighting so-and-so, or they want you to fight so-and-so, and you may not even know who these people are, right? Considering you don't really watch fights?
Yeah, no, I don't really give a fuck who they are. I'll take my chance against any man.
That's incredible. Do you even go on YouTube and check them out? Like, do you even like do a quick search on who they are, what they've done?
I mean, like, yeah. I mean, my wife watches fights a lot, so like usually when I'm around with the friends and shit, I'll watch them half-assed. So like, if I have a fight, I'll study them a little bit, and then the rest is up to my coaches, and then just stay sharp.
Wow. So your wife is like the brains. Your wife is the one who has the scouting report and the game plans.
I mean, she's like the one who's always fucking looking at shit online and stuff. So yeah, I mean, me, I really don't give a fuck, man. It's like, I'm just really good at hurting people, and that's about it. And one day I get a step away, and that's what I look forward to.
Does she tell you stuff, or you don't want to hear stuff? Like, did she say, "Oh, this person said this," or "This is online"? Like, does she tell you that, or you don't want to hear any of that?
I really don't give a fuck, man. Like, my whole thing with online is like, I can't hit you in the mouth, so I really don't care.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, if you want to say some shit in person, then let's fucking get it. But like, I'm not gonna fucking get mad and worked up over some dumb shit or what someone said. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, and sometimes they suck, and I fucking hate people's opinions, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Sean Strickland is opinionated, and obviously he's won a title. So I would imagine when you were told about him, as an opponent, you were somewhat interested. You knew who he was, at least.
No, I know who he is. I seen him at the PI and shit. We bullshitted.
Okay.
And like, you know what I mean? I'm very aware who usually has the belts or who gets the belt. You know what I mean? You see it all over the internet. So with him, I'm excited for sure. He's the ex-champ. And then this is like my opportunity to go out there and show what the fuck I can do now. You know what I mean? And then put me in line for that.
The matchup against Sean, does that, like, do you look at it that way? Like, oh, I like this style matchup. I think this would be a fun fight. Do you view the opportunities that way?
Yeah, no, he's a tough son of a bitch. So like, I'm not sleeping on him at all. I think this is going to be a fucking very fun fight to watch. I think it's going to be bloody. And like, I'm just looking forward to this shit.
I think a lot of people are looking forward to it for multiple reasons. Sean hasn't fought in quite some time. You haven't fought in quite some time. You're on an incredible run. Feels to me like a potential #1 contender fight. Is the hope that you're going to try to convince the brass, like with a great performance, that there's now no one else to look at? Is that part of the thinking?
I mean, I don't try to overthink shit, man, to be honest. I'm just go out there, do what I do best, and then hopefully they fucking throw my name in the hat, because last time I heard, Imavov and fucking Kazmat are boys and they don't want to fight each other.
Oh. I
don't give a fuck who's a 185. If you're 185 and you want the smoke, let's get it. I don't give a fuck. You can be my cousin, not fucking try to kill you. I really don't care.
There was some talk of this fight happening in Australia, and before it got out there, Sean Strickland said, "I don't want to go there."
Thank God.
Did that reach you as well? Like, was it originally Australia as far as you were concerned?
Yeah, that's what I was told too. Thank God he said something, because we're both not getting fucked on taxes. I gotta quit smoking, which sucks for Texas, but it is what it is. I'd rather quit smoking than get fucked on my money.
Sure. Now, when you say smoking, you mean like weed, right?
For sure, I don't smoke cigarettes.
Yeah. So what? That's illegal in Texas?
Yeah, telegay. You can't. You can't have like more than 50 milligrams in your system, whatever the fuck that means.
Is that the same like in Nevada?
Nah, it's like 150. Like I fucking take edibles all week and shit and get high as fuck all week.
Fight week.
Usually. Yeah.
Really? And that's okay. That doesn't make you lethargic or tired or anything like that, or just chill.
I don't know. I'm always tired, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Do you take it on fight day?
Nah, I fight sober. That's the one time. Like from weigh-ins to fight, I'm sober.
Okay.
But besides that, I'm usually high as fuck.
Wow. Do you take edibles and then like go train?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh wow. You spar?
Yeah.
What's that like?
Normal. I don't know.
Is it weird to do it sober? Is it weird? Like, does it feel different for you?
No. I mean, like, I'm just calmer when I'm high. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna try to take your fucking head off. So that's probably good for everyone else. Maybe I am a little bit slower and lethargic, but I don't know. I've never felt great in a fight, so it doesn't really matter.
What do you mean by that? Like banged up from training camp?
No, I mean, just you never feel good in a fight. Like,
sure,
if you fought before, I'm not nervous. I don't give a fuck about that. Like, worst case, I die, and then I don't have to work hard no more. You know what I mean? I really don't give a fuck.
Really?
I really don't give a fuck. No, bro. I could die tomorrow, and I'd be happy with what I've done.
I know, but you have family, kids, right? You want to see.
That'll be fine.
I know, but don't you want to see how like the story plays out?
For sure, but it is what it is. I'm not worried about it.
Okay, all right. I know, I get that. So what do you feel when you say like you don't feel great? What does that mean?
I mean, fuck, ask any fighter how they feel on fight day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're fucking depleted. You're hungry. I mean, UFC does everything to do the right way to get you healthy again, but like, you don't feel normal. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why I said the word nervous. Not that you strike me as someone, but like, people talk about butterflies, anxiety, throwing up, all that stuff. Does that happen to you?
Nah.
No.
But this is like the one time I could try to kill somebody and not get in trouble. So this is like, it's happiness to me, man. It's freeing. You know what I mean? Worst case, I die. Not worst case, I fucking win and get paid.
Yeah. Do you ever have that sensation like in life, like someone cuts you off and you're like, I wish I could get in the cage with this person right now?
I probably shouldn't talk about that type of stuff because
all right.
I'm trying to be a better person.
Sure. I don't mean that you do it. I'm not, but like just that, like you get that feeling inside, like, oh, it would be nice.
I mean, for sure. Everyone has that thing. You know what I mean? Like, if I got to make shit happen, I got to make shit happen. But I'm smart enough not to be on camera.
No, of course. Yeah. Not implying that whatsoever. So I feel like based on what you're saying about Khamzat and Imavov, this could be huge. This could be a big one. This could be. I
think so. But I'm focused on fucking Sean right now.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that matters because he's a tough son of a bitch. You know what I mean?
Were you hoping for DDP originally?
I was, because he's done so much great shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he took out all those big names that were doing shit. So it's like, if I would have got him, that would have been like, it would have been a fun fight, first of all. And I think the fans would have enjoyed it a lot more than the fucking title fight. But that would have been able to show like what I really can do everywhere, because DDP doesn't just do one thing. He does it all. You know what I mean? So that would have been fun to me as a martial artist.
You didn't like that title fight?
Fuck no, that shit was gay.
What about those shorts? I saw you rocking those cool shorts with the, I think it was like the American Eagle on the side, right here.
Oh yeah, that's not an eagle. It's a fighting rooster.
Damn. Still cool. And are you gonna rock those in the fight? Those would be sick in the fight.
I wish, but no, I don't know what you even got to do to get like cool shorts and shit in the UFC. Like they almost didn't let me walk out to represent Mexico anymore because I had to show fucking proof of residency from Mexico.
No way.
So like,
really?
Dude, I don't get special treatment, man. That's why I'm on a fucking 8-fight win streak. You know what I mean? There's no special treatment here. I have to go earn everything, unfortunately. And that's how my life's always been. So fuck it.
Man, but you're such a fun. I feel like you have like this real cult-like following. Your submissions have been great. Your fights have been great. Like there's never a boring fight that you're involved in. I feel like they need to get behind you like that. They've done special shorts for some guys. Something like that would be.
Yeah.
And I've seen other fighters who aren't even from countries have their flag on their shorts. Like they don't even live there and they just want to represent.
Yeah.
They're asking you for a proof of what? Residency?
Dude, yeah. I had to go jump through some hoops real quick and had to find my fucking grandparents' birth certificates and show that they're from Mexico and that I can represent. But I don't know.
That's wild. That is wild.
Yeah.
So who will you be representing on this fight?
Mexico still, of course.
Why Mexico over U.S.?
It's part of my blood's from, you know what I mean? My dad's from there. My mom's like family's from there. It's like, that's my heritage. You know what I mean? I'm American. Yes, I've been here, but like everything we've had and shit, we've had to earn. My parents, like on my dad's side, I'm technically first generation because he was smuggled in. And then on my mom's side, I'm second generation. So like, I don't know, we've had to earn everything. I remember being a little kid and going to these fucking camps and shit, like where they pick vegetables and shit. Like they would watch my tias would watch me and shit. So like, I grew up super Mexican, man. So like, to me, that's my pride. You know what I mean? Like I carry a lot of pride with that.
Wow, I love that. Can I ask about your dad's story? What do you mean when he was smuggled in? What is that? What happened there?
So like, you know, I mean, back in the day, it's like at home births and shit. So basically, like my grandpa had 5 boys, and then he smuggled 4 of them across the border to Texas, and then they said they were at home birth in Texas, and then so my dad had 2 birthdays and shit growing up, and
wow. That is unbelievable. What a So would you ever consider moving back there? Like, or I'm moving back because you were born here, but like, would you ever want to live there?
Oh, for sure. I'd for sure want to go out there. I've had talks with my mom to figure out how to get a house out there and shit. Like, I would love to go out there and train at the PI and shit.
Yeah. Which part would you like? Where's your family from?
I'd have to look at the birth certificate again, man. I'm not like I don't pay too much, I guess, attention on the history and shit. Like right now, it's just go. You know what I mean? I don't really have time to look back and ask questions.
I got you.
Right now, it's just fucking foot on the gas and go. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know you like to do a lot of activities and stuff. Do you like to play other sports?
I like playing sports for sure. Watching, not really. Okay. But playing for sure.
I saw they put you on the spot there shooting a free throw at the Rockets game.
Yeah, no, I suck at basketball.
Oh, here it is. Why'd you guys have to play it? I mean, you make this, right?
No, I fucking hit the rim, though, unfortunately. Like, I have no basketball skills, unfortunately.
In front of everyone like that?
I'm only good at hurting people. Like, that's like the best, I don't know. That's all I'm really good at. So I just make the most of it, you know what I mean? Try to be a good person.
Was it just one shot? Did they give you a practice shot? Nothing?
They gave me practice shots. Okay. I made a couple of the practice shots and shit, but like, I don't know. I just missed.
Yeah. Did you meet any of the players? They have a great team, the Rockets.
I shook one of the dude's hands.
Okay.
And like kind of talked a little bit, but I don't really know who any of these guys are. Yeah. So like
Kevin Durant. Surely you've heard of Kevin Durant.
I heard of him that day. Yeah. My girl told me about him. She's like a super big basketball fan. She likes all that shit.
Oh man, your wife seems very cool. She knows all the sports, the fighting, the basketball. Like she seems like
she likes
all that.
She just watches TV a lot. You know what I mean?
She informs you.
I don't got time for TV. Yeah.
You don't watch anything on TV?
No, I don't. They don't have time for it. I didn't grow up watching TV, man. I grew up working.
Right.
So
right.
I don't know. I go crazy if I got to sit around. I can't just sit around. I got to do shit.
What about your kids? Do they watch TV?
Yeah, they're fucking blessed. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I've worked my ass off so they can have a good life. So they get to play on video games and chill. They don't have to work, which is great.
Does it get you frustrated? Like you're like, man, when I was your age, I wasn't doing this. I was out in the field. I was working my ass off.
I mean, sometimes, but like this is what I did it for. You know what I mean?
Right. So you're proud to give them that life.
For sure. For damn sure.
Yeah. By the way, what was Qatar like? You were out there, right?
Yeah, that was cool. It was fucking different as hell. Yeah. No weed, sober.
Oh god.
No drinking.
No alcohol there, right?
No, but it was cool. Anytime I can get away with my friends and team and like just get the fuck away, I'm fucking happy to do it. You know what I mean? Martial arts and just enjoy life a little bit. Like I really didn't go anywhere until fighting. I've gone places to visit family and stuff, but like it was like once in a blue moon. Mm-hmm. So to me, this is what I kind of did it for, is to get out, you know what I mean, to experience life.
Was that your first time in the Middle East?
Yeah.
What was it like? I mean, it's a big culture change, right?
Oh, for sure. I fuck with like how they have their women now. That's dope. The multiple, that's kind of cool. Okay. They can't do shit. And that's not bad, right? I'm just kidding. No, it was definitely like crazy as fuck. Like seeing the difference of like all the women are like just their eyes are showing, you know what I mean? And then like it was crazy. It was a different fucking experience. No cussing, no like, they sent a whole list of shit we couldn't do.
Wow.
Which was like, it's wild, you know what I mean?
Wow, and no alcohol.
I mean, you have to be on like a side of a hotel and shit, but I don't really like drinking anyways. Like, it usually goes downhill when I start drinking.
Yeah. No, I get that. But I saw you on a camel there. Was that your first time?
Yeah, no, that was it was pretty cool. I'd never fucking been on a camel. That shit hurts your fucking nuts.
Yes.
Like that fucking little hump they have.
Yeah.
But it was fucking dope. I mean, it felt like a really cool experience. You know what I mean? I got to be with my friends. I got to go see the Middle East, and it's like, when do you really get to do that type of shit? You know what I mean?
Sure. And were you brought out as a guest fighter?
No, I was helping my buddy Ryan Loader for his fight.
Okay.
So I was there with him, and then Orobe had a fight, so I was helping him out.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, like, UFC should bring you out as a guest fighter, show you that kind of love,
No, they've been doing like a lot more stuff for me, which is dope. And like I think I'm to the point where I need to start doing that a little bit more, so my name gets out there, and so I can start making more monies. Okay. So I think I'm thinking this next year is going to be very busy for me. I'm excited for it.
So this is the year where you get out of your comfort zone and maybe do some of the stuff that you probably would rather not do, but feel like you have to in order to get to where you want to be.
For sure. I mean, I might as well enjoy this experience while I'm fucking in it. You know what I mean? So I think I've built enough name where people know who I am now, and I think it would be dope to go out and meet fans and people that actually support me. You know what I mean?
Oh, I think the fans love you. They always say, like, I always hear them say that, like, you feel like a distant relative of the Diaz brothers. Like, they like your style, your mentality. You take that as a compliment, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're fucking hardworking dudes. You know what I mean?
Legends.
They're still in the game. They have a big name, so it's like respect. You know what I mean? They're from out here, so I'll take the credit where I can get it. You know what I mean?
I saw some guy made a custom toy of you.
Yeah, that shit was dope.
Yeah, is that like a one of one?
Yeah.
That is sick.
It was super cool.
So he just came and gifted you this?
Yeah, he's like, I want to send you something. He sent me that, and I was like, that's fucking really cool. You know what I mean?
Wow. Your kids must have loved that.
They thought it was super cool. They were like, what? You're a toy now?
Yeah. Superhero.
Yeah. So I think they enjoy that type of stuff. You know what I mean? It's always cool to like have fans that like will send shit and like just show love. You know what I mean?
Sure. Have your kids gone to any of your fights yet?
They've gone to a couple. They'll be going to this Texas one.
Wow. All of them?
Not all of them, but like the ones where I can take them where they have a little break in school.
Sure.
I'll try to take them. But,
but how many kids do you have now?
Technically, 4 that I raise every day.
Okay. What do you mean by technically? Like that are like in your house day to day?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all 4 kids come.
Yeah. They're all coming.
Oh wow. Because one of them is relatively young, right?
7. Yeah.
Okay. Does the 7-year-old understand what you do? Probably at this point, right?
Yeah, no, she's like the one that's actually gone to the gym and trained, and like she likes the fighting shit. But yeah, she definitely understands it. But I don't think she understands that like technically I'm famous.
Okay.
But she kind of like she'll make little funny ass remarks and shit every once in a while. But she likes to talk shit. She's definitely my kid.
Is it possible that she's the one that follows in your footsteps? And how would you feel about that if she says, "Daddy, one day I want to be like you. I want to do what you do"?
If that's the case, then so be it. But I'd rather my kids go to school and have a good education and like make money the easy way, because this shit is brutal. If you get hurt, you're fucked. You know what I mean? If you don't plan right and you don't save right, you're fucked. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's all shit I didn't know growing up. Like, I just thought it'd be like, oh, movie star, big fucking money. And like, nah, it's not at all like that. You got taxes and you got all kinds of other bullshit.
Did what happened in October kind of crystallize that for you? Like, this could all, you're on a winning streak, but it could all be taken away?
I mean, I don't know. I really like I said, I try to put too much thought into shit. I just kind of handle business, hurt people, and get money, and then I'll figure out the rest, you know what I mean? But as long as I keep winning, I can't be denied, so fuck it.
Okay, last thing. This time next year, where are you at? What are you feeling?
Hopefully the belt's around my waist, you know what I mean? And I'm fucking back in the country and out of Sacramento. That's the plan.
Okay. Well, you're well on your way, man. And I know you had some training at this time, so I appreciate you taking some time out and talking to us. Always great to talk to you. Excited about this fight. Looking forward to it very much and wishing you the best. So welcome back, Anthony, and good luck on February 21st.
Absolute pleasure to talk to you, man. You have a great one.
Thank you. Same to you. There he is. Anthony Fluffy Hernandez. That toy is a one of one. He is a one of one. Very, very, very interesting guy, and a guy that, like I said, I think the fans are really getting behind. I think the build up to this fight will be very fun. Two guys who are kind of straight shooters, if you will, who aren't afraid to voice their opinion, who aren't, obviously different. Sean Strickland kind of lives online and is always weighing in on things. Anthony, not online, not really wanting to weigh in on things. Doesn't do a ton of media. Sean Strickland is out there a lot more, but perhaps somewhat cut from the same cloth, if you get what I'm saying. So I think it's a big fight, and I think it's an important fight at 185 pounds. So a lot of activity in that weight class. regarding some news. I am seeing here. Well, apparently there is a. Is there a new? So I guess this is the new Paramount UFC Twitter account. It's called Paramount UFC Crew, and they have also reported that the co-main event of UFC 324, Amanda Nunes against Kayla Harrison, has been. Well, they wrote PPD. Why wouldn't you just write out postpone? PPD, does that sound for postpone? CBS Sports has learned. Wow. Okay, they have more information. Harrison underwent surgery on Tuesday to address herniated discs in her neck, according to the Eagle Tribune, which first reported the postponement. I also did confirm that she needed surgery. And so there you have it. This seems like some kind of official account. Yeah, there's their graphic. So a new member, should we follow them? Here we go. We're giving them the follow, guys. They only follow 7 people. Let's see who they follow. Well, it looks like they follow UFC Espanol, UFC Brazil, Paramount Plus, Ultimate Fighter, UFC, and CBS Sports. Feels official. So there you have it. What a bummer, guys. What a bummer.
But the postponement phrasing,
yeah,
is
would
significant
imply
to me. That would
yeah. It would imply. How
about the Eagle Tribune?
Yeah, can I be honest?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the Eagle Tribune.
I'll tell you, it's a morning daily newspaper covering the Mamaroneck Valley in Essex County, Massachusetts, and southern New Hampshire.
Okay, so this is okay. I'm sorry. If I'm being honest, I thought that the Eagle Tribune was like something to do with like MMA. I don't know. Felt like an MMA name. But this is a real like. Okay.
Yeah, the Merrimack Valley.
Yeah.
I actually believe
this is where she's from, or I think she has ties to there.
Oh, okay.
From Ohio.
No, this is Massachusetts and New Hampshire.
Yeah, Kayla Harrison used to train there with her longtime coach.
Okay. How about Bill Burt is the journalist? He actually posted it yesterday at 5:59
on Twitter.
Yeah, in the evening, he posted the article.
This has been out there for that long?
Yeah, biggest women's MMA fight ever is postponed.
It's wild.
Yeah, here's the tweet.
The much anticipated UFC 324 fight between Kayla Harrison and Amanda Nunes has been called off. Harrison had surgery in New York today to repair her knee disc in her neck. She will need at least 6 months of rehab. See, there you go. There's the key line. She will need at least 6 months of rehab and training to return. I mean, who knows what it is, but 6 months seems very optimistic in my opinion.
For a neck, I agree.
Yeah, and that's why. Like, if I'm Amanda Nunes and I was 10 days away from fighting, or maybe a little bit, maybe she knew a couple days ago. 12, 13, 14. I don't know. What about Anthony Hernandez, though?
Yeah, the man. I would not want to get into a fight with that guy.
Remember that sub?
Yeah.
It really deserved more love in our sub of the year conversation, right?
I called it out specifically and described it.
I know, but I feel like I should get I actually feel in retrospect like there's a very strong case to be made for it being the sub of the year.
It was fantastic.
Yeah,
it was my number 2.
It was the biggest bully, I don't give a F about you. The more I think about it, man, so Costello Vancinas was incredible because it was at the buzzer and it was. But as far as a sub that I enjoyed, I was like,
that
wow.
Ninja choke by John Silva on Bryce was pretty slick.
Are you trying to say you enjoyed that one?
I enjoyed that one.
That inverted standing triangle that over an octagon.
That was pretty good. But he is.
No, he's a scary dude.
He doesn't give a fuck, man.
No, he does not.
That's the message I got.
Yes, he does not. Wow. I think that'll be a fun fight week.
Yeah, I think it will too.
What are we looking at? We're looking at January 31st is 325, and then is there February? No, they don't have an event Super Bowl weekend, right? They're taking that one off.
And then I think it's an Apex card.
Is it an Apex card?
And then Houston.
Oh yeah, Mario Bautista. Oh, they are doing one Super Bowl weekend. Okay, so then it's January 31st, February 7th, and then nothing the following weekend. Interesting. You think it's because of the Winter Olympics?
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't want to go up against Utah. And then it's Strickland, and then it's Mexico City, and then it's BMF, and then it's another Apex. Oh, they've already got it changed. Meta Apex, not the Metapex. And then it's London, and then it's Climate. I'm trying to see when's the next break after that break in between. So 21st, 28th, 4th, 11th, and there's nothing after the 11th, at least announced. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more, and then the next one would be UFC White House. All right. Still to come, the great Chuck Mindenhall, also Daniel Cormier. Let's go back to questions, shall we?
On the nose.
I'm having fun today, guys. You?
A lot of fun.
Yeah.
Real quick, you do know the difference between an eagle and a rooster, right? You were just messing about.
The truth is, I remember seeing the photo, and I couldn't remember in the moment if it was because.
So you didn't see the photo in the moment.
No, man, you were thinking of the Eagle Tribune
or the Rooster Tribune.
You know what? Eagle Tribune was on my mind, and he's a proud American, so I thought maybe Eagle. I wasn't sure.
I hear you. I just want to be sure.
Is the rooster a symbol of Mexico?
No.
Or do you think it's because of the? Did you ever see the?
He owns a few, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He showed us, no?
The rooster is a powerful cultural symbol in Mexico. It represents courage,
Thanks for nothing,
new
Frank.
beginnings, and farm life.
Frank
doesn't know anything.
Aren't you Mexican, Frank?
Wow.
No.
Wow.
What, Colombian?
Do you know that turkey almost ended up being the American bird?
Oh, I thought you were talking about turkey I'll shake.
Beep.
Get to the questions.
Do you ever see that Seinfeld where a guy names his rooster? He names his rooster after Jerry.
Little Jerry.
Little Jetty of Seinfeld. That's a great one. The cockfighting.
It the fix is in.
Yeah. Tombstoner. Hottest of hot takes, but I don't like the consensus narrative that Pantoja was the innocent victim of a freak injury. Basing your arm with the elbow locked is something they teach day one in grappling. Even to kids, judo and jiu-jitsu lessons is something you never do. It's an uncharacteristic lapse in judgment in a high-pressure moment for a champion who was close to divisional GOAT status, but make no mistake, it's an absolute own goal. Do you think the timing, so soon after Tom Aspinall's genuine foul and freak blindness in the cage, altered the narrative? No, absolutely not. That would be like saying, oh, this dude who broke his ankle or tore his ACL or tore his Achilles going up for a layup was an own goal. Like freak things happen when you do ordinary things or day one things, as you say. And when I say ordinary, not to you and I mean to these fighters. Like that's obviously a move that happens all the time, but a freak injury happened. I have long believed, like I don't like when there's moments like there was a Carlos Condit fight back in the day and you know, there was a knee injury and people were like, you know, it's freak. No. That was caused over time. That was deliberate. This is different. This is not caused over time. This is like, what was that? 22 seconds, 23 seconds? It was a freak thing.
I think this is becoming too semantical and focused on the injury itself. The reality is there's still a demand to see Pantoja and Van fight because it felt inconclusive, right?
Yeah.
As an example, Chris Weidman checking a kick is going to make Anderson Silva's leg break, but do you feel like ultimately that was the conclusion that the natural order of the fight was supposed to arrive at? You're focused too much on the injury part, and yes, like Pantoja posted, and that was a problem, but we want to see a resolution to the fight. That did not feel like resolution, regardless of whether Van caused the injury by lifting Pantoja and Pantoja posted his arm. Like we still need to see that fight. You're focused too much on.
Also, he claims this narrative, but like since the fight ended, Pantoja has been like, "Yep, congrats to Josh Van. I made a mistake. You know, shouldn't have happened. Back to work. I want to get my belt back."
Yeah, made no excuses. In fact, I've asked him to come on. Like he's not interested in talking right now. I think he just wants to get back to 100%. Here's Sweeney Bathwater. Did Rick see Housemaid with Sydney Sweeney?
I have not yet. I plan to.
Maybe Ariel did, considering he bought her bathwater. I never bought her bathwater.
What?
I'm pretty sure you bought the bathwater, didn't you?
I never.
Who's to check?
I remember us talking about the bathwater and wondering if it was legit.
You showed us the certificate.
I remember you
such bullshit.
saying
that is
order
such
place.
Yeah, right. I don't
asked
even
if I wanted
Jacqueline
any.
got
I was
upset.
like, no
That's
thanks.
so crazy.
What's this charge on the credit card? Bathwater.net.
I don't even think she would care, but I think she would think it's weird as hell, and I think it's weird as hell too. But no, I don't recall buying it. And if I did, I never got it. I never got it.
Jacqueline, I don't recall buying that.
I don't recall buying.
I'm so sorry.
I go check that P.O. box.
And if I did, I never got it. I'll tell you that much.
Well, we could put in a request to find out where it is, but
innocent.
Guys, here's a question from Hut. Ariel and crew, over under 1.5 ICE recruitment ads / commercials during UFC 324 Paramount show. Also over under 1.5 more times you snap at Frank before he lets you know. You know. Thanks, love the show. What's that mean?
I actually don't know.
What about the ICE? Do you think we see more of that?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
I mean, I think that's by design. Like anything that's UFC or MMA related.
I think they're like a sponsor of it.
Here's Steven Seagal's Sensei. I want to give a shout out to the BITB, my current favorite MMA show. After watching the inaugural Backy's award show, I had to write and encourage you guys to keep embracing the silliness. If Ariel's show is like a golf clubhouse where you smoke stogies and hang with your boys, the BITB is like an old school Western saloon where you chug moonshine, chew tobacco, and spit it out on Frank's mom's ass.
I see you skim the questions first. You're like, oh, this is a good one.
I swear.
Also,
Look, man,
the
every family's
inflection in your
different.
voice.
It's just like it comes at you real
You
quick.
chew tobacco and spit it on Frank's mom's ass.
With minimal interviews, the show flows more like a podcast, and I appreciate that. Keep up the good work.
Thank you for the very kind words.
Yeah, very, very kind. A dream comparison there.
Yeah, especially the spitting on Frank's mom's ass. We love that.
Here's MJ. Hello, team. Especially the woke front bench, who is the last line of defense for this beautiful sport created by and for nerd weirdo freedom fighters.
Amen.
Shout out to the WFP or B. I thought you all should know that the ladies in the background of the Izzy Pereira Photo of the Year nominee are actually ADCC champions Brianna St. Marie and Adele Fornarino, not a bachelorette party. Remember, we thought it was a bachelorette party with the...
I'm still not convinced.
So the question is, was the day of wokeness too much for Mr. Era Pizzicarol, or did he not recognize jiu-jitsu icons because he didn't even know who Fionn Davies is? Thanks for all the good work. Well, he's not
Pizzi,
here.
anything to say for yourself?
Yeah. Is he there? No.
Pizzi?
Not here. Pizzi?
He never logged off, so who knows?
I actually got my Irish flag on today. Shout out.
What's up, Ireland boys? GC, please blind rank these hypothetical RAF matchups with MMA fighters. 5. Bo Nickel versus Yoel Romero.
1.
John Jones, Daniel Cormier.
Fuck. 2.
Henry Cejudo, Mighty Mouse.
Wow, these are all great.
Yeah.
3.
Hamza Chimaev, Bo Nickel. Yeah.
4.
Colby Covington, Kamaru Usman.
5. That's a proper 5. I'd go, obviously, John Jones, DC 1.
Maybe I'm the only one that feels this way, he says, but I think Bo's ego is way too big, and him pulling out shows why he and Yoel were not the main event. 2 unreliable guys. I don't know about that. Bo's not unreliable. I don't get the Bo hate.
I don't get thinking Bo, his ego gets in the way. Everything I've seen from him is that he's actually quite humble. Like,
and he's down to fight anyone, and he got put, like, oh, yeah, it's weird.
He played up the, like, I'm a minus 1,000 favorite, it should be minus 10,000, that type of stuff. Like, he's doing a bit of a character. And, you know, even getting up and giving
Hamzat
the birds
stuff,
at the end.
Yeah, I guess.
But, no, but the Hamzat stuff, that's the perfect example. Think about every time we've talked to him about Hamzat. He's always said, I'm not there yet. Like, it's not like he's the guy who's just, you know, he's not Mystic Mac. He's not trying to will these things into existence. He has a pretty good sense of where he's at. Bo does not strike me as a guy with this, like, massive ego that is leading him down the wrong path. He strikes me much more as, like, somebody who's taking this the smart way and has good people around him.
Yeah. Look, I get it. People said I'm not the prelim. I get it. That stuff, but, like...
He's playing.
Yes, come on. As I said on Monday, I still feel like he made the right call. I'm sure RAF...
With Yoel, you mean?
Yeah, there's too much for him to lose right now. He's got all this momentum. He's trying to be on the... He doesn't want to get smoked by Yoel Romero in his sport. And I know it was once Yoel's sport, but it's more recently Bo Sport, it's tough. 7 pounds, it's tough. And to do the whole like this guy, I compete against a guy, and at heavyweight you're competing against guys who are bigger. It's different when you're in those weight classes. I get it. Listen, some people are always going to rub other fans the wrong way, but this one I don't really get. I really don't. Blessed Express, Ariel, I've been listening to old episodes, and after O'Malley won the title, you justified him versus Cheeto and even said it makes sense. When the fight was actually announced, you even justified it even more, while Merab, who's the clear contender, was not booked against Henry yet, and Corey, who just beat Cheeto, was without a fight. Cheeto had just had losses to Corey in a non-competitive fight and never won a title or fought for one, while Corey... See, by the way, guys, you guys do this all the time, and even reading it, I don't remember, but I even remember talking about like Merab's place in this story, and I can guarantee you, your timeline of events is wrong. Sorry, but it's wrong. I remember us talking about this. But you change things up all the time.
Do we have to feel ashamed about a Cheeto title shot? Like, is that the
No, I think he's trying to say, like,
oh, I'm not Cheeto versus Sean O'Malley's fine. I don't have a problem with it now, in hindsight. It wasn't the deserving contender, but that doesn't exist in MMA. Why am I ashamed of Cheeto fighting Sean O'Malley? There's a story there.
Neil with a spiel. Mr. Helwani, please kindly elaborate on the following. There is a massive problem with inactive champions in the UFC, and there seems to be no real coverage / calling out on it. Especially when a champion comes out of the cage without a scratch, there should be more pushback against those who only fight once a year. There's 1,000,001 excuses, but the reality is, if you are a fighter, if you are the champion, you need to fight. I mean, I feel like we talk about it. I feel like we talk about the fact that Islam typically fights once a year, Hamza too. What do you want us to do? We want us to boycott? Can't force a guy to fight. And there are reasons, the Ramadan, this and that, injuries. What do you want us to do? Fruity Loaf, I'm an MMA lover who, based on being a real adult, only has time for the UFC. Ed Soares, though, made me want to watch an LFA bout between two names I wouldn't be able to summon from my memory under the threat of castration. Golly. And he didn't even do an amazing job, but as far as being a promoter goes, he sure made Dana White look like a feeble piece. Okay, this is a little bit much, bro. Chill out. Irish
I'd like
lad,
to hear the end.
No. Hey, Ariel and crew, please rate these 2026 bold predictions from likely to least likely to absolutely no chance. All right?
How many do we have?
1, 2, 3, 5.
Okay. And we're blind ranking.
Oh.
No, I think you just
No, I think he's just
rank them.
ranking. Ilya doesn't fight and Max Holloway finishes 2026 lightweight champion.
Ooh, that one's not going to be very likely.
I mean, I feel like the first part could happen, but Max? Look, Max, there's a world, and I think Armin may have alluded to, there's a world where Patty beats Justin or Justin beats Patty, and then Max wins, and then for some reason they do Max fighting for the belt again. I don't think that's crazy.
I don't think it is crazy. I don't think it is likely.
I feel like it's extremely unlikely.
Alex Pereira has failed at heavyweight, goes 0-2 during 2026.
More likely, in my opinion. I don't think it will happen.
Right. I don't think he goes 0-2.
Yeah. Give us all 5, and then we'll slot them in.
Hey, Frank, can you keep it down over there?
You gonna text, man?
Yeah. Daniel Cormier competes in combat sports in 2026. Wow, what timing? Gotta talk to him.
Yeah, RAF.
You think so?
Yeah.
Hamza Chimaev loses.
Unlikely.
Okay. Islam Makhachev loses.
There's a chance of that happening, yeah.
I think the most likely is DC competing. Second most...
Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, you're saying, okay. Most likely DC, yep.
Most likely DC.
I get what you're saying. I get the exercise now.
I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is second most Alex losing twice?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and then third, I think Max is the least likely. I think Max being champion is the least.
And then I think Islam losing, and then I think Hamzat losing, and then I think Max champion.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
This is an interesting one. Or do we have time?
Yeah, we got it.
Oh, weird.
We got a little bit of that.
Matt Berkey asks, let's face it, it's time to give Frank his own weekly segment. I propose the weekly Frankings. where Frank ranks his top 5 on a particular subject related to MMA news that week or the coming week.
By the way, Frank ranks.
Yeah, I was just about to say
right there.
Frank
said
ranks.
it in the thing. That's the name.
Yes, he participates in the Boys in the Back ranking segment, but the audience knows Frank's list top the charts, alternate names, Frank ranks, or Frankie's rankies. What do you say, Frank?
He's busy with
He's busy at the moment.
Okay.
But we will take it into advise.
The more Frank can talk on the Boys in the Back, the better.
Yeah.
There's a question here asking PT to blind rank Super Bowl halftime shows, but
let's see how we think.
Yeah, let's see. Let's pretend we're PT.
Potential or have happened.
No, like old school ones.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Lady Gaga 2017.
He's gonna have that as a 4.
Yeah.
Oh wait, let me tell you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, jeez. Getting unwieldy.
No.
Let's.
We'll save it for.
Yeah,
okay,
we're
okay.
aborting.
All right, we'll do that when PT comes back after the little Chuck tete-a-tete. My friends, this is big. I told the Boys in the Back that I didn't think it was going to happen, and it was actually like it was falling apart at the seams. All of you were concerned about the injuries and whatnot. I was concerned about this. It was falling apart. I predicted that this was going to happen, but in the end, it is happening. He is here. And it's crazy that we have to build it up like this because, at one point in time, we were actually teammates. We were co-pilots. It wasn't like it was co-pilots. We were both flying the plane together. We carried a company known as ESPN on our backs, on our shoulders. We carried them through the darkness of the pandemic. I don't have to go through the spiel all the time. We have made history actually this past year, and I want to explain that history to him. So without further ado, let us say hello to one of the greatest fighters of all time, the former UFC light heavyweight and heavyweight champion, your friend and mine, the voice of the UFC. Is he actually here? There he is. Wow.
Yeah,
there he is.
You know it is.
Wow.
You know it is.
I can't believe this.
Crazy.
The feeling that I get when I see you. It's so crazy, the feeling that I get.
It's crazy work. This dude right here. Oh my God.
It's so crazy. The work that I have to put into to book you on this show, it's really crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm working, man. I'm busy. I be working and you don't be calling. You really don't act like you just be calling me all the time asking me to do your show because you don't.
Wow. Do you know what the history is, by the way? By the way, you know what? I want to save the history. I would be remiss, DC, because
Don't do that.
It is such a big deal. I can't believe that you're actually on the show today because there usually aren't holidays. But you're actually on the show. The stars have aligned for us today, DC. I do want to wish you a very happy Feast of Ass Day. It's actually Feast of Ass. Now, the guys think that I think it's about the donkeys. It's Feast of Ass. What do you think of when you think of
ass?
Yes.
Feast of ass?
It's actually Feast of Ass. It's actually.
Bro, what?
I can't believe it. It's a big day. I looked it up.
Get off the screen. Take it off the screen.
It's Happy Feast. I looked it up, by the way. The feast represents a Christian adaptation to the pagan feast Servulis, integrating with donkey. Basically, what would happen, a girl and a child on a donkey would be led through the town to church where the donkey would stand beside the altar during the sermon. So I feel like you were thinking of a dirty thing, but it's actually
I didn't even see the donkey at first. But why the donkey got his ass towards the camera? Like, why is the donkey's ass? Like, what?
I was unclear. By the way, happy National Pastrami Day. You've had a pastrami sandwich, right?
I have. They're pretty good, but Feast of Ass Day, nothing ever will pass. You can't start with Feast of Ass and think that anything is going to hit again.
You know, I've never had a pastrami sandwich with you. I have had a pastrami sandwich with my other brother, Mr. Rampage Jackson. That's back at the Katz's Delicatessen in Lower Manhattan.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Feast of Ass Day. I'm still thinking that there's no way, nothing's ever going to get me again after that.
I've noticed, though, you have slimmed down. I've noticed you slimmed down. I've noticed you've dropped a couple of lbs. So I would imagine you partake in National Take the Stairs Day. You're skipping the elevator.
Don't actually. I get made fun of every day because I just take the elevator everywhere.
Really?
Yo, hey, at the Apex, you've never been, I don't think.
Wow,
Apex,
that's crazy.
Listen, at the Apex Aerial, there's a side of stairs and there's an elevator. One flight, I take the elevator every time. I wait for the elevator while everybody else walks the stairs, and I'm like usually behind them, but I still would much rather take that elevator.
By the way, I do want to correct you. It's now called the Metapex.
It's the Metapex. Yeah. Big time.
No, actually, it's actually called
the Meta Apex. Yeah, but it's the Meta Apex.
I took it one step further because I'm such a great marketing mind. Metapex sounds way cooler.
No, it's called the Meta Apex. Get it right.
Yeah, no,
get it right.
You don't think like one of those shows that you do in front of 6 people? Can you call it the Metapex at the top?
No.
Okay.
6 people. we don't do shows in front of 6 people. We'll get out of here.
I know that life's going great for you. Organize Your Home Day. Today is National Organize Your Home Day. So in case you needed a reminder to put everything in its proper place, that is today.
I just had that done.
Yep.
My home is in. My home has been organized over the Christmas holidays. Everything's great, bro. I'll show you. Hold on a second.
Please. What, you had a professional come?
Oh yeah.
Bro. Oh yeah. Here we go.
Hold on. All right, I'm gonna walk into. Let's walk into the garage.
Oh, can't wait. I love this stuff.
Yeah. Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
Hey, hold on.
Oh no, the Wi-Fi.
How do I flip the camera?
Oh wow! Look at. Oh
wait, can you? Why is it like that? Why am I blurred?
Yeah, why'd you do that? Are you hiding something?
No. Look. Can you see? Look.
It's blurry. It doesn't work because you're blurry.
How do I take this blurry shit off?
It's in the settings.
How do I do this?
Frank, how does he do it? Frank?
What settings?
Frank's shy. There's a setting where it blurs your background so that people in a meeting. You look great.
Virtual backgrounds.
Yeah.
None.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Look.
Wow.
This is my garage. Look. See?
Wow.
Let me see. I can flip. Dude, that's my garage. Look. See? It's all like in order. And then, okay, look.
Wow. Look, this is actually pretty impressive.
Look at that.
Who did this for you?
Then look. This is look, all my golf. This is my golf area. Yeah. Go-kart.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
So you've already partaken in National Organize Your Home Day. We lost. Yeah. Wait, did you have a professional come do this for you?
I'm proud of that. No, it was Genesis. It was Cassandra's sister.
Oh, wow. Genesis.
Cassandra's sister, Jen, did it. Yeah. She did good.
Well, one more for you.
Genesis, who, by the way, listen.
Yeah, okay, tell me.
By the way, listen, who was high school classmate with one Nick Khan.
Oh, wow. Damn.
Yeah.
The legend.
Yeah.
The bigwig. I saw you do an interview with him. By the way, I remember that picture. above your head.
Yes.
You had that as the background for a short period. Ooh, look at this guy. What's happening here? What's
Pip no, we can't kiss yet.
Wow, a little French kiss
right now.
Oh. Who's this guy?
This is Pip. We can't be making out on TV like this.
Wait a second. The dog's name is Pitbull?
Pip.
Oh, Pip.
P-I-P.
Why?
Yeah. Because she's small, dude. Look at how big this is her. This is her full size. Look.
Wow, look at that. Wow. In the business, we say Pip is picture in picture.
Pip, can I please finish doing what I'm doing?
Yeah. Nice. By the way, one more. Take a missionary to lunch day. Have you ever taken a missionary to lunch?
Missionary? What, those people? What, those people? What?
You know those guys.
Hell no.
You know
missionary.
These
A priest? That's a priest, man. That's not a missionary. That's a priest.
That's what we got when we looked it up. Well, I don't even know what a missionary is.
That is not a missionary. That is a preacher, man. And why did you pick a black one? You're a racist.
No. That's what I didn't pick the pictures. Man, it's good to see you.
Oh my God.
Can I tell you what the history is?
Tell me.
First time I met you was Strike Force open workout in Chicago, 2009. You were there for King Mo. We did the thing, you remember? The wrestling thing with Mayhem?
Mm-hmm.
2025 was the first calendar year since 2009 that we didn't speak on air.
Really?
Crazy, right? First calendar year. I looked it up.
Why?
Can I be honest? You were shadow banned from the show.
Why was I shadow banned? What did I do?
Because I made a big deal about the last time you came, November of 2024. I'll never forget. It was a dark day, and you joined us from the golf course. It felt like you were just kind of squeezing us in, like you didn't really care. There I was. It's like we had a date. I brought you flowers. I brought you I made a whole big deal. I wore my favorite dress. It was sexy. I was ready, and then you were just like, "Yeah, let's get this over with. Yeah, I'll be right there, guys. Don't wait up for me. I'll be right there. I'll be on the night." And it just felt like you were squeezing me in. And so I said, like, you know what? Maybe we need a break. That's how I felt. Would you rather I make it up, or would you rather I tell you the truth?
You're so sensitive, dude. Yeah. I just always forget. Like, you're so sensitive.
Nah.
You're so sensitive. Like, I mean, come on, man. Shadow ban. You shadow ban me? All right. You want to shadow ban me?
No, it's over now. It's over.
Nah. You see, you should have told me this before, and I wouldn't have came today. You want to shadow ban me?
You almost didn't come. Okay. You almost didn't come. By the way, congratulations on a great run at ESPN. Don't forget who brought you to the dance.
You did. You did.
At any point, I want to know, at any point, the show with Chael, good guy, bad guy, which you used to promo like 9 times every broadcast, never got a single promo for our show. At any point in that show, did it ever like cross your mind, like, you know what this show's missing? Did it ever, like, man, Helwani in the middle of us here would be perfect. Did you ever cross your mind?
I gotta be honest, man. I gotta be honest, Ariel. I gotta be honest. I never thought that.
You never thought
that? Like, when you say it, it makes me feel selfish.
Wow, that's crazy. What? You hung up? Okay, you're back.
It kind of makes me feel selfish. I just shadow banned you. I'll shadow ban you right there. No, it made me feel a little bit selfish, but I never thought that, bro. I never once thought, dang, man, Ariel started this, and then Chael and I just took it in.
Yeah.
I never thought
never crossed your mind, never, like in the pre-meetings or anything, like, man, if only.
It's kind of weird, though, man. It's like there's been a few, right? Because at Fox, too, right?
Yeah,
you were on UFC tonight, and you were gone, and it's like, I never once thought, damn, I miss my boy.
Wow.
I'm sorry, dog.
Wow.
I'm sorry, dog.
No, listen. I appreciate you being honest.
I'm honest, right?
How do you feel about the new era? How do you feel?
I'm excited, man. I'm so excited. Listen, ESPN was so good in helping to elevate the UFC to the point that we are at a place where you're going to Paramount on such a massive deal. But I'm excited, man. I'm excited about what's going to happen. And I'm excited about how big this thing is going to continue to grow, because every single step, dude, it just continues to grow and grow and grow.
You're giving me the PR. Like, this is like the answer that you give when they put you on like the radio tour. Like, you're talking to your boy.
No, it's the truth. No, yeah. I swear to God, like, I'm telling you, bro, like, I feel like it's just going to keep growing. Because, Ariel, think about this. When we were at Fox, when that first show started at Fox, you felt like it was never going to get bigger. Or at least I didn't. I didn't know.
Yeah.
And then it went to ESPN, and it just felt like it got bigger. And now it just feels like it's going to get bigger even more. Like, it just keeps growing, man. Like, I don't know what the limit is to how big this thing can get.
It's going to be huge. I don't know if you heard the breaking news. Did you hear the breaking news?
I was in the middle of my practice right now.
So you're unaware.
I think they said, I don't know if it was confirmed. Is it confirmed?
The new Paramount UFC Twitter account put it out. So I think that means it's confirmed.
Okay, yeah.
Kayla Harrison we're talking about.
She's out. Yeah, I saw a text, and it was from my producer, Luis.
Okay.
He goes, I don't know if this is true, but it looks like Kayla Harrison might be out. And I was like, well, I'm in the middle of practice. I got a couple things I got to do, and then we can do like a YouTube reaction video.
Yeah, you're in that YouTube game now. That grind.
I'm in that game, baby. The volume.
Shout out. No, but it is true. I've confirmed it. It was reported by reputable outlets, and it's a bummer. Neck surgery. And they're saying
what?
Yeah, it's a
that's
huge,
bad.
It's right.
Neck is bad.
They're saying 6 months, and I'm like, I don't know. That feels optimistic.
I mean, my wrestling coach Kevin Jackson had a neck surgery, and it took him a little bit longer, or much longer than 6 months, to get back. I don't know. Like, what's the injury? Like, what's the severity of the injury? I don't know it. I mean, I'm just hearing this right now from you.
Can you settle this? We had an argument about it at the beginning of the show. So the boys in the back who love you, they said that, you got to keep Amanda on the sidelines and wait for Kayla to come back. And I understand that fight is so big, but my take on it was the Paramount Plus debut is a big deal. Obviously, they wanted Ilya on there to start. It didn't work out. He has some issues. Islam has said, they called him. It didn't work out. You want to have the biggest names possible, and the UFC as well as anyone. UFC typically says, we'll worry about that later. Let's fill in the hole right now, right? Aldo gets injured, let's put in Chad Mendes. You're supposed to fight Rashad, let's put in Pat Cummins. They usually don't say to you, hey, sit on the sidelines. Amanda Nunes coming out of retirement, she's probably revved and ready to go. I was told Norma Dumont said, hey, I want in. I know she doesn't have the name, but what do you think? If you're if you're Amanda, do you sit on the sidelines or do you just take the fight?
Is Kayla gone for 6 months? Because if Kayla's gone for only 6 months, you can't say this is an interim title fight. Because, hey, Amanda Nunes, Kayla Harrison is a massive fight. Kayla is vocal too, right? I know you speak to her all the time. How would she feel about an interim title fight? The one thing that you don't necessarily need with Amanda Nunes is her holding a belt. You can just put one on her. And then the visual is 2 champions fighting. If she fights and if she gets an interim title fight, now you put a belt on her. But Kayla Harrison just fought recently. Does an interim title make sense? Yes, you want to fight Amanda Nunes. Problem is, and Chael always made this point, you don't get better by not doing something. So we don't know if Amanda Nunes is as good as she was when she left, because you don't want to run the risk of her losing and then losing that Kayla Harrison fight. So I'm of the belief that if you can justify an interim title fight and you feel safe that Amanda will be okay and get it done, and Kayla's only gone for 6 months, you fight her. No, you don't fight her.
Right.
She's only gone for 6 months. You don't fight her. But if it's going to be longer than 6 months, you fight her with the hope that she still wins. And now you got 2 champions, both of them holding belts.
I love that fight.
It's time.
I love that fight.
Time.
And I was the one campaigning for it to be the main event. I thought it should have been the main event. That's how much I love that fight. But I also love the idea of the return of Amanda Nunes. And I like the idea of her being on the Paramount Plus debut. If I know the UFC like I think I do, tell me if you disagree, they call her and at least say, do you want to stay on the card? And if so, we'll figure it out. It's up to you. What do you think?
I don't know if I think that the fighter does play a part in it. I don't know that it's going to be her decision. I feel like she will get an option, but I don't know if it's ultimately going to be her decision because, dude, it's so much bigger. You can't make a bigger female fight than Amanda Nunes, Kayla Harrison. And Amanda looked in phenomenal shape. Last time I saw her on some pictures, she looks great. You would guess that she would still be able to manage just about everyone in fighting out, with Kayla Harrison being the champion and the one where you go, well, this is a big toss-up. You would think that the time away hasn't played such a massive role that she's not fighting everyone in the sport. So it's relatively safe, I'd imagine. But, man, you cannot lose Kayla Harrison and Amanda Nunes. Because of all the questions, we don't know. We know that Kayla Harrison can beat everyone. But can she beat Amanda Nunes? If Amanda goes out and fights and wins and doesn't look great, then it kind of becomes more like, oh, this is just someone else that Kayla Harrison is going to get.
How do you feel about Arman not being in the mix right now?
I thought Arman Tsarukyan should get a title shot after fighting Dan Hooker, after weighing in as the backup fighter when Ilya fought Charles, and he seems like the best guy. Arman's good, man. He does everything well. He can fight everyone. But again, I also think that Arman needs to be fighting Ilya. I don't know that Arman against all these other dudes, it makes much sense. I don't know. But hearing him say the other day, him pushing Dan Hooker, there's been some things that Arman has done where at least people can justify some of the it seems like it's punishment. But the punishment. Arman fought that fan. Arman pushed Dan Hooker. He's crazy, man. But I love Arman Tsarukyan.
I love him too.
I love Arman.
He believes, he told me in my studio on Monday that he believes that the UFC knows that he beats Paddy and doesn't want to book him against Paddy because he beats Paddy. What do you think?
I just don't think that fight makes as much sense as him versus Ilya.
But what about for the interim belts for this debut?
I think they're the 2 best lightweights in the world outside of Islam's gone.
Yeah.
I do believe that it's Ilya, it's Armin, Justin, and Patty are all like in a little bit of a mix, but I think Armin, in terms of skills, we saw him fight Islam, right? We saw the way he fought Islam, and I think Ilya has just proven to be the man. And I'm great friends with Justin Gaethje, right? And Justin even said it. He goes, "I love how scared that fight would make me because I know how good that guy is in terms of Ilya Taporia." Those are big words from a guy like Justin Gaethje, who's never afraid of anything, right? I think Armin is as good as they come. But just to think that anybody's gonna just beat Patty is kind of crazy. He's good, man. Patty's good, especially after the way he beat Michael Chandler. I was very impressed.
You represented your country at 2 Olympic Games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you jealous that this is now going to be my 3rd Olympic Games, that I'm going to surpass you as far as Olympic?
Well, do you understand that? But shut up. Do you understand?
I'm just wondering.
Shut up.
This is my 3rd.
Shut up. Do you understand that I was supposed to call Olympic wrestling back in 2016, and I didn't get to? I didn't get to.
What happened?
Well, I was working at Fox, and I kind of got blocked on that, man. I don't know why I accepted that as my reality.
I know.
That is crazy. I would have had more. I would have been an Olympian as a wrestler and a broadcaster.
Why can't we do it now?
I can't find my way back in there. I want to do it.
You would be perfect for that.
I know. I don't understand why I'm not.
Are you still going to do the NCAA tournament for ESPN?
I would love to, man. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't. I think my agent's talking to him right now. Hopefully, we can work something out.
The game's done changed. Like, we've got Rebecca Lowe. I know you're a big soccer fan. We've got Rebecca Lowe. She works for NBC Premier League. She's doing World Cup for Fox as the studio host.
Really?
Yes. The game's changed.
Yeah.
Everyone's working everywhere. People on...
I mean, I'd love to do the wrestling. I would love to do the wrestling. I would love to do the wrestling at the Olympics and at ESPN for the NCAA tournament. I would love to keep doing that. I think that, honestly, you know, I'm not trying to thump my chest or anything, but I think last year...
You guys were amazing. The Wyatt Hendrickson and all that, it was incredible.
I think last year we added to that. Me and Jordan Burroughs. I think that...
it was amazing.
I think that the known... you know, me being as known as I am to combat sports, Jordan being as known as he is to combat sports, helped to elevate that moment between Wyatt and Gable. And I don't know that if you change that much, it'll have the how big it felt. Because, hey, I said, Big Papa walking to the Gable, and then I said, it feels like it's a heavyweight. It felt like the moment felt big. And you know, Ariel, pull the curtain back, we fought about that, Ariel.
What do you mean?
Just worked, but we fought about that. We fought. I mean, I don't work for ESPN right now, so I can say whatever I want, but hopefully I get hired back to do the show. Bro, we had this crazy meeting before the finals about what should go last. Should it be Gable and Wyatt Hendrickson, or should it be Carter Starachi wrestling for the 5th title? I swear to God.
No.
What would you have said? As
Gable.
Bro, I fought for that to be the last. I said, guys, I get it. You guys are all wrestling people and you love wrestling, but the general public does not know Carter Starachi and Parker Keckeisen. For as good as they are in wrestling, make them first. Make them open the card. And I literally walked them through how the UFC puts a very fun fight to start. In pay-per-view, and how we main event the biggest matchup that we can get. And it worked. It worked out perfect with Wyatt winning. But you still needed to do that fight last. And we did. And it was perfect. I just said you can't. And then you remember the finals, they weren't that good. It was kind of boring through the middle. So you needed that moment, and it worked out. But yeah, bro, like we went back and forth for like an hour on who should be the main event, and we pushed and pushed. And Jordan and I pushed and pushed and pushed, and we said, you know what, you got to finish with the big boys, and we did.
True or false? End of 27. I'll be conservative. Gable Steveson, UFC heavyweight champion.
You know, I believe he has a chance. I believe he has a real chance to be a world champion. I do believe that him doing dirty boxing, where he essentially takes away his greatest skill, and the willingness to do that bodes well to him becoming a world champion. I believe that there are some other factors that may slow down.
Like what?
Well, his coach is John Jones. I think that as long as he lets the other coaches coach him, yes. But if John is actually coaching him, I don't know that he'll.
Is this a disaster in your opinion? Like this blue chip prospect taking cues from someone who was great, obviously, but made a whole bunch of mistakes outside the cage.
I don't even think that Gable's ever going to fall into the trap of making the mistakes. And honestly, after spending all the time with John in Thailand, he's different today than he was back then. He's not that same person that he was back when him and I were going through all of our stuff. I just know. You know what Khabib is? You know what Khabib is? And why he's such a great coach? Khabib is the most selfless person you've ever met. Dude, he can put his athletes above himself, in front of him, in everything that he does. And in order to be a great coach, you cannot have an ego. You have to become secondary to everyone that you coach. And John is he's still on the roster. He's an active fighter. And I don't know if he can be as giving and selfless to make Gable the true star of the show. You got to make the other guy. You got to make your athlete the star of the show. That's why, Ariel. You notice I'm coaching my academy guys.
Yep.
I don't corner them. I don't corner them. I try to stay out of the way because it's not about me. It's about them. It's their time. I am there to help them prepare. So when Tommy Gant fights, when Jacoby Smith fights, when Emmanuel Rodriguez fights, when Torres Finney fights in Australia, it's their time. And you got to be selfless as a coach. And
but you would be valuable to them in their corner, in the locker room, in between rounds, no?
And you can do all that. You can do all that. But your coach is also the people that are responsible for your career are the ones that are in their ear, right? It's not like they don't have people that are valuable. We have coaches, the coaches that made me, helping those guys. If there's anyone I trust, is those guys. But yeah, like you got to be selfless. I watched Khabib spend a lot of time away from his family to be with those guys to make sure that they're ready. And I don't know. I just don't know that's John.
Okay, so this is
even after coaching with him.
This is the perfect segue. Tell us the story here. How did this all come about? This Alf reality show thing, you and John Jones. Shocking to see you guys in the year 2025-6, face-to-face around. I can't wait to see how this all plays out. How did this all come about? And by the way, look at that. I had to see if it was AI. Couldn't believe it.
No, it's not AI.
How did this all come about?
So John did that show last year.
Yes.
And him and the guy, Alfredo, they sent me a video asking me to coach against him. And John knows how to get me. He challenges me. If he challenges me, I'll answer. And so, he challenged me to a
How did he challenge you? He sent you a message?
They sent me a message, an actual video message of John challenging me. And I was like,
What did he say? What did he say?
Something to the effect of, this message is to DC. Why don't you come out to Alf Reality and challenge me and try to coach against me? Maybe you could get one.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, you know me, right? I'm walking around my house all pissed off. And then they sent me the offer sheet financially, and I'm like, whoa. Okay.
Dana was asked about this. He said he had no idea.
Yeah, he's a very busy guy. He's a very
you don't have to run it by the boss.
I talk, honestly, like, I don't know if it's a conversation that he might have just forgot. I don't know.
Okay.
You always run it by him.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought he was just messing when he said that.
Maybe he didn't know. But honestly, maybe he just doesn't remember. Because, dude, like, you're like taking time, and this guy has so much going on. The fact that he still is as available to us as he is crazy.
I do have to say, early on, like with all the stuff coming out, John seemed very hopeful about like a reconciliation. But then I see this clip from him talking about you. I want to get your reaction to this clip, this sound from John Jones. Here we go.
This season is against Daniel Cormier. Oh man, what a stuffy, just dickhead Cormier really is. I think if you really get to know Daniel Cormier, he's really not.
Yeah, it was nice.
Oh, he's an asshole. He was an asshole. I mean, he didn't really connect with any of the fighters here. He's just an asshole. I tried to make peace with him many times, and he made it very clear that he wants to be enemies for the rest of his life because how lucrative it is. And he's just a, I don't know.
So what do you say? Dickhead, asshole, not willing to make peace, didn't connect with the fighters. It was like 4 shots in 30 seconds there.
Did you have you worked with me?
Yes, I have.
For how long?
I worked, friends, covered you.
How long am I all those things?
No, that's why I thought it was very interesting to hear from him.
So then just trust John Jones. Maybe I'm all those things to him. Like, here's the deal. We were around each other every single day. And we were cordial. We had times where John and I actually laughed at stuff. Like, we laughed together at stuff. But if I didn't have to be around him, I'm not going to voluntarily be around him. Why would I want that? Look, man, I don't harbor the emotion of the past that I did with him. I really don't. But we spoke negatively about each other's families.
Mm-hmm.
We had a nasty thing. Like, he cheated constantly. Like, I don't have to let him off the hook and be his friend. That would be me just going, everything you did is good. It's not. It just wasn't good. So yeah, I can be cordial. I can work alongside you. I can do my thing, but I don't have to be your friend. I'm a man. Like, and it is what it is. Like, nah, I'm not going to be friends with you. It is what it is.
Did he try to say, like, let's be pals? Because I said yesterday, I actually don't want to live in a world where you're friends.
I don't need to be. I always tell him that. I said, hey, man, the happy endings and fairy tales are for kids that need these things to go to bed at night. Little girls who believe in princesses and princes. You don't need to be friends with everybody. You don't have to be friends with everybody that you had a problem with. Like, it's fine. Like, just do your thing. I'll do mine, and we'll be okay. Like, hey, y'all want to pay us to do this show okay? A boatload of money. I can do a show with him, and I want to beat him. But we don't need to be friends. We don't need to be getting drinks together and having dinners and doing all these crazy things. You don't need to have fairy tale endings to everything in life. Life ain't fair, man. And if fair is me being your friend, then sorry, bro, you got a life ahead of you that just will not be fair. But am I going to run at John Jones and fight him every time I see him? No. If he says hi to me, I'll say hi to him. But why do we need to be friends? And he's talking about I treat my friends all terribly and all this other stuff. Bro, if I say, hey, could you grab my water? That's a normal request from a friend, because if they ask me to do the same thing, I do it for them.
What are the chances you compete against him in something this year? This seems to be the hot button issue right now. People want to see you in the RAF promotion or in some sort of competition. What are the chances?
I don't know, man. I don't know if it'll happen. Listen, to make me and him do anything costs so much money. There's very few people that can actually make it happen. So I don't know if it happens. And, the whole wrestling thing, like, that's cool, man. It's all cool to make pipe dreams, but I don't know that he's willing to allow me to embarrass him on a wrestling mat.
Have they tried? Have they tried to make it happen? Have they reached out to you yet?
No, they haven't. No.
Would you not want to work for them in any capacity, like meaning compete because it's Izzy and Izzy's his guy?
I just don't want to wrestle.
Oh, you don't want?
I would wrestle John Jones.
Right.
Make a whole, but I don't want to wrestle. I don't want to wrestle a match. If I wanted to wrestle a match, I wouldn't have retired from wrestling.
Sure.
But if John Jones wants to wrestle, then yeah, I'll go wrestle John Jones.
What if John Jones wants to fight?
Have to make a Hey, he don't even have to make a video to ask me to wrestle.
Yeah. What if John Jones wants to fight?
I'm not fighting, man.
You're down?
No. I'm not fighting. Look at my face, dude. Look at all this gray.
Hey, you look great. I like the beard.
Hey, I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting. I would box him, but I'm not fighting.
You would box John? I would love to see it.
Why not?
Really?
Yeah. I'd box his face up.
Wow.
I'm older, bro. Hey, bro, I prefer to actually just not do any of that stuff, honestly.
Okay.
I'm old, man. I'm a commentator. I'm chilling. Yeah.
Does it make
match probably? Wrestling match would be preferable.
How does it go?
Wrestling?
Yeah.
10-0.
10-0. Easy.
Bro, I am an Olympian.
2-time.
We're going to get in a wrestling stance and wrestle with shoes on? 10-0. All day.
He's an underrated wrestler, no?
I'm hanging up, man. I gotta go.
No. You don't think it would...
Nah, man, I gotta go. I'm done with this shit.
I'm sorry. Okay, I would love to see it. What's the price?
10-0, man. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but still, it'd be great. It would be great fun to see you two back.
It would be great for RAF.
Yeah.
That much.
Okay. Can I ask?
Yeah.
What do you think it costs?
Me?
Yeah. What is
a lot?
10 million? 20 million?
It would be a lot of money.
Ariel,
Ariel, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Tell me.
I am doing really good right now. The UFC they're amazing. They're like the best. I swear to God. It's the best.
Why are you trying to rub it in?
I'm just telling you that they treat me very good. Like I hear a lot of people like this and this and this. Like, bro, I've made a life in the octagon, outside the octagon. I'm doing really good. So it's to get me to do anything physically would cost so much money that I mean, to get me to do this reality show, if I showed you or told you what I got paid, you'd be like, holy cow.
Mm-hmm.
Get me to do that is just costs a lot because my career and my job they've set a standard that's so high that to be competitive, it's difficult.
Being around him every day, did it not
It's a weird energy, right? But again, we're not fighting. Before we were throwing stuff at each other, fighting. Now we're just arguing it. We're arguing and talking trash to each other. It's that's not that big a deal because there's no fight at the end, right? So yeah, it wasn't so bad.
Well,
actually it was, but not so bad.
When's it air, by the way? When's it?
I have no idea.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Will your schedule change now with the new era? More fights, less fights? Well, what's different?
I think my schedule is going to be pretty similar to what it was. At least I would hope to. I think we've gotten to a point now in my career where I know what I'm doing. I know when I'm doing it. They're very good with my schedule ahead of time, and they're very good at working with me through all of the other things that I have. Right. So during wrestling season, the UFC is gotten to a point where I'm doing important things, but knowing that I have all these important dates in my wrestling season, they help me to work around that, right? I've never missed a state tournament. I've never missed a conference tournament. My kid has something. My daughter had a gymnastics competition nationally. I didn't have to go to Australia. It's just all these things that have been worked out to where my life outside of fighting has been able to continue to grow and just stay better. It's awesome, man. I'm serious, bro. This is not me rubbing it in. This is not me doing too much. It's just the truth.
No, I know. It's great.
I'm in a place it's just I've got a company that supports me and I know you're a company man. Yeah, I am. I should be. It's just the job that
you're loyal.
Takes care of me in a way that not many else have been able to get.
I'll let you go in a moment. I promise. This has been so nice. I mean, wouldn't it be great if we? Anyway, I saw a great thing. I understand why you don't want to really do the wrestling because I saw Hamza. This was a while ago now, but I just wanted to get your take. What was this? What was going on here? This is AI, right? That he helicoptered you like this?
He's so strong.
What is
he
that?
Is so strong.
How can you let that happen?
Hamza Chimaev.
He helicoptered you.
Strong. Bro, I don't know how I got off the ground so fast.
It was crazy.
How did I get off the ground so fast?
Look at this. Look at
it.
Wow.
I was like,
multiple times.
Hey, bro. But then he goes into the octagon with Dracus Duplessis. Look, I'm old and retired, man. Dracus Duplessis, he was able to take him down. Bro, he's strong. Did you see him throw John Jones out?
Crazy.
Dude is strong, man. Hamzat is good.
What about
He's
my
a real
boy?
deal.
What about my boy Dan Dan? Is he the next in line? Is he the
Doing
next
good,
in line?
man. He's 14 now, dude. Dan is 5'9", 170 pounds.
Wow. Does he want?
He's big.
Is he the next one? Is he your Bronny James? Is he your Jalen Brunson?
I would prefer him not to fight. I'd rather him do something else, man. Wrestle and play football.
Has he said that he wants to fight?
We fight so that our family and kids don't need to.
Right.
And I'm lucky enough to have had a career that puts him in a position where he doesn't necessarily need to fight.
You know what's crazy? I said we didn't talk in 2025. I can't believe you actually saw my boys. You remember when you saw them?
When?
At Fanatics Fest.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
I was so mad.
Was not supposed to be at that?
I was so mad. I asked you, "Are you coming?" And then I was
hey,
like,
bro,
you said
no, stop, shut up. You thought that was real.
I thought it was real.
You remember that time when I thought it was Dana White that did that one thing, and I was like, wait. That was you're thinking that picture was as bad as
Helwani.
as me believing
Helwani. What a time. Helwani, Dahlia.
Oh my God. What a time to be alive.
Those were some days, man. Those were some days.
What a time to be alive.
Your bird. The bird is still okay?
It's gone now. I don't have that bird no more, thank goodness.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't have that bird anymore.
This has been great.
Yeah, it's an awesome dude. That's funny.
Look at that.
Hey, Ariel.
Listen, I see you do a lot of media. I never see you smile like that.
Nah, you're
Never
funny,
see
man.
you smile
You've
like
always
that.
been. Bro, listen to this, though.
Yeah.
I don't care. Hey, bro, you be running around pissing everybody off.
What are you talking about?
Everybody.
What?
Man, you be pissing everybody off, man. Everybody want to kill you.
Who?
Hey, listen. Hey, listen, Ariel. Everybody want to kill you, man. But listen, I met you in 2009, and you always been good to me. And guess what, though? But I got to tell you this. I got some friends that want to get you, and if push come to shove, if you ever get crossed up with Dana and you start getting beat up, I might kick you a couple times.
Nah. What are you talking about?
I can kick you off.
No.
You have everybody want to beat
I thought you said you'd have my back. I know this guy.
Nah, man. Hey, when you on the ground and get kicked, man,
I got you into ESPN. I set this whole podcast career.
The one to get beat up.
Wow.
I ain't going to. Hey, dog, it's funny, man. You've been always good to me, man. But let me tell you something. I get a couple shots in. You done pissed me off a few times. You wouldn't eat catfish one time.
That's
one
true.
time you wouldn't eat catfish, and you deserve to get beat for that.
Listen, sounds like a bitter Saints fan. I get it. This year hasn't been great.
Hey, listen.
Yeah.
I swear the other day, even though we haven't talked, I was hoping y'all was gonna lose.
Oh, yeah,
I was like this.
I know.
And then y'all got it done. Hey, but hey, how's Nottingham Forest doing?
Well, you know, it's a bit of a tough one. People, by the way,
I had relegation zone feel. People
don't know your level of ball knowledge. Like you haven't actually, you know your shit. Like you support a Bottler team. Bottler means like they always choke. You support that squad, total bandwagon, and they will eventually choke to Man City. But your ball knowledge is pretty damn impressive.
Hey, but how's Nottingham Forest doing?
You know,
let me say that. Hey, that relegation zone is hot. When you right above that zone, it's real hot.
9 points.
You feel it on
We're
the
9
bottom of
points
your
clear. We're 9 points clear.
You're 9 points clear now?
Yeah, we're good. Leeds is, in the rear view. Wolves we're fine.
Hey, my boy, Nick Swinburne. In the middle of that pandemic. Hey, you want to buy into this English league team, Leeds United? Well, that relegation zone ain't feeling good right now.
Did you invest in them?
Nick did.
Oh, I thought he asked you.
No, Swinburne did.
Yeah,
Swinburne did.
I know, but
he went last year or 2 years ago when they went up. Was it last year?
They went down
2 years
and
ago,
they came back up. Yep.
2 years ago in the playoffs, they lost. He went to England, asked me to go. I didn't. Last year, he went and they went up. They won the playoff, and now they're back in that relegation zone. Is hot.
No.
It must burn down there. But hey, when you're a Gunners fan, you don't worry about the relegation.
How many trophies you guys got? How many Champions League you guys got?
We're gonna win the Champions League this year. This year is the year we win the Champions League. This year.
This is it.
This is the year. This is the year we win the Champions.
Who's your favorite player?
Kyle Saka.
Oh.
Hey, Victor Yokeresh. Hey, listen. You see that? Let me see that. Hold on.
Let's see. Oh,
you like when he do that? You like when he was struggling though. He was struggling.
He was.
Come on, score some goals, Yokeresh.
You like Declan Rice?
I like. Boy, did you see when Declan Rice bent that ball into the net last year too?
People don't know your level of ball knowledge.
Yeah, I
But
love
man,
it. Hey,
Man
I
City
love
got
it.
Semenyo.
I know they're cheating, bro. Like they got to go back. Hey, we need to get back. We need to get back into investigating Manchester City. They doing the same thing. How you get caught? And then they doing the same.
No punishment.
Thing.
They got no punishment.
How did they get caught and they start doing the same thing again?
I think it was 114 violations, and they got nothing.
Dude, they cheating again, too. They're doing the same thing.
What about the
That's why you
Rockets?
gotta watch. That's why you gotta watch crooks, man. Because and you know what they did to me too, Manchester City. I went on a tour, and they let me just do the tour with all kind of normal people.
Oh, that's
Man
whack.
City.
That's whack.
That's when I jumped off.
No
That's when I
VIP?
jumped off. Hey, when I went to Arsenal though.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm on the pitch. Everybody else like, why he get to go on the pitch? I'm like, man, shut up.
Yeah.
They treat me that way at Arsenal. They treat me the right way with the Gunners.
What about Clutch
Yeah, bro,
City? What about the Rockets?
We're good. We're
You
actually
feel
good?
good
again. Thank God. Thank God. There was some tough years down the middle there, boy.
You like Sengun?
Hey,
The
Alpren.
Turkish delight?
Alpren, the Turkish delight. Alpren. You know you love him. And you know who I love? I love the coach. I was worried about him.
Yeah.
I was worried about him going down to Houston. I mean,
He
this
may.
one guy,
Yeah, I
he
know.
got history. I was worried, but he made it work. He made it work.
He's making
You
it
know
work.
who I like?
Tell me.
I like the coach from the Celtics, man. That dude.
Azula.
He loved fighting too. Coach Joe.
Have you met him?
Joe loves fighting. I met him, dude. Hey, he loves fighting. Him and John Anik are friends.
Yeah.
He actually goes and trains with like John and them. Like
Wow.
that dude loves fighting. Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah,
he's
he
the man.
was just with Eric Nixick I saw over the weekend.
Yeah,
he's
Joe
a bit, he's a
Mazzulla's
bit
the
of like
man,
a he's kind of like a serial killer in his interviews and
He
stuff.
loves fighting. He
Yeah.
loves fighting.
Mike
Bro,
Brown is a
he
huge
tore-
UFC fan.
He
Did you
hurt
see
his
him?
knee real bad. And when the team started acting crazy, he was like, I hit pads this morning. And y'all can't get through practice? I got a torn knee. Coach Mazzulla is the man, boy. He's the man.
Did you see Coach Mike Brown at the MSG event? Coach of the Knicks.
I did not see him.
Oh, he was
I did
there.
not see him. Hey, I know Jalen Brunson. No, he's the man.
What do you mean you know him? You know him? Like know him? Know him?
No, like he can play.
Okay, I thought you were boys. That'd be crazy.
I also like when the Knicks lose too. I'm not gonna lie, man. I find joy when your teams lose.
For real. Nothing.
Yeah,
You find no happiness in anything going on in my life.
I do that. All this success is great. You've done really
happy?
good with all this, man. You're killing it. You're killing it.
You mean Uncrowned?
Your kids are doing well. Your kids are doing real good.
Amen.
Yeah.
Yours too.
That's good. Yeah, my kids are doing good. Luna, Kiki, Dan, everybody's going good, man. We all going good.
You know, the people at home might be thinking, like, why is the chat like evolving into this? It's because you don't pick up the phone, so I have to ask about your kids on the show.
Lie.
I have to
That's
ask about
lie.
your.
That's
This
a
would be
lie.
a private.
That's
Like,
a lie.
this is my only chance to speak to you. I have to go through three
Bro, we gotta
people
get
now
off the
just to
phone.
get to you.
It's time to get off the phone.
Crazy.
Because, hey, it's really crazy how it's crazy. First off, it's crazy how long you just like do interviews for at this point, because before it used to be like 15, 20 minutes.
I know.
And now it's crazy that you're actually lying that I don't answer the phone.
Well. All right, I don't want to.
This is why everybody want to beat you up. This is why everybody now man want to beat you up. You've been boxing too, though. Hey,
you saw that, huh?
You boxing.
You saw?
I want to see you versus Stephen A.
No, come on. With that thing, whatever he was doing, that guy set him up. The guy who was holding mitts for him set him up, because there's no way you're
played
throwing
my
from
boy
here.
Stephen A. I love Stephen A. dude, but why is he telling him to throw uppercuts like that?
No. Tell them about my jab. You were impressed with my jab. You said it was pistol fast.
I said that's what you know. Sometimes you gotta say things to make your friends feel good.
I love you.
You're the man, boy.
Great
All
to
right,
see you.
Ariel.
Let's not do it like so long, right? Like, don't forget.
Yeah,
and,
you're the man.
and if you see the brass at the event, like, tell them like, I mean, you know what I was
I'm not
talking
doing
to?
that.
Helwani.
I'm actually not doing that. I actually prefer y'all. I prefer y'all like not. I prefer y'all enemies.
No, let's say like it was so. It would be nice.
Hey, all I want is to I just want to keep I want to just stay where I'm at, where I'm good, and I like you staying where you at, because all you do is take money from other people.
Wow. Stop.
Because you actually kind of good at your job.
Wow.
You don't take my money. Bye. Stay where you at, man.
Salam alaikum.
You're the man, Ariel.
Thank you, DC.
You're the man, boy.
Much
I'll
love.
talk
Much
to you.
love.
Later, brother. Bye-bye.
Love you. There he is, the great Daniel Cormier. What a guy. Wow. There's a lot of tears there. There's a lot of tears. A lot of memories. And I'll take with me the memories. You know that song, Frankie?
Absolutely.
That was fun, right?
I'm just glad you guys got to reunite on the Feast of the Ass, you know? Like, what could have been
Can I
better
tell
than
you, I Googled, okay, what is today's holiday? that was the first one that came up, and I was like, God, thank you.
Gotta check that search history of yours.
Thank you for this, God. How does it work out this way? How does it work out this way?
I just love the look that this donkey is giving back right now.
It's very sort of provocative.
It is.
You guys look at an animal and think provocative?
I mean, the eyes, they never lie. Look at them.
Piece to the ass.
Holy crap. When I saw that, I was like, God wanted it to happen this way. Yahweh, he wanted it to happen this way. That was a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed that. We went from Fluffy Hernandez to that. I mean, that is, we're blessed. I miss him. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. That was the most fun that I've ever had in terms of like working with another person. It was unbelievable. Like it was the best part was like you just turned it on and it was that. We didn't prepare anything, especially in the early days of DC and Helwani. Early days of DC and Helwani. DC and Helwani was supposed to be a radio show once a month on ESPN Radio where we previewed the pay-per-view. We did one episode in Las Vegas in March of 2020. I showed up wearing gloves, not even a mask, didn't know what the hell was going on. And then that ended, and then the world shuts down, and we say, like, why don't we just keep this going on Mondays, and we'll do it over Zoom. I had all kinds of different microphones. I once had, like, the gamer mic. I didn't know what I was doing. I was doing it on my phone. I was doing it on my computer, and it just evolved. And honestly, once, like, people started to notice the big shots, it kind of got a little worse. But the early days were the best. The early days were the best. And there was a time where, like, we were getting, like, on a random Monday, 17, 18, 19K concurrent, and I was like disappointed. You know? That's how the show was doing. It was a great time.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I know. But we're in a better place now, Frankie. A better place now. One day would love to keep it going in some way, shape, or form. But until then, we take with us the memories. All right. I've been talking about actually an unprecedented amount of questions on today's episode regarding our next and final guest. And he's not really a guest. I mean, he's part of the family. He's part of the team. At least I think so. And so without further ado, let us say hello to the aforementioned times 10 man in the hat, the mayor of the Nutmeg State, the one and only Chuck Mindenhall, who's...
I have a feeling I'm not going to have the fuzzy reception that DC did. I wasn't invited here for that.
No, you certainly were not. But Chuck, I don't know if you know, I don't know if your ears were ringing over there in CT, but you've been asked about a lot on today's program. Do you know this?
Yeah?
Yeah.
No.
A lot of people concerned about the state of your career and the comings and goings. A lot of questions about it. And honestly, I did not know. So I guess congratulations are in order. You're seeing someone else, are you?
Well, thank you very much, Ariel. It doesn't change anything. You know, I got the Friday, we do the crack, and on Monday I've got another little gig, but that's all it is.
Why don't you tell the people what the gig is?
Book in the week. I'm now filling in for Brian Campbell.
You're not filling in. You're replacing his ass.
Well, okay. Well, you know, we soft launch, and I'm gonna I'll be sitting with your boy Luke Thomas.
That's right. It's like one half of the MMA beat back together.
Yeah, I feel like we kind of already do the MMA beat, or we've done some iteration of that on this show. So I don't know. It doesn't feel like the MMA beat, but I've only done one episode.
Sure,
so we'll see how it goes.
PT, how do you feel about this? I mean, you know, Chuck is a mainstay on the
was
crack.
Be involved in
yeah, you know, how do you feel about this? Because
I've been calling him. I've been crying.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, "Stop calling me. This is getting weird. I'm trying to drop my kids to school," and I'm like, "No, listen to me. You're not hearing me. You just ran off with this other guy, and he's got a beard, and he's stronger than me. It's really upsetting, you know."
Yeah.
But
it didn't mean anything, PT. It's just a fling.
Yes.
But thankfully, he's still a crackhead with me on Fridays, which is, I feel, the most important thing.
I do too, but I will say, you know, we sit here and talk often about co-promotion and whatnot. Of course, we here at Uncrowned believe in co-promotion. We don't believe in exclusivity. I mean, far be it from me. So if anyone was wondering how I would feel about something, I say, of course. In fact, you know, we've had other opportunities, you know, not myself, but like other people have been asked like, hey, can we do this? Can we do that? I've always said yes. We've only had one person leave Uncrowned, by the way, since we launched. And I was the one who said, have as many jobs as you want. It was the other
boxing
side.
Guy?
Yeah, it was the other side that said, no, you got to be exclusive. So,
yeah. Well, I appreciate it. And honestly, you know where my heart lies. I mean, I really just, I'm uncrowned. That's what I am. It's just a Monday slot. So the rest of my time is all uncrowned. So that's kind of how this.
And can we just say as well, Mindenhall is in the greatest vein of riding form.
Oh my God!
Years. I mean, the guy. Look, we know he's the greatest in the history of the sport, but the stuff he's doing on Uncrowned are absolutely unbelievable. So all dynamic. It could be a feature, but here we have a column that he just put out yesterday. Unbelievable, or today? Sorry, was it? Which was it?
I think it came.
Tuesday,
it went up yesterday. Yep.
Yeah, he's absolutely.
But all I did was, I listened to Ariel's interview, or not even interview, like when Ariel was talking about this, and it kind of hit home in a way that I think that has been resonating for a lot of people. And, I just kind of use that as a premise. When you use Ariel stuff as a premise, it's easy.
Well, I appreciate that's very kind of you.
It's about to get.
That's why the camera's there. That's why the cameras were focused on.
What?
Yeah, that hurts the eyes.
Wow.
I thought you actually wanted to hear what I had to say. You just put it on me so you can change.
This whole thing, gifted to me by the Bills of Buffalo.
Oh man, see, look at that. What's it say?
It says.
Oh man, see, I don't got anything like that.
Talk into the mic and shout at the same time.
You see, and so Chuck. Let us talk about the real reason why you're here. Okay, all that stuff is all
let's go.
Nice and well.
We did this last year, and I got dunked on pretty hard.
No. Last year you sent us a video. Like you said, you and I both know.
Yeah,
last year you had no chance. You had no chance, so you just kind of mailed it.
You had no chance. You know what the greatest part about last year was? You're like, hey man, make a video, send it in, and talk about so we can talk about the game.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, Blaze, my son, he's like 12 years old. I'm like, hey, give me your jersey. And I put it on its Bo Nix jersey. And then you go on to say, like, hey, man, isn't it kind of uncouth when you wear a guy much younger than your generation? I'm like, dude, I was just trying to represent for your video that you want.
Well, first of all, I didn't tell you what to wear. I just wanted a video. I didn't ask you to wear anything. Yeah. And by the way, I didn't know.
I'm not gonna not represent.
I don't know who number 10 is.
Number 10?
Isn't he number 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, at the time, I didn't know who he was. He's
greatest quarterback.
He's in you John Elway wishes Josh Allen was a Bronco. He has said as much.
Oh God, that's the dumbest thing he ever did was bypass. Still to this day it bothers me that he didn't take him.
Yeah, I mean he's a true life cowboy. He's the pride of Wyoming, and he marches in to Mile High on Saturday. And so let's just talk about it real quick because
all right,
okay, be honest with me now. This is what I like. There's two Bronco fans in my life, right? There's you and our good friend George Oliphant, who does a great job. George to the rescue on NBC. He loves your stuff. And I like you guys a lot. Like all the Denver people I've ever met in my life, I like. But, and you're always kind of like rooting for my, we're happy for each. I was happy when the Nuggets won. But be honest, you were hoping the Jags beat us so that you don't have to play us, right? Like we're the worst case scenario as a 6th seed. Agree or disagree?
That's a pretty hot interrogation light you just put on me right there.
You wanted my dreams to crash. You wanted me to be sad. No,
you're right. I didn't. It wasn't. I'm not DC, man. I'm not like grandson. Like I was watching that game, and if I'm being, and you can confirm this with all the people in Denver that I was, texting with through this. I definitely wanted Jacksonville to win in the sense that Buffalo to me is the hardest way to get there. You have the best quarterback going. The guy finds ways to win. And I've been watching him too. I know what he does. And you get rid of the rest of the field that's kind of been the bane of his existence. And that's a daunting task, right? To have to stop him. And last year when the Broncos played them, they certainly didn't. So I was like, if they can avoid Buffalo, great. I was more rooting for the Chargers, though, to be honest. Like if the Chargers would win, the Broncos would have started with the Chargers. And I thought that would be the way to go.
Some are calling the Broncos, by the way, like the most fraudulent number one seed.
Shit, yeah.
Wow, Pete. I've never heard Chuck swear once in my life. First time I've ever heard him cuss. Does he cuss on your program?
He cusses all the time.
Okay.
Especially before we go on, he shouts at the producers. He has a person there. You can't see him, but he has this guy that runs around and grabs him water and coffees and stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes he scalds him.
Dickhead behavior, like John Jones would say regarding.
This latte is too frothy, and he'll just throw it at him, But it's what's interesting. There was a preamble to this conversation today that we haven't really talked about. A message group kicked off earlier today.
Yeah,
and I was just wondering how Chuck felt about it because me and you had
your segues are getting better, Pete. Here, go ahead.
He's a real life host.
We had a 90-minute conversation, me and Ariel, just text back and forth. How would you feel about a few samples of what was said?
Oh, wow, you're going to read it. I'm fine with that. I mean, Chuck was nowhere to be found. It was a 10-8 round.
Hey, man, I had a plumber over this morning. But I can look at the phone. I'm under siege. It's like, it was like 28
How many messages was it? I think it was
like
more.
28.
Okay, all right. What was said? What was said, PT? I'm not ashamed.
Ariel just sends a link earlier today with the odds of the
That's
betting
right.
odds.
Yeah, because on Monday. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Pizzi, Chuck was doing the woe is me bit that they are dogs. I predicted that would change. No one is crying for Denver.
Yes. Because you said, "Oh, we're the dog." You're doing the "woe is me" thing, and then all of a sudden you became the favorites. You're the favorites now. You know that, right? And you know why you're the favorite.
I know.
Chuck, do you know why you're the favorite? Not because you're the number one seed or an actual better team, but have you seen the latest injury report, Mr. Chuck Mindenhall?
I have.
Have you seen it?
And also, dude, it's tough. You know, Sunday.
Oh, okay, great. I'm so happy we have it. Look at this thing, Chuck. Look at this thing. I mean, we lost 2 wide receivers, 2 on Sunday, to a torn ACL. Tyrell Shavers and Gabe Davis. And if you told me that we were relying on them to, at this point of the year, back in August, we would have laughed. Look at this. Damar Hamlin, probably out. Curtis Samuel might be back. Josh Allen, foot, knee, and finger. Terrell Bernard,
doesn't matter.
probably out. Epinesa, probably out. Ed Oliver might come back. That's huge. Kincaid banged up. Milano banged up. Greg Russo banged up. Hairston out. Ty Johnson probably out. Poyer probably out. Prater, who knows, your guy. Look at this. And look, I don't even know who the 4 guys are that are on your list. This is crazy. I've never seen anything like this. This is crazy.
I am concerned about that Bronco list, though, a little bit. I just want all those guys to be able to play.
Yeah.
As long as Josh Allen is playing, all of this doesn't matter to me, man. I know what that guy does. I know what kind of competitor he is. You know? And you know what really sucks, man? I've watched them this year, and if it comes down to it, and the Broncos have played nothing but close games all year long. If it comes down to it, fourth quarter, game is on the line. He's so much like Josh Allen, so much like John Elway, that it's just, I feel like if he gets the ball anywhere near the end, it's their game, right? Like, that's how it feels. It feels inevitable that they're going to win if they get the ball last.
You know what's wild? They put up a stat. Prior to that Jacksonville winning drive, he was 0-5 with the ball in his hands at the end of the game in the playoffs. As crazy as that sounds, because there was like the Chiefs game where they come back and
that's right.
There's been some, but it's never,
that game was stupid.
It's never been his fault, in my opinion. It's always been a wacky thing happening here or there. Bass misses the field goal and all that stuff. Truthfully, though, like, jokes aside,
okay,
you're worried, right? I mean, like, you know it's our destiny, right? Like, you know.
Well, I do feel like that factors in. Like, there's like, see, okay, you got to understand that I parallel a lot of this with John Elway. Like, to me, this is, the Bills are struggling to get over the hump. They're a franchise that hasn't really, what was the last time? 93, 94, last time the Super Bowl appearance.
Yep.
It's been a long time. And there was this building thing with the John Elway era that was like, dude, he's going to break through eventually. And he got to Super Bowls, but he get blown out in those Super Bowls. He finally wins a couple down, like at the very end. But I feel like Josh Allen is already in that mode where it's like, he's just not going to let his team lose. And yes, of course, that scares me. It's like, I've been watching him do this all year long. And I'm, in fact, for the last 3 or 4 years, but it feels like if he gets the chance, he'll win the game for you. So that always is going to worry me.
I've always said that his story, everyone keeps saying, like, the window's closing, the opportunities. John Elway won 2 at the very end of his career. I've always said that his story reminds me a lot of his, and Peyton Manning to a degree. And when Peyton won the first, he had to go on the road. It's not just the injuries. It's going on the road 3 times. It's, the litany of things that he's having to deal with. It's by far the weakest team that we've had in this era. It's by far the weakest team.
But there's this other part of it that's like, there's no Lamar, right? You got to feel that a little bit. Like, the guys who've been kind of the boogeymen, especially Patrick Mahomes, right? He's gone. So, I mean, it just seems like if he is the best quarterback going in the tournament. So it's like, it feels like if he can will them to win, he will. So, I mean, I agree with that. I think the Broncos, like last year when they played the Broncos, that team was way more stacked, probably a lot more healthy. But, so, I mean, but these are weird things, because every time I kind of start to feel comfortable about it, like thinking like, oh, they get 6 days rest, they're traveling all over, all the things that you can, like the kind of intangible things. it never makes me feel good when I remember what James Cook and Josh Allen did last year. It was like 42 minutes to 18 minutes of possession. It was
crazy.
For the Bills. It was ridiculous.
Great touchdown to Ty Johnson in the back there.
Cook's not going to factor, lads, I don't think.
No, he's going to factor in a big way. He's going to factor in a big way, but PT, he just brought up the most important thing. Could you believe, the NFL wants the Broncos to win. There's no doubt about it.
Why'd you say that?
You think?
We play in the Sunday game. Game. These guys get the bye. Now we have to play the first game on Saturday. Meanwhile, the Bears are playing in the Saturday game. They play on Sunday. The Rams play on the Saturday game. Why are we playing Sunday and then having to come around to play the guys who got the bye, and we're playing the first game of the weekend? What is that? Explain that to me, PT.
But look,
the fix is
the schedule, right? The schedule is bad for you guys. There's no doubt about it. Do you not think that the stories, the narrative, in terms of the narrative, people always joke about the script writers of the NFL. Do you not think all of that is going in the Bills' favor? Josh Allen, as you guys just mentioned, the best quarterback left. All of his old rivals aren't there. Lamar's not there. Mahomes isn't there. And then what you brought up yesterday with Levi Stadium, the Super Bowl taking place in Levi Stadium, the only place where he hasn't played, right? All of that stuff, which isn't a factor, but is a factor. When you're watching these things and you're watching America's Game when they go back and tell the story of the year, that is surely in the Bills' favor. Am I missing something crazy on the Broncos end there, Chuck?
No, I don't think so. But I saw your reaction, Ariel, when you're watching that. You posted a video of, and I fully understand this. Trust me, I fully get reacting and just feeling it that emotionally because I've been there, and it's. But would you take it in a way? You just said that this is maybe one of the weaker versions of a Josh Allen team.
Yes.
You have to go on the road, and they're stacking it against you, right? Let's say that they get by Denver, and now they're going to have the 8 days, right? And then I know how you feel about the Patriots. Let's say that it's the Patriots. You go through the Patriots, and then you go to the Super Bowl. Wouldn't that be the sweetest? I mean, it would have to be the sweetest run of your life, right? Because this is it's not only 3 games on the road, beating the team you hate the most in the Patriots, but winning the Super Bowl through that process without the best team. You know what I mean? That you've seen in their era.
It would be unbelievable. It would be the thing that I talk about until my last breath. I will never, if that happens, especially, and I've been actually worried about this for a year. I'm going to be in Italy in the middle of the night. I won't be able to watch with my kids. And there was a period during that Jacksonville game where I was like, maybe this is for the best. Maybe this isn't the year. Maybe I won't be. And I'm like, no, this is the freaking year because it has to be the year because the odds are stacked against them. The injuries, all this stuff. They have to go on the road. The schedule stuff and all that. And it's as well as anyone, you're one injury away of having to rebuild. And that's why I have that reaction. If I could be honest, that's why I have that reaction to this type of stuff, because I know that a couple breaks here or there, you're now talking about 20 years getting back to this spot, right? Look at the Browns and the Saints and the Jets and the Giants. Look how far away they are from this. 20 years, I don't have 20 years. I don't want to go through this all over again. 2000 to 2017, we didn't make the playoffs. We did not. We were the last team to make the playoffs in the 21st century. I can't go through this. So I feel like we're so damn close. And I'll tell you what, if it doesn't work out, I'll never forgive Brandon Beane for not loading up on wide receivers at the trade deadline. I'll never, ever forgive him. I get it. You had to take
especially now.
Oh my God, especially now. And who could have predicted? But we needed those extra weapons. But yeah, I feel pretty good. And I would say, I want to get PT's take. Would you agree with the sentiment? Most fraudulent number 1 seed of all time?
Look, they've been definitely under the radar.
Okay.
There's no doubt about that.
What do you mean under the radar?
I haven't been wow, what are the Broncos doing this week? Every week, you know what I mean?
Wow.
But they are getting stuff done. And here's the thing. James Cook, this is why I'm saying to you about they're the second best rush defense team in the league, and Cook has not been doing it for the last few weeks. That's why I agree with what Chuck's saying in terms of this is Josh Allen put the cape on game. I think that is the way the Bills win this game. I don't see Cook having one of those crazy games where he gets 150 yards across receiving and rushing yards. I think it's going to be about Allen again and him breaking loose like he did last week. We were all talking about how banged up he was already on the way into that game, but he still found gaps. He had that 10-yard rushing touchdown where he just fell over the line. The guy's incredible. I just don't think I think it has to be a superhero moment. And I know Bills fans are sick of Allen having to do that.
No, trust me.
All the time.
I'm not sick of it. I love everything about it.
I love it too.
I can't get enough of it.
I think it's all on him. I really don't think Cook has been playing with the momentum he has earlier in the season. And I think their defense is incredible. I really
that's why I'm asking, why would they be considered I keep seeing this week, all of a sudden, like, oh, they're the most fraudulent number 1 seed.
Yeah.
Where does that come from? Because to be honest, when you look at it, man, they lost. They were 1-2 this season. They went 13-1 down the stretch, all the way to the spot. I really don't even understand that. Their defense is much improved. They led the league in sacks. Their offense hums when it needs to. When it comes down to it, that fraudulent claim is just completely nuts to me. Now, that doesn't mean that they're going to buzzsaw the Buffalo Bills or anything like that. But to think that they're fraudulent, I feel like they're just lighting a fire under this team by talking like that. You know what I mean?
Well, you don't want to say it. PT doesn't want to say it. You know who does want to say it?
Who?
Chase Coburn. Take a listen.
I think the Denver Broncos are the biggest frauds of a number 1 seed and of a Super Bowl contender that we've seen in an extremely long time. This is not a team that can legitimately go on and win the Super Bowl this year. You cannot look at their resume and suggest that that is a team that is capable of going on a run and hoisting the Lombardi this year. I understand they're 14-3, but they are 11-2 in one-score games. I can't believe that this team has a bye when this season, look at the wins, some of the wins barely that they've collected. They beat the Raiders by 1 score twice. The worst team in the NFL, the team with the number 1 overall pick. The New York Giants, they beat by 1 point. They were outplayed at home and needed a miraculous fourth quarter comeback to get the job done. They beat the Tennessee Titans by 1 score at home. The Titans led in the second half of that football game, and it was Cam Ward's first game. They only beat the Chiefs by 7 points on Christmas without Patrick Mahomes, mind you, or they've been one of the worst teams in the National Football League. The 3-win New York Jets, they only beat them by 2 points in London when they adjusted Fields as their quarterback with -10 net passing yards.
The kid's cooking.
And the Jets still almost won the game against this fraudulent Denver team. And then the 5-win Washington Commanders only lost by 1 point in overtime without their starting quarterback in Jaden Daniels. 7 of their 14 wins this season are against pitiful competition by 1 score. Everyone likes to talk about New England and use their schedule as a way to knock them and to say that they're not a legitimate team. Their strength of victory this year is 37%. Denver's is 37.8%. The only difference is that New England actually beats the bad teams by significant margins. They're 3rd in the NFL in point differential with a +170 point differential. Denver, they're 7th at +90, and only the 5th best point differential in the AFC. They are not the best team in the AFC. They're not the second best team in the AFC. They're the 5th or 6th best team in the AFC.
It's 4th and 20, and I'm punting that little dude, man. He's crazy. Ridiculous. He's got a point about a couple of those games, the Jets being one of them in the first Raiders game. But dude, come on. That's just absurd.
My God. I have to say that popped up on the feed and I was like, this kid's incredible. He's actually amazing.
What did you put into the Instagram? What did you put in the Instagram to find that Broncos frauds? That's what you put in.
Popped up on the feed.
I've seen a lot of people saying it though.
It popped up on the feed.
At least he backed it up. At least he broke it down and said why
he wasn't just saying it like me. Yeah. He actually and Jordan
I haven't watched it long enough.
3.3 million views on that clip on the kid's Instagram. So he's cooking right now. Shout out to him.
Twerpitude. Do you know that guy?
I don't, but I'm actually kind of impressed.
Sent him the script. He literally wrote it for him and said, "Will you do this into the camera, please?"
All right, PT, your pick. Come on, don't sit on the fence. Don't sit on the freaking fence.
I'm not going to sit on the fence. I'm not going to sit on the fence. I will say. The first year I watched a full season of the NFL was 2021 because we started the Ringer podcast in September 2021, and TST used to bring us into a Zoom room beforehand, about 5 minutes, and we just kind of chat before we get the podcast rolling. And because it was September when we started, all you boys were talking about was NFL and all your teams and blah, blah, blah. And 1 or 2 episodes in, I was like, I'm going to start watching this and I'm just going to drop into the conversation. So every now and again, surprise the lads, I'm going to watch this and get into it. Since then, I've got really, really into it. And I'll watch nearly every single game. But every year since 2021, at the beginning of the season, I put a bet on the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl and the Denver Broncos to win the Super Bowl. So if one of you win, I get to live vicariously through you guys win. So With that said,
Okay, that was a big preamble there. I mean,
Yeah.
at
golly.
the beginning of this year,
Yes.
Drum roll.
I put the bets down for the Buffalo Bills and the Denver Broncos. However,
Yes. However,
I put a lot more money on the Buffalo Bills
Okay,
than I did
thank
the
God.
Denver Broncos.
my heart almost
Oh,
broke.
look at that. I've got a little bit of a fever. Don't think I'll be on the crack on Friday.
With that said, I still have bets down on both teams, but because of the financial interest, I'm going to have to go.
Wow, he's going with the almighty dollar.
Man, you're mercenary.
Yeah, that is.
DC. It's not. Hey, I feel like that's going to be everybody going to pick the Buffalo Bills, right? I feel like the
Nah,
whole
don't do this. You're not.
They're
You're
gonna
not.
do it. They're
You're
gonna
not
do
David.
it. This is everybody. No, I mean, yeah, we are David.
No.
because look what that kid just said. Look what he said. We're frauds and we're David.
He's using your weapon against you, Ariel.
I refuse. With
Nobody
our
believes in
injuries on the
Nobody
road,
believes.
short week, everything. We're David. We are. Buffalo is a perennial David. All right, we have been a David since the beginning of time. No, this is. By the way, there are jobs on the line here. There are jobs on the line. And by the way,
Mine?
and how could you? And Chuck, you're such a good guy. You're such a classy
Here you
fellow.
go. I know where you're
How
going
could-
with this already.
How could you root for Sean Payton? How can you root for this guy?
I didn't know this was
a bully.
I didn't know.
An actual bully. The way he talks to the media, a media guy like yourself.
He is
a media guy like yourself supporting a coach. In case you missed it, here's Sean Payton berating the media in attendance.
Sean, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game?
Wow.
You don't know.
It's a red-blooded American.
That's right. Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Trey Greenlaw
Who's
back
this
in the
guy?
game.
I thought you had free speech over there.
Well, why is he so rude? That's a beat writer, right?
He's had a problem with that beat writer from the Denver Post before, and I don't know why. He's done this, dude. Trust me. He's got an arrogant side to him, but after the Broncos went through that, like, it was an eternity, like an 8-year span of just really bad coaches. Like, nobody cares. Nobody talks about Bounty Gate or any of the things that you're talking about. Nobody talks about that in Denver. It doesn't exist. Yeah. But I mean, that was also Greg Williams, wasn't it? I think that Peyton was just
for a guy who's been given a second lease on life to speak to media like that, it feels a little bit.
I agree with you, though. He seems very aggressive. I've thought about that. Like, if you were a beat writer, how hard that would be.
Is he always like
does
that?
Something like that pretty much weekly. You know what I mean?
By the way, why was he so triggered by attack downhill?
He just hates that kid. His name is Luca.
Okay.
His last name. But he's a kid working for the Denver Post, and I don't know why, but
legit kid, like when you say kid, like a 20-year-old?
Younger, and I mean, like, I don't know how old he is, but he's probably late 20s, early 30s. You know.
Are you surprised he's not on the short list for Coach of the Year? Like, I thought he'd be way up there.
He should be. He should be because they $90 million of Russell Wilson's salary after getting rid of the dead money. They've had to absorb it the last 2 years.
You love to talk about this. Still on the books.
It's the old proverb about adversity, Ariel. Like, you got to be able to overcome adversity, and that's what he's done, man. And I think that just a very poetic nod to all of us who believe. It's
like Job.
Well, I'll just say the winner of this game is going to represent the AFC.
You think so?
Well, I hope so, because we're going to win, and then we're going to beat the other losers playing in the other game.
I thought there was a copy.
But I mean, who wants to root for the Patriots and who wants to root for the Texans? Do the Texans even have fans? I mean, like, what is that?
No.
And the Patriots, golly.
Frank's probably a Texans fan because he lived.
Frank Texan?
No.
No.
Are you going to go on Bill? Are you going to go on Bill Simmons' show? If it's the Patriots and the Bills, I mean, I feel like that would be that's my Super Bowl. If this happens and the Broncos lose, this would be the consolation. Is
I don't know if he wants to smoke, to be honest.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't.
I texted him after we beat the Patriots at home, that crazy comeback, and I don't usually do this. It was just it was a very friendly, casual, cordial, smiley face emoji, and he just sent me back the standings. So I don't know if he appreciated it. Because they were above us.
What's the juiciest way to the Super Bowl for Broncos? Say, like, that's obviously if for the Buffalo Bills, like if they go in against the Pats, but like, is there a juicier?
There's only two other options.
There's only two options, but they beat the Texans earlier this year. That kid, that little twerp you were playing, didn't mention that game. But the Patriots, they've owned in the playoffs, the Denver Broncos. So I'm always happy to see the Patriots come to Denver.
Yeah, and everyone will have to go through Mile High. By the way, guys, since we have you, let's finish out on the nose. I don't know. Does your contract with Morning Combat allow for this type of stuff? Or is it,
I better check.
Who's to check?
Who's to check? But PT, I saved this one for you. PT, please blind rank and feel free to weigh in. You know what blind ranking is, PT, right?
Yeah, of course I do. I've seen
Chuck, you know what blind ranking is?
I figured it out.
All right. Please blind rank these Super Bowl halftime shows from this century, okay? One being the best, 6 the worst. I feel like Chuck could be your phone a friend here. Lady Gaga 2017.
5.
Wasn't a fan.
Prince 2007.
That was a good one.
Purple Rain. Come on.
So what are we going? You have to give us a number.
Number 1.
Oh, 1. Wow. Okay. The Weekend
Starts rain,
2021.
he's doing Purple Rain.
It's incredible.
Sorry, go ahead.
The Weekend 2021.
Oh, where he got lost? 4.
Yeah, that was a weird. Wow, I forgot about that. That was a weird one. That was a weird.
That's right.
Beyonce 2013.
3.
U2 2002.
2, I guess.
And then Janet Jackson. JT.
I was going to say that's got to be in there, right?
Oh, the boob.
Yeah.
Well, that would have been 1.
That would have been 1.
6, I guess.
That would have
I
been.
thought it was top 5.
Buried the lead.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I love boobs, just for the record. I love them. Okay.
You like the blue, as they say. There was another one here from Baked Beans. Hey, Ariel and the crew. With the breaking news that Chuck Mindenhall has gone to Mortal Kombat and Pizzi's position is at threat from the pizza guy, what's the future for the crack?
Look, we're on shaky legs at the moment. Richie, of course, from Lucia, whatever you say it.
Yeah.
In Soho, which is fantastic. He's better looking than me. He has better MMA takes than me. He has a better theme for his show than me. But I still have Chuck. So unless he gets Mendenhall, what are you going to do? You know what I mean?
I'm full. My dance card's full. I'm not taking any more gigs.
Okay. So you're done.
I'm done.
You've had enough. All right. You wouldn't believe how many questions about you.
It was crazy, Chuck. Seriously, on the notes today,
really?
there was like 8 questions were about that.
Yeah.
It was mental.
I didn't think anybody really cared.
They do. Well, they do care. What's the greatest example for someone like I heard someone say this about Simmons recently when he had his he had like some hot take about a movie and someone said like Simmons is in his something era. Like you're PT, would you agree? Like Chuck is in his like Michael Jordan 1996, like back from baseball. He was sort of in the Athletic was your baseball career. Now you're 96 Jordan, about to win 3 straight. Like that's the era. I feel if I'm being honest, you and Ben. I feel like you and Ben are in that.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
That's accurate.
There's a different. There's a little.
Yeah, there was a moment.
There's a moment.
There was a moment when the industry kind of shifted off of what we do well, and honestly, if Yahoo Uncrowned and you guys don't come around, like who knows where this goes? But it was actually kind of like a platform to do what you do well, and to still kind of get on here and talk to you guys and do this stuff. So that kind of like Renaissance feeling or whatever you're kind of alluding to, that's what it feels like to me too. I know Ben has said the same thing. So it's been great, man.
It's actually they're calling the crack the MMA podcast Kingmaker. That's what they're calling.
That's fine.
So,
yeah,
I could live with that. Yeah. And so with that in mind, you should really be rooting for the Bills. I mean, for your friend Ariel, who's been through so much trauma.
Are you talking to Chuck right now?
Well,
I was wondering. If they beat Denver, then I'll root for the Bills.
Oh, really?
But I can't root for the Bills against my team. I mean, it's just
you can't even bring your best lines. You like the Broncos.
I don't like the Broncos, but I actually dislike most of the Patriots fans in my life. Don't tell them.
Yeah.
I actually like Broncos.
That's kind of true of me too.
They're all kind of they're.
I know so many good Buffalo people though. That's what sucks. It's like I know, and now I'm like I don't want to like
crush our dreams.
Be entertaining, but so many people in the town I'm in are Buffalo fans. Tons of them go to home games from here, which is like 400 miles from where I'm at. They go to the home games. I know guys with season tickets here. There's so many Buffalo fans, and they're so loyal, and they're all kind of in that same boat of pending, waiting for a chance to understand what it feels. No, I mean just to feel like what is it going to feel like when they break through and they win it. So it's impossible for me to like hate them. The only thing is though, if they beat Denver again and they really beat them badly, I feel like that's going to start to go away because now it'll be twice, 2 years in a row, and you'll be like, now there's a rivalry or something building from Denver's side. There has to be, right, at that point.
Sure, but I don't think it's going to be that. I think it's going to be
What
close.
are you going to do
It'd be close.
in Italy? Eric? You're going to be in a hotel in Italy. It's going to be an hour later than it is
this weekend.
No, the Super Bowl.
Oh, this. Oh, okay, that's what I thought you meant. Okay,
I've been stressing over this, and that's why mid Jaguars game when Tony Romo kept saying, and I wanted to strangle him, that Jacksonville had all the momentum. I was like, well, maybe this is for the best.
Worst.
Maybe this is for the best. And then I was like, no,
you
it's
have a
not.
call time that day?
No. When I agreed to this, I told them, and thank God my boss there at CBC is a gigantic Bills fan as well, Ryan Johnson, shout out to him. I said, just please, the morning after the Super Bowl, that Monday morning, because it will essentially be Monday morning, we need to just be cognizant, all right? So let's not book any early morning shoots or anything, because it's 18 days straight. And they were like, yes, of course. But I'm worried, like, what if there's no internet? What if there's no, I don't know, how am I going to watch this thing?
Man.
Anyway, there's a lot more to happen before we get there. I would have liked to be there as well, but Josh has never played at Levi Stadium, so it would have been nice to be there with him on this big moment. But we'll have to get through you guys first. In the end, I hope everyone has a great time, and I hope everyone plays their heart out and has fun.
Doesn't look at that.
And I'm nervous.
You're not a good liar.
But you know what, Chuck? And you could speak to this in conclusion. Isn't it just fun to have another week? Like, you consume the
100%.
content, the podcast, the video, all that stuff. Like, it's such a gift in the dead of winter to have something like this to look forward to this weekend. My wife had a ski trip planned with like my daughter's friends, and I'm like, there is no chance in hell. I don't care if you don't talk to me for 6 months. There is no chance that I am going on this ski trip. I am sitting at home wearing my Bruce Smith jersey, and if anyone wants to stay back, they can stay back. But this means way too much for me. I am sorry. You know what it's like, right?
It's 100% that. It's like that. It's you're buying another week. You get to survive another week. You get to like think about it for another week. You get to like go do it again. And if you win, you keep going. I think that has like been the lure for me with the NFL playoffs since, I mean, going all the way back to when I first started watching it. It's a crazy thing, man. And it gets more magical the more your team has been frustrated. You know what I mean? Like you start to really cherish it when they have the chance. So I agree. We'll try to have fun with it, but I don't want to. I don't know. I want the Broncos to win, but I will. Trust me, I'm going to feel bad about it afterwards. And I
appreciate that. It's nice of you.
Yeah, I'll send you something nice in a text or whatever.
That. No, I appreciate that. I want to say.
Sorry, there's not one more week.
Give it a couple of days after the game.
All right, I'll wait a couple of days.
No, I'll be cordial and respectful. I want to wish you the best, but I'd be lying if I wish you the best. I do not wish you guys the best. I hope it's a blowout. I hope it's an awful game. I hope it's over in the first quarter and that everyone complains that it's boring. We'll see. We'll talk about it, throughout and on the other side. Again, I want to say good luck, but I don't mean it. So I'll just
I know.
Bad luck.
You just say like,
Yeah, bad luck.
Talk soon.
Yeah, talk soon. See you, Chuck. See you, PC. There they are, the boys. It's a big one, and I can't wait. Mr. Frank, do we have any super chats before we head out?
We do.
Super
chats. And starting us off is this gentleman named Lex Friedman. Says, got recommended this stream. Awesome. Thank you for many years of great interviews, Ariel. It sucks that Kayla is out of 324. She is amazing. I was looking forward to that fight. Much love, brother. Keep up the great work. Heart emoji.
Is this the actual Lex Friedman?
Yes.
Wow. That's crazy. He's a pretty big deal, no?
He's a big deal, yeah. He's got a massive...
He just popped in?
Just popped in.
Shout out to Lex.
Recommended,
Yeah, who recommended it?
No, not like a person. Like
I do, like...
Oh,
he was recommended the stream, but he's also been watching for years.
The Algo was...
Shout out to the Algo. Shout out to Lex. Should we do a collab?
We never say no to collabs.
Oh, yeah. What else, Frank? Oh, but by the way, thank you. He's very successful. That does mean a lot. And especially, you don't have to chime in there and give us a super chat. What was it, $20?
Who's to check?
Nothing to sneeze at. What else, Frankie? What else?
Norma deserves the fight. These guys are casuals.
What's going on back there? What's all the chatter about?
We do have to work back here, yeah.
Is PC still here, by the way?
No, he's gone.
No, when you said bye, Chuck and
I know.
that was probably...
Well, because it's a weird one. It's a weird one.
He couldn't sign off fast enough.
Yeah. What do you want to say, GC?
This is what Rick said was going to happen. Exactly what happened. Us being like, nah, man, I don't want to see that fight. People being like, these guys fucking hate Norma. They hate Norma Dumont.
Why do you guys hate Norma?
Another one that was there. Name any women's bantamweight. Fill in the blank. I don't want to see that fight.
The level
AC
of
Shazon?
comprehension.
Yeah, can't wait. Can't wait for that one.
No.
Yeah, sign me up.
Norma's been scratching and clawing. Friend of the program.
Yeah, let her get a title shot against anybody other than Amanda Nunes.
Sure.
Sounds good.
For sure.
Love it.
Can't wait.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Is it true that FIFA disapproves and may ban World Cup tickets acquired from third parties like StubHub or Game Time?
Is it true that FIFA disapproves and may ban World Cup tickets acquired from third parties? I've not heard this. Have you guys heard this?
I'm not locked in like that on the ticket.
I just want to point out once again, as you can see, it seems like they're a little late with lighting up the Empire State, but that doesn't mean that the window is out of order. It will pop up. So
Why did you air quote?
Because
what was the air quote?
Yeah,
You should have just said window.
Okay. Anyway, please continue. What else, Frank?
Ariel, are you a theme park guy at all? Did you have good perks for Disney when you were at ESPN? Did you ever go to Canada's Wonderland or La Ronde?
La Ronde. It's La Ronde. So you get great perks when you're an ESPN employee at the Disney parks. I took my kids in 2019, the summer of 2019. They were young, but it was a lot of fun. I remember, I'll never forget, I was on the Toy Story ride, and the song that was playing was, I think it was People Let Me Tell You About My Best Friend, and you kind of like go around shooting, and I'll never forget, I kept like refreshing my Twitter over and over again, and Woj reported that Brooklyn had made a clean sweep and signed Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant, and obviously we thought the Knicks were going to get him. I'll never forget sitting there being like, this freaking sucks. But it was a great time, and I'll never forget looking at like the prices and being like, how do families afford this? This is so expensive if you're just going in at full cost. But I do enjoy Disney. I enjoy Universal Studios. As a kid, Universal was my favorite because I liked the movie Magic and all that stuff. Been to La Ronde many times. And one of my favorites back in the day was in Niagara Falls, Ontario. Marineland is the place to go. See the friends you miss. A great big kiss. And then the whale kisses the kid. Everyone loves Marineland. You know that one? That was like our version of SeaWorld.
Nobody here would be privy to that one.
It was big. It was big.
Do you recall though? There was a time me, you, Disneyland.
Oh wow, this is a good one. Yes.
Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout, formerly Tower of Terror.
There's a lot to dissect here in this picture, by the way.
Rick Helwani.
Number one, Rick wearing all pink is just like the
not
first
wearing
thing.
all black is
it
crazy.
a polo or is
it's
it a short sleeve hoodie?
Okay, it was a long sleeve hoodie.
Yeah.
No, short sleeve hoodie given to us by Andy Mayer, who we all met in
that's
Miami.
Right. Pokey OG, I see the logo right
From
there.
his spot, Pokey OG.
Yes.
He first made merch. He wanted to give it to like DC, Ariel, myself, and that's what I'm wearing. So shout out to Andy Mayer.
What about the dude holding up the doll? The
little doll.
Yeah, what is that with that? I'm terrified, as you can see. I mean, I am.
You seem to be the only one. Everybody else seems
It
pretty
is
chill.
weird.
Say what is up with that? Everyone else looks like they're having a great time.
It is weird. It is weird that I'm so afraid. I don't know why I'm so afraid.
Also, you guys didn't pay for the picture? You guys swiped this off the screen?
I think so. Yes.
The thing to pay for it was actually shut down. I wanted to
You remember
buy it. Yes. Because I remember thinking like Helwani had his eyes
ridiculous,
closed. I will say, to your credit, to your everlasting credit.
Yes.
You had forewarned like the rides are not my favorite
Not
thing.
my thing, yeah.
But you
I
sucked
did
it
it.
up and you went on the ride.
I'll suck it up, but I'm not a big fan of like the crazy like like the Terrence Crawford friend. I'm the
The
friend.
slingshot? Yeah, you're not going on that one.
I'm the friend. I'm passing out.
Yeah.
I'll do it if you want. I'm down, but not my favorite thing.
I get it.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Funny enough, though, Mrs. Mysterious is watching the show, and she said that she was actually singing along with you.
She knows that song.
She was like, it's one of those theme songs from childhood that just lives buried in her memories, and she didn't know that she remembered until you started singing it.
And she loved it. She knows ball. She's a Western New Yorker. She knows what it's like. And she probably appreciates this and appreciates the conversation that we just had with Chuck Mindenhall.
Sarp writes in, hello. Many artists in the biz speak openly about spreading and switching their art to other sports and subjects in 26. Lack of promotional enthusiasm is reason. UFC not promoting gives us independent artists more food or less.
Well, Sarp is the brilliant mind who made and designed our... Whoa, look at this. Wow, this is a problem. Our trophy, so shout out to him. A very intellectual man, very smart man, so he would attack this subject from this perspective. And yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Fighters taking things into their own hands. But you would hope. I mean, look, the sister promotion for the UFC or to the UFC under the TKO umbrella is WWE, and they're still putting out great promotional videos. I see them. I see the content, and so I just don't understand why we think that this is like. I'm just saying, why does it have to be live? Just do the video, slap on some music, some B-roll, and now you've got something. But they'll call me a hater for saying this, but it's actually coming from a place of love, and I seem to love it more than anyone. Look, I'm the one who loves it the most because I'm not collecting a paycheck off of it. So I'm coming at it from a pure, genuine place of love. You understand?
I do think history will be kind to you saying that they're mailing it in, because I think a lot of fans, to Sarp's point, a lot of fans are like, what are we doing? Like, to tease an announcement and then the announcement be that lackluster, not from the fight perspective, but the delivery and the presentation, like, nobody's winning in this scenario. The UFC is not winning. It is not working. That is a bad presentation.
What else, Frank? What else?
The Superb Owl says, question for AH and the BITB. RAF seems to be quickly picking up steam and potential matches being discussed a lot. Should or will TKO purchase RAF?
I don't think they will. I don't want them to. We need to have other companies not under this umbrella. That wouldn't be good. I think that for now, TKO likes that they're around because, like I said earlier, they can point to, hey, independent contractors, they can do whatever they want. God bless, God bless. Here they are. We don't force them to turn down opportunity, all that stuff. So I'll say no and no to both. But I do agree they are onto something, and hopefully it can continue. What else, Frankie? What else?
It feels like DC is the MMA equivalent of Charles Barkley and how he's viewed by fans. Not a bad comp, but he was near GOAT status and started MMA at 30. He's not revered enough, in my opinion.
I think he's beloved. I've always said that I think that DC could be a Michael Strahan-like character, someone who succeeds outside of the world of combat, the world of MMA. He's very well spoken. He's very likable. He's lovable. You want to just hang out with him. You want to listen to him. So I get what he's trying to say with the Barkley thing, but Barkley is like a lot more opinionated and often critical. DC's not really that guy. He's more the analyst type. He's not on a desk or anything like that. I think you're just trying to say it because like round of rebound and all that, if I'm being honest. But nevertheless, I get the comparison. It has been made, but I've always sort of viewed him as bigger than that, actually, because I think he can actually transcend MMA. What else, Frankie? What else?
The guests this week are beyond incredible. You outdid yourself, Ariel and crew. P.S.
Wow.
The boys in the back should be ashamed dissing Norma.
Yes.
I'm into Dumont versus.
Yes.
Yeah,
Give us Dumont versus Nunez.
Yes,
Yeah, for sure.
We want
I
Dumont
want it.
Nunez. We
Yes.
want Dumont Nunez.
I should have asked freaking Chuck about it. He would have been all over that.
For sure.
But I do appreciate the compliment. It's been a great week, and it's actually like a bit of a weight lifted off my shoulder because, like I said, shoulders. I was like, oh, man, got nothing. We're losing steam here. We're away. It all works out. What else, Frankie? What else?
My name is Joshua. Huge fan.
Hi.
Could I recommend a UFC-related YouTube vid? I love your opinion on it. Maybe next week.
Sure. $100 for this?
I mean,
Also, what is the video,
is
Joshua?
it a recommendation or is it I'm paying you to watch this?
See, what I like about
He didn't
Joshua,
tell us the vid.
No, he's asking permission first. He wants consent to
yes.
send the video. Good man, Joshua.
You're the man.
You may send.
Okay.
Send the video.
Please, send away. Send away.
Consent is important.
I hope. He said UFC related, so hopefully it's... but yes, please do send it, and we will check it out. And thank you for the love. What else, Frankie? What
Ariel,
else?
all the best. You know I always have enjoyed your show, but it's right now helping me get through a broken ankle. As always, go Bills.
Want to send a shout out to Jason, our friend, who suffered a broken ankle and I think had surgery, so I hope it went well. I, too, once suffered that injury, and it's not very fun. But you'll be just fine. You'll get back on your feet in no time. And yes, happy that we could provide some escapism for you, some entertainment. And I know you're a big Bills fan. So again, when I talk about like having, that's the beauty. What I'm talking about is the bottom line, at the end of the day, the beauty. And I know people view MMA in the same light that I talk about this. It is that thing at the end of the week that you are looking forward to. It is that fuel that gets you through Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, especially in the winter. That is the beauty of sports. that thing to look forward to at the end of the week, that thing to like daydream about, that thing to say like, oh man, 3 more days, 4 more days, I get to sit down, not think about anything, not worry about anything, not look at my phone, not be bothered, and just lock in on what I love, what takes me away, what makes me feel part of a community, what makes me feel alive, what makes me feel, amped up, what makes me feel emotions that I don't feel in daily life. Like when I'm yelling, I am yelling from a place down here. I'm yelling from that 12-year-old spot. That is the beauty of sports. And I know that MMA is that for people. And so when I talk about the announcements, when I talk about, the delivery, it's because I know it means that to people. And some might say, I don't care. And I get it. I get it if you say you don't care. But I like all of it. I like all of it. And I love sports. My whole life is sports. I love listening and debating and talking about and dreaming and crying about. I love everything about it. Being a fan, being a part of something, it's the best. And so, yeah, feel blessed, feel excited. And I know that is doing that for you, Jason. So I do hope you make a speedy recovery and get back on your feet in no time. What else, Frankie? What else?
How could we? There's nothing else.
Oh, all right.
Jason, good luck to you.
Yeah, much love, Jason. I did want to answer just a couple more because I saw them and I want to get to them real quick and then we'll go. Speaking of which, from our boy Abe, just want to say thanks. I never followed an American football team. I got enough stress supporting the mighty Gooners, but hearing you constantly talk about the Bills and Josh Allen got me to hop on board. At first, I was just here for the crack. Weren't too invested, but it all changed when I watched the Bills in that big toilet they call Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, ironically, versus Jacksonville. The Bills Mafia, full of mensches, especially the older couple sat next to us who traveled from Buffalo to London to see the game. They literally talked to me through every play, and the wife was so happy that I chose to support her beloved Buffalo Bills that she gave me her Bills hat. My then girlfriend, wife now, bought me my first Bills jersey, JA on the back, and now I'm up to 4 a.m. at times watching them play. It's our year. I can feel it. Let's go Bills. P.S. Please clear this up. I saw an old video where you spoke about watching the Premier League in college and your team was Arsenal. Is it fair to say we're both Gooners too? Come home. Much love, your boy Abe. That is true, my friend. My two favorite players growing up. I didn't really support a club. I liked soccer, but I liked more international soccer. It was very hard to support the Premier League back then, and international. We didn't get it, at least not in Montreal. But my two favorite players were Zinedine Zidane and Thierry Henry. And they both played for France, so I liked France a lot. I liked England a lot. But I just, Beckham's cool, Michael Owen's cool, Wayne Rooney's cool, Zidane's cool, Henry is cool, those types of guys. So I would say the first team that I watched, I think it was like in 04-05, just out of college, was Arsenal when I could find, but it was very, very, very hard to find it, at least for me, on a consistent basis. And then we know about the other stuff, Leicester, Everton, joke. And then, of course, here we are, forest till we die. Here's GC's Lonely Doorman. I want to talk about this one real quick because it's come up a lot. Hello, Ariel and crew. While I found the discussion on Barry Weiss and reporting very interesting and productive from the gang, I got stuck on Ariel's statement that he's a one-issue person and his follow-up thoughts. While you will understandably be biased towards one side of the issue in reporting, such as Barry Weiss's content, which you said you were a big fan of, this is completely in contradiction to what you said earlier about just wanting the facts down the middle. Isn't there a conflict here? I'm not saying one can't be biased in a direction, especially when family history, emotions, and religion influences thoughts and beliefs. But if one only consumes Barry Weiss's content, for example, and not the opposing views, doesn't this feed into the division and unbiasedness of major outlets when her popularity in covering topics with her own biases and leanings is what got her hired at CBS in the first place? So it's a very good and fair question. Let me just clarify a little bit, because sometimes I try to go through these questions and then I say to myself afterwards, I didn't give it the TLC that it deserved. Number one, regarding Barry Weiss, my wife subscribes to the Free Press. She'll send me some articles here and there. I don't, because I'm just not that into political stuff. But I do know and did feel that over the past 2 years, I felt her reporting on the Middle East in particular was fair and accurate. I did feel that way. Her getting hired by CBS and the stuff that she's doing now, honestly, I don't know a lot about. But if there's any sort of squashing stories to adhere to one side, that's not what I'm about. I don't care what you support, what you don't support, that is not what I'm about. And so I don't like that. Can I feel confident in sitting here and saying like this is actually going on? I'm not looking into it enough to know that, to feel that way. But I understand why it's a very polarizing topic and a hot topic right now. And I understand why some people think like, oh, she's right wing, don't like that. And I'll be honest, like we've joked about the Megyn Kelly stuff. I don't listen to her anymore, to be honest, because I feel like she's gone way off the deep end. Like it's too much. It's just too much. I don't want a cheerleader. I want honesty. Tell me what's good, what's bad. Tell me what's true, what's not, and that's that. And that's really how I feel. So I don't consume a lot of it because I feel frustrated. Even when I feel like you're telling me what I want to hear, I feel frustrated. Tell me the truth. Tell me the honest truth. That's what I want. Tell me who's right, who's wrong. Tell me what happened, basically. And then maybe I'll figure out who's right and wrong. But like, don't give me a skewed version of the truth. That's number one. Number two, when I say that I'm a one-issue guy, people took issue with this. Let me be very clear about what that issue is. At the very top of the list, obviously there's things that we care about, okay? Because you always have a sort of like ranking of sorts, right? There's always something that you feel most comfortable about. And you can say like, well, Ariel, you said you're a one-issue guy. And to a degree, when I'm talking about like issues that mean a lot to me, there is one that is constantly at the top of my list and that is very important to me. I'm not trying to say that should be your most important thing. I know it's not. Trust me. Over the past 2 years, I have seen that it is not. Trust me, I know that. When I say that I'm a one-issue guy, it's not even necessarily what's happening in Israel, because I can understand why people would come to me and say like, yo man, you live in America, what the hell? The issue is, let me be very clear, the issue is the treatment of Jews in this country and around the world. That's my issue. And the treatment of Jews in this country and around the world is abhorrent. It's abhorrent. And you could tell me whatever you want to say about the history of Jews in this country and the history of Jews around the world and all the anti-Semitism that you want to spew. The treatment of Jews in this country is abhorrent. And it's only the Jews that get treated this way, and everyone turns a blind eye. That's how I feel, because I see us supporting everyone and trying to be friends with everyone. I'm talking about the Jews in this country. And then what happened over the past 2 years with these protests, with these riots and all this stuff, and I felt like no one stuck up for us. No one batted an eye. And so when push came to shove, and why I said what I said in October and November, I felt like we needed to be treated better. I felt like we needed to have someone looking out for us here in this country. And trust me, I come from a place, I'm experiencing it. My kids go to a Jewish school. They've had bomb scares. They've had to evacuate their school. Why? Because they go to a Jewish school. They've had to leave their school. They've had to go into like a safe space because they go to a Jewish school. It's absurd. It's insane. So don't even try to convince me otherwise. That's what's most important to me. I'm not saying that should be most important to you. And I understand why it's not. You're not being affected by it. But for me, it's most important. And I don't think you should have an issue with it being most important to me. It's the treatment of my people in this country and around the world. You saw what happened in Sydney. You've seen what's happened around the world. Miss me with your anti-Semitism, your tropes, your bullshit. We did not ask for this. We did not ask for any of this. The Jewish people, we did not ask for any of this. We did not want any of this. Your whataboutism is not welcome here. I'm not going to listen to it. I'm not even going to accept it. I'm not even going to have an open mind to it, because I know that it is rooted in anti-Semitism and hatred. And I know this is going to piss you off. I know it's going to piss us off. And by the way, I've lost many followers. I've seen it all. I've experienced it all. I have to be the one who talks about it. And so if you ask my opinion, I'm going to tell you my opinion. And I'm the only one who feels like I should be able to do that and not worry about it, because that's truly how I feel. And I hope that you would respect it. I'm not trying to say your matters are less important. I'm not trying to say that your matters shouldn't be most important to you. I'm just telling you how I feel. And most people would say, don't talk about that. Don't bring it up. That's not the way I'm built. All right? Last thing, Keen. Hey, Ariel, have you ever been on Joe Rogan? Have you been offered? I've not been offered. I think he does a tremendous job. He does great work. No issues there. He's had my uncle on many times. What can you say? His opinions and all that, I don't agree with many of them. Oftentimes, like, what he has built is nothing short of amazing. And if you've ever seen that clip of him on the Tom Green show, like sort of having this epiphany as to what podcasts are, it's pretty remarkable to go from that to what he has built. So kudos and shout out. All right, guys, I think that's it.
It was a great day.
There's a second casualty. Music very loud, Frank. Second casualty to the Armin Sarukian.
It was worth it.
Yeah, it was totally worth it.
By the way, I mean, having DC back, what an incredible moment. So glad for you guys to reunite. That great segment with Chuck, you guys, going back and forth.
Yeah.
My favorite moment was when you're referencing old Bill Simmons getting that number 16 Limitless rank. Whew, that hit like crack. That's in my wheelhouse right there.
People have been saying Simmons is on a heater right now.
Simmons, that podcast needs to be studied for a
What is
Hall
it,
of
like a
Fame.
rewatchables pyramid?
It was a solo rewatchables.
Golly.
In which he ranked his top movies of the 2000s and beyond. And he went for it. And he had Chris Ryan and Sean Fennessy, also movie podcasters for The Ringer, reacting to it. It was magic. It was true magic.
Yeah, I've seen it. He's had some big guests. He had Cena in studio. He had Canopal in studio. Studio looks sick too. Yeah, I mean, he's on Netflix now. He's killing it. He's the Godfather. Shout out to him. Shout out to Paramount Plus, by the way. I was just reminded, the price goes up tomorrow. So if you're on the fence, man, if you're a UFC fan, you're going to have it. The vast majority of the content is going to be on Paramount Plus. Plus, you get like Champions League and Europa League, NFL streaming, all those movies and stuff. So it goes up tomorrow. It's a great day to be alive. Boys in the Back tomorrow. 415 SUP BITB. Crack on Friday. We're back on Monday. Go Bills. Back next week or tomorrow. Boys in the Back. Same time and place. Until then, I say